Chapter 331 The Memory of Alien Civilization. One part is 2/3 of the entire Interstellar Federation warriors. These people will be divided into teams of 30 people, equipped with the most advanced weapons and armor, to explore and record every plant and creature they see. The remaining 1/3 will be divided into 2 parts. One part is responsible for staying on the spacecraft and completing some tasks assigned to them by the staff. The remaining part will be responsible for patrolling to ensure the safety around their foothold. After explaining everything, Wang Wei also led 30 people to set off and began to explore all the secrets on this planet. This time Wang Wei set off very smoothly and did not encounter any attacks or approaches from strange creatures on the way. It may be because they have walked this road before, and most of the alien creatures on the road have been completely solved by them. Even if the alien creatures that have not been solved basically pose no threat to them. As they continued to go deeper, they found that the closer they got to the uninhabited part of the planet, the more they could perceive that the environment here was unusually quiet. They had experienced similar environments before, but at that time, it was because those lurking creatures would only appear after receiving some kind of signal. But now they have been traveling for a long time, and the students have not seen any creatures appear, which makes Wang Wei start to be alert. The creatures on this planet are very strange, and they must be fully prepared. Otherwise, under such circumstances, they have no way to continue exploring this planet. The most important thing is that they must master the information about all the creatures on this planet. This can ensure that the Red Iron Star people will not be threatened by any creatures when they live on this planet. At the same time, Wang Wei also feels that the creatures on this planet are likely to bring major discoveries to his scientific research. Everyone must be vigilant, Wang Wei told the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation. The other soldiers nodded one after another, although a large part of them have not followed Wang Wei to explore this planet together. They also know that Wang Wei will never casually say such words that are likely to disturb the morale of the army. Once Wang Wei reminds them that they are likely to encounter danger later, it proves that things have long been beyond their expectations. Wang Wei led a group of soldiers to continue. Not long after they moved forward, they found that the land in front of them had turned into sand. Walking in the sand, every step would become extremely difficult, so the team's speed began to slow down. Wang Wei asked them to rest for a while, and then contacted the king of the Three-Eyed Star and go so with the communicator. Wang Wei contacted them to ask about the progress of their exploration. It was just as he expected. There were no major discoveries in the exploration progress of others, but there was no danger, and it was still very safe overall. After hearing their report, Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to communicate with the soldiers around him, a soldier suddenly shouted, "No! The sand will move! The sand will move?" Wang Wei immediately looked down and found that the soldiers were right. The sand actually began to flow slowly like water, and the flow is in one direction, which proves that these fools are likely to be the legendary quicksand. Don't panic. Lie on the surface of the sand immediately, and don't move violently at will. Try to increase the contact area between your body and the sand. Otherwise you will sink in soon. Even though Wang Wei immediately reminded them, many soldiers were still tricked. Half of their bodies were stuck in the sand, and they looked helplessly at Wang Wei and other soldiers and asked for help from others in fear. But at this moment, no one could save anyone. Wang Wei could only let them wear the helmets of Xiantian armor immediately to ensure that they would have room to survive after being buried by the sand. Everyone acted immediately and put on their helmets. At this time, Wang Wei shouted to them, "Don't panic. Let your body move with the quicksand. I believe there should be an open space under the quicksand. Otherwise, if these sands can really sink, there is no place to store them." The other soldiers were a little relieved. After all, under the protection of Xiantian armor, their bodies would not be affected in any way. Even if they are really buried by the sand, they can guarantee 10 hours of breathing. If they are really buried by the sand, it is actually a good thing, proving that the sand is solid and there is something underneath. As a support, they can find a way to leave the sand again when the time comes. The sand under Wang Wei also quickly swallowed him. But Wang Wei was not as panicked as others. At the moment when his vision was completely obscured by the sand, Wang Wei suddenly remembered some documents he had seen before. Some documents had proposed to use quicksand to set traps to prevent some creatures from approaching certain important sites. Wang Wei suspected that there might be traces of civilization on this planet, but such traces had long been covered by time. Just like the symbols on the stone he had seen before, if they were not left by other alien creatures, Then they might be the remains of a civilization of a certain era on this planet. When Wang Wei thought of these, he did not feel nervous, but began to get a little excited. If there really was a civilization on this planet, then the plants they had seen before could clone creatures that looked exactly like them, which would make sense. Wang Wei quickly fell to the bottom of the sand. When Wang Wei pushed away all the sand covering his body, he found that he had indeed fallen into a strange space. The surroundings here were extremely wide and deep, and Wang Wei's footsteps would echo in this space. But the only thing he could hear now was the sound of flowing sand and his own heartbeat. Wang Wei tried to shout the names of other warriors loudly, but got no response. He thought that the quicksand must have taken them to different places. Unable to find other people for the time being, Wang Wei began to explore in this underground space. He wanted to find an exit from this underground space. But after walking for a long time, he did not see any exit that could lead here. However, Wang Wei made an amazing discovery while walking. Not far in front of him, there was a temple-like ruins that looked very dilapidated. And the broken walls and ruins showed that the age of this ruins must be very long. All this coincided with Wang Wei's previous conjecture, and he did not hesitate any more and walked forward immediately. Walking into the center of the ruins, Wang Wei found that there were no useful clues here. Except for these buildings, the others seemed to have been turned to ashes by time. Just when Wang Wei felt a little frustrated, the ground suddenly began to shake, and the stone slab in front of him slowly cracked a gap. As the vibration continued, the gap became larger and larger. A stone platform slowly rose from the gap, and there was a mysterious box on the stone platform. The moment Wang Wei opened the box, a white light flashed through his eyes, and he could not see everything around him. He subconsciously stepped back, but he did not expect to trip and fall to the ground. When Wang Wei's eyes recovered and he could see everything around him, he found that the box in front of him had disappeared, and it was replaced by a transparent water drop. This transparent water drop was very small, and it looked a little strange floating in the air. However, while Wang Wei was doing it, countless water drops of the same size were attracted around this water drop. The water drops began to merge with each other, and soon formed a water ball. This water ball kept rolling, as if it had life. Wang Wei stood up cautiously and distanced himself from the water ball, quietly observing the changes in the water ball. He knew that there should have been other civilizations here, but Wang Wei was not sure why this water ball could attract the surrounding water and merge with it. Just as Wang Wei was hiding far away and carefully observing the changes in the water ball, he was surprised to find that a strange thing appeared inside the water ball. This thing became a little distorted under the irradiation of water, making it difficult to see what it was. But it would also begin to grow as the water ball continued to grow. In other words, the things in the water should be nourished by other water balls to grow larger. Wang Wei stared at the things in the water ball, not daring to blink. He was not afraid of the things in the water ball, but was very curious about the meaning of the existence of this water ball. If there were other alien civilizations on this planet, he must find out the time when this alien civilization existed, as well as the civilization and technology they created. And Wang Wei now has a bold suspicion that the civilization on this planet once hid their descendants in this water ball, waiting for the alien creatures to approach to activate this water ball, and allow the descendants of the alien civilization to successfully reoccupy this planet. Of course, other possibilities are not ruled out. Wang Wei just made a simple guess based on the situation on this planet and what he encountered. Soon the water ball became bigger and bigger, and Wang Wei was constantly retreating to avoid the water ball from moving and affecting it. But as he was constantly retreating, the water ball suddenly generated a strong suction force. Not only the surrounding water droplets, but also Wang Wei was attracted to the water ball by the strong suction force. Wang Wei immediately turned on the propeller of the Xiantian armor, wanting to use the propulsion in the opposite direction to escape from the attraction range of the water ball. However, its propeller did not play any role, as if there was no force within the range controlled by the water ball that could compete with the power of the water ball. Wang Wei was attracted to keep approaching the water ball. When he approached the water ball, he immediately discovered what the creature inside the water ball looked like. The most important thing about the water ball was a creature similar to a baby curled up. The creature did not move at all, but Wang Wei subconsciously felt that the creature in the water ball was alive. Originally, Wang Wei was very reluctant to approach the water ball, but now he wanted to find out what the thing in the water ball that looked like a baby curled up was. Just when Wang Wei turned on the protection mode of the Xiantian armor and stretched out his hand to touch the water ball, Wang Wei was immediately sucked in by the attraction of the water ball. Fortunately, the Xiantian armor he had would not be unable to breathe because of being completely swallowed by the water ball. Wang Wei used the buoyancy in the water ball to keep approaching the creature in the center. After getting closer, Wang Wei found that this creature really looked like a human baby. Not only did they look exactly the same, but even the blood vessels under the skin became clearly visible. The skin of the creature that looked like a human baby was very white. So white that it was almost transparent. Although Wang Wei was very curious, he always felt that this matter was very strange. After all, on this distant planet, they had seen alien creatures before, but they had never seen alien creatures that looked like humans. Could it be that the humans on Earth are not actually the earliest form of humans, and there have been traces of human existence on other planets? Before Wang Wei came to his senses, the baby in the water ball suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were also light blue, and looked transparent and crystal clear, just like glass. Those eyes seemed lifeless, but they stared at him straight, and Wang Wei couldn't help but take a breath. He knew that the creatures in the water ball were alive, and definitely not dead. The most important thing is that Wang Wei felt that the creatures in this water ball might pose a threat to him. So Wang Wei subconsciously wanted to retreat. However, before he had time to leave the safe range, the baby in the water ball suddenly stretched out his limbs and flew towards him. Wang Wei's actions in the water ball would be affected by the resistance of the water. But this strange baby would not be affected. He rushed into his arms as fast as flying, and Wang Wei subconsciously used his arms to resist. But the baby's little hand touched his arm. Wang Wei immediately felt a sharp pain in his arm. When he looked at his arm, he found that his arm, the Xiantian armor on his arm, had been corroded by the baby's hand, leaving a hole. His skin under the Xiantian armor was also corroded, and began to show flesh and blood. And finally even bones could be seen. At this moment, Wang Wei was really panicked. He didn't know where the baby came from. But if he was touched by the baby, he would be hurt so much. If he didn't escape from the water ball quickly, he would probably die here. At this time, Wang Wei saw the water ball, and a group of soldiers outside were approaching him at a rapid speed. This was the group of soldiers he led before. It seemed that they also fell into this space. But they were not in the same area with him just now, so they didn't notice his shouting. However, watching them approaching the water ball, Wang Wei's heart was completely in his throat. If these soldiers were really allowed to approach the water ball, it would be very likely to cause harm to them. So Wang Wei subconsciously wanted to wave his hand to keep them away from the range of the water ball. But the soldiers could not understand what Wang Wei meant, let alone hear his voice. They could only see that after Wang Wei was touched by a strange creature, a large area of burns and corrosion appeared on his body, and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. Everyone was anxious to rescue Wang Wei from the water ball immediately, but they were not accepted by the water ball, and even approaching the water ball became a problem. Wang Wei gradually lost consciousness under the severe pain. In the last second of losing consciousness, all he thought about was how to get other soldiers to evacuate here. He believed that with the Three-Eyed Star King and Goso in this group of soldiers, they would never be in danger of their lives. But if the soldiers insisted on saving him from the water ball, they would probably be affected by the baby in the water ball like him and lose their lives. But he really didn't have the time and energy to care about so much, because he soon lost consciousness completely. When he lost consciousness, Wang Wei had a dream. In the dream, the environment of this purple planet was still very good, with huge trees towering into the sky, grasslands with flowers in full bloom, and various creatures living peacefully on this planet. He seemed to see what this planet used to look like through the eyes of others. However, the picture soon changed. Many alien spaceships suddenly appeared on this planet. These alien spaceships did not land directly on the ground, but dropped bombs one after another on the ground. Countless mushroom clouds rose on the ground of this planet, and he felt a strong sense of sadness. Wang Wei guessed that the source of this feeling was most likely the baby or their ancestors. On this planet, there was once an alien civilization. They lived peacefully on this planet without fighting with the world. But they did not expect that one day they would be invaded by alien creatures. Moreover, the alien creatures never gave them any chance to speak, and attacked all the creatures on this planet right away. It is precisely because of these fierce alien creatures that the civilization on this planet has fled underground. Their people probably began to die out due to the change in living environment. And finally only the baby in the water ball was left. Although the baby hurt him, Wang Wei also felt that this situation was indeed regrettable. He was a person who did not agree with the idea that war could bring peace. But if someone invaded, he would ask for help first, and would not be merciful. What he did not understand the most was that the aliens who could invade this planet on a large scale must be strong. But why would they target this peaceful planet? Chapter 332: The Sudden Appearance of a Fleet of Alien Spaceships. At this moment, the scene in front of Wang Wei changed to the perspective of lying on the stone platform. In his perspective, a group of humanoid alien creatures were looking at him with a sad face. And then, a lid-like thing was covered, and his vision suddenly became dark. When he saw this, Wang Wei finally understood why he saw these scenes after contacting the baby. Although he was not sure what method the baby had used to establish a connection with his spiritual world, Wang Wei was basically sure that everything he saw was the scene that the baby had seen before. It may be because the invasion of other alien creatures caused the destruction of this planet. So the alien civilization on this planet at that time decided to seal their only hope and descendants in that box. After he opened the box, the dusty memory was completely discovered by him as the baby woke up. Although Wang Wei did not know what the baby wanted to show him this memory, Wang Wei still felt extremely sorry. If no one invaded this planet, then the civilization on this planet would not disappear. Now that he has come to this planet, maybe he can communicate with the people on this planet. When Wang Wei thought of this, he felt sad. He didn't understand why creatures had to compete for resources to communicate in a certain sense. If they really needed something, would they feel disadvantaged by exchanging? Before he could think about it, Wang Wei finally opened his eyes when another pain came. At this moment, Wang Wei found that there was a rope tied around his waist, trying to pull him out of the water ball. The originally clear water ball had long been stained red with blood. But Wang Wei was surprised to find that the waves of severe pain that had just been coming disappeared instantly. Wang Wei began to look for the trace of the baby in the water ball, but found that he couldn't see the surroundings clearly in the water ball. In the environment, he couldn't find the trace of the baby. Just when Nanhai wanted to try to find the baby and bring the baby with him, he had been pulled out of the water ball. A group of people immediately surrounded Wang Wei and asked about his condition. Wang Wei stood up and checked himself, and found that he had no wounds on his body. Even the Xiantian armor that had just been damaged seemed to have returned to its original state. Wang Wei immediately looked up at the others. "Have you seen any wounds on my body before?" The others nodded and carefully checked Wang Wei's arm. After confirming that Wang Wei's arm had no wounds, they were also puzzled. "We all saw with our own eyes before that you had very serious injuries on your body. Why did they suddenly disappear now?" Wang Wei did not answer their questions, because even he himself did not know why those wounds suddenly disappeared. But Wang Wei suspected that the disappearance of his wounds should be related to the baby he had just seen in the water ball. Wang Wei guessed that the baby might not be able to continue living on this planet, as their people hoped after being sealed for so many years. The baby used up all his rights to pass on the memory in his mind to him, causing the baby to disappear instantly. Although Wang Wei knew that his idea had no factual basis, he was inexplicably shrouded in sadness. The other soldiers of the Interstellar Federation thought that Wang Wei had been frightened or affected in some sense in the water ball before, so he looked so sluggish now. They did not disturb Wang Wei, but began to check Wang Wei's body with the first aid equipment they carried. Fortunately, there was nothing abnormal in Wang Wei's physical examination results, and his previous injuries had long been healed, and no problems were found at all. When Wang Wei came to his senses, he looked at the water ball again, and found that the water ball had disappeared without a trace. When did the water ball disappear? Wang Wei immediately turned around and asked the soldiers around him. The soldiers shook their heads one after another. They had just focused all their attention on Wang Wei. They wanted to check Wang Wei's injuries, so they didn't find it at all. Nor did they notice the changes in the water ball. And they didn't know when the water ball disappeared. After seeing Wang Wei care so much about the water ball, one of the soldiers immediately asked Wang Wei what was in the water ball, and why Wang Wei cared so much about it. Wang Wei did not explain the situation to them. After all, if other people knew that there was an alien civilization on this planet, their mentality would change greatly. Although Wang Wei is still unsure whether what he saw just now is true or false. To a large extent, no one needs to fabricate a memory to deceive him. After all, he is just an alien visitor, and it is impossible to predict when he will come to this planet, and when he will discover that there was a civilization on this planet. When thinking of this, Wang Wei did not grow up, but asked everyone to rest on the spot and start as soon as possible in the best condition to find a way out of here. The other soldiers did not say much. After all, Wang Wei's body was healthy and not affected. All they could do now was to follow Wang Wei arrangements. What Wang Wei did not expect was that just when they were about to rest on the spot, Wang Wei's arm touched the stone on the ground, and his hand was instantly petrified. When it touched the ground, there was a sound of stone hitting stone. Wang Wei immediately raised his hand and looked at his arm. The moment he found that his arm had changed, Wang Wei's face became a little strange. If he had not been affected by the baby just now, then his arm would definitely not be petrified quickly after touching the stone. However, at the moment when Wang Wei raised his arm, he was surprised to find that the petrification of his arm disappeared instantly, and his hand became no different from before. The other soldiers did not notice the scene. They were repairing and completing the work of patrolling the surroundings. Only Wang Wei discovered this wing shape, and Wang Wei's heart was instantly raised to his throat, fearing that this situation would affect others. But this did not happen. Wang Wei also discovered a very surprising secret. The arm that was bitten by the baby could assimilate any creature with himself no matter what it came into contact with. That is to say, after his arm came into contact with other creatures, it quickly became the same appearance and attributes as that creature. Although Wang Wei has not figured out what this is, Wang Wei thinks that this should be the special ability of the baby, which was deliberately left to him. Wang Wei did not tell anyone about this. Although he believed that the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation would never betray him, Wang Wei firmly believed that if he could keep a trump card on himself, no matter how powerful the enemy was in the future, he might be able to catch the opponent off guard, thus leaving himself a chance to survive. This thought instantly made Wang Wei feel relieved. But at this moment, Wang Wei was ready to set off, continue his journey, and continue to explore the planet. When they began to explore forward, Wang Wei was surprised to find that this space actually had an end. But the camera seemed to have a barrier. Before they approached the barrier they saw was endless darkness, as if the space they were in had no end. And when they approached the barrier, they could find that the exit of the woods was outside the barrier. However, the warrior stayed in front of the barrier, and did not seem to think of a fundamental way to leave the barrier. Someone walked to his side and asked in a low voice, "The person in charge is now in front of us. What method do we have to use to successfully leave the barrier?" Wang Wei pondered for a moment, and did not give an answer immediately. He guessed that the reason for the barrier here should be because the ruins of the alien civilization on this planet are preserved here, in order to protect the baby in the water ball. The barrier was set up here, but Wang Wei didn't think of any useful way to unlock the barrier. There was no hint to tell them how to leave here. Suddenly, Wang Wei immediately looked down at his arm. If the baby had the ability to assimilate his arm after touching it, would his arm become the same as the barrier if it touched the barrier? If his arm could really become the same as the barrier, does it mean that he could open the barrier through his arm and let them leave this space smoothly? Although all this was just Wang Wei conjecture, Wang Wei knew that they had no way to leave now. Since there was already a conjecture here, why not practice it to see if his conjecture would come true? When Wang Wei tried to touch the barrier, the warriors around him immediately came to stop him. "You must not come near here. Person in charge. We are not sure whether this barrier-like thing will cause us harm. If something happens to you, we may not be able to explain to other leaders." Wang Wei could understand their concerns, but if they wanted to leave here, they would have to pass through this barrier. The only thing they could do now was to find out whether the barrier could be opened. "Get out of my way. I have confidence in my ability. You don't have to worry about me." After saying this, Wang Wei immediately walked slowly in front of his sister and stretched out the hand that had been touched by the baby. He gently pressed on the barrier. After being touched by Wang Wei, the barrier rippled like the surface of the water. As the ripples continued to expand, Wang Wei found that his hand could easily pass through the barrier. This discovery made Wang Wei feel a lot more relaxed. If his arm could easily pass through the barrier, it proved that other people could also pass through the barrier with his help and leave this space. Wang Wei immediately called the other soldiers of the Interstellar Federation and asked them to put their hands in his palms and hold hands with him to see if they could leave here. Wang Wei broke the barrier with one hand and left with half of his body. Soon, the soldiers who held hands with him also walked out of the barrier smoothly, and everyone looked surprised and excited. Only Wang Wei felt that the ability imparted to him by the alien civilization was very strange. If he could really assimilate other creatures with himself, then his ability would be significantly improved. However, Wang Wei did not tell anyone why his hand could unlock the barrier. The warriors did not dwell on this matter because they escaped successfully. As they continued to move forward, Wang Wei used the communicator to contact the King of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso to ask about their situation. The situation of the King of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso was no different from before. Although they encountered many creatures they had never seen before, there were not many creatures that were really aggressive to them. Moreover, there were many people who went out to explore this time. Even if they encountered aggressive creatures, it would not have much impact on them. At this moment, Wang Wei's hanging heart was finally put down. As they continued to move forward, Wang Wei and his team saw a lot of creatures. And these creatures basically looked very friendly. Although Wang Wei was not sure whether these creatures were not very aggressive to other creatures, he always felt that these creatures were not aggressive to them, which had a lot to do with the water ball and the baby in the water ball he had seen before. There was no evidence to prove this feeling, so Wang Wei did not tell anyone. Soon, when they continued to explore, they met the exploration team composed of Interstellar Federation warriors led by the King of the Three-Eyed Star, Goso and other members. Everyone's meeting meant that their exploration of this planet was basically coming to an end, and the next step was to classify and organize all the data they explored. Wang Wei and his team returned to the place where the Red Iron Star people settled. In this case, Wang Wei and his team recorded all the creatures that were aggressive to other creatures and handed them over to the Red Iron Star people for identification. For the Red Iron Star people, what Wang Wei and his team did bring them great convenience. The King of the Red Iron Star people repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Wang Wei, but Wang Wei just laughed it off. For Wang Wei, he didn't need the thanks of the Red Iron Star King. He was satisfied as long as the Red Iron Star King didn't misunderstand them again. After recording and sharing the data of these creatures, Wang Wei and his team originally planned to leave. But at this time, a large number of spaceships appeared in the sky. When he saw these spaceships, Wang Wei immediately ordered the Red Iron Star people to hide in the Interstellar Federation base, and they led the soldiers to deal with these suddenly appearing alien spaceships. After the alien spaceship landed in front of them, several people got off the spaceship immediately. These people first looked at Wang Wei and his team, and used the translator to speak a language that Wang Wei and his team could understand. This planet originally belonged to us. Please leave our planet immediately. Their planet? Wang Wei frowned and looked at the person who had just spoken. He was sure that before they came to this planet, although there were traces of alien creatures on this planet, there must be no alien creatures staying here for a long time. That is to say, after the last civilization on this planet ended, no alien creatures came here to settle down. Wang Wei felt that it was not that there were no alien creatures here, but they did not know much about the biological system here, and had not conducted a large-scale investigation. So they felt that this place was not suitable for alien creatures to live. After a careful and thorough investigation, they determined that most of the creatures here were not aggressive. So they were prepared to let the air aliens settle on this planet. Wang Wei looked at the alien who had just spoken and asked calmly, "You said this planet belongs to you. Do you have any evidence? Before I came to this planet, there was no trace of any alien creatures on this planet. And there was not even any alien creatures. How can you make us believe that this planet belongs to you?" Wang Wei's words were well reasoned. But for some reason, the person opposite him was very annoyed. "We say this planet is ours. Then it must be ours. No matter what you say, this result will not change." Wang Wei now roughly guessed the real purpose of the other party's appearance. The other party should be deliberately trying to cause trouble, or even to occupy this planet. He thought for a moment, and said to the other party with a smile, "First of all, I think our suspicion is not without reason. After all, when we came to this planet and discovered this planet, there was no trace of your presence here, and there was not even any reminder. But you suddenly appeared after we planned to settle on this planet. Do you think this is very reasonable?" The person who just asked Wang Wei to evacuate the planet immediately took out his weapon and pointed it at Wang Wei. "We have already declared to you that this planet belongs to us. But you don't want to leave here, so don't blame us for attacking you." When Wang Wei heard that the other party was going to attack them, a smile appeared on his face. It was just that this smile, with some contempt, made the other party look even more angry. "What are you laughing at? Do you think this is so funny?" Wang Wei shrugged. "It's my business whether I laugh or not. Do you care?" Chapter 333 helped the Red Iron Star people build their home. Wang Wei found their angry expressions very funny, and he would no longer treat them as strong enemies. "If you think that the appearance of a large number of spaceships and their strong appearance in front of us can threaten us and make us give up the planet we found, then you are very wrong. The other party seemed to be completely annoyed by Wang Wei, and immediately raised his weapon to shoot at Wang Wei. A bullet hit Wang Wei's chest, but did not cause any actual damage to Wang Wei. But Wang Wei still covered his chest and pretended to be in great pain. When the other soldiers of the Interstellar Alliance wanted to take action, they were stopped by the King of the Three-Eyed Star and Gozo. They could all see that the pain Wang Wei showed just now must have been fake. As for what Wang Wei was going to do, they didn't know now. But it was better not to stop Wang Wei's plan. Everyone watched Wang Wei acting there quietly, and the alien visitors, who had just appeared, saw Wang Wei's extremely painful reaction, and the situation, that their companions did not dare to take action. A burst of laughter immediately broke out. "Look at you cowardly guys. You were so aggressive just now. Why don't you dare to attack us now? You are right. We are here to occupy this planet. Since you are not able to protect this planet you have discovered, why not leave it to us, and let us protect it?" The leader of the other party immediately ordered their soldiers to control all the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation to give them time and opportunities to occupy this planet. However, just when his order was issued, Wang Wei let go of the hand covering his chest and stared at the other party with a normal expression. "You just said that we are cowardly and incompetent and can't protect this planet we discovered. And you are here to seize this planet, right?" The leader of the alien visitors saw Wang Wei and recovered instantly, without any injuries. He showed a surprised expression on his face and shook his head at Wang Wei. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You can't be safe and sound after being attacked by me. Who are you?" Wang Wei felt that the other party's words were too many and too dense, and there was no intention for him to listen at all. "First of all, who I am has nothing to do with you. Secondly, if you want to occupy this planet, do you think you can succeed by just getting rid of me?" As soon as Wang Wei finished speaking, his men came to report the situation to the alien leader. "Chief, a large number of alien spaceships appeared behind us. What should we do now?" It turned out that Wang Wei did not simply let the Red Iron Star people hide in the Interstellar Federation base. He also told the Red Iron Star King, "Let the Red Iron Star King lead the Red Iron Star warriors to quietly outflank the alien spaceship formation from the rear. They don't need to do anything. Just unite with them and pretend that they have surrounded the aliens." Although the King of the Red Iron Star wanted to teach this group of alien visitors from other planets a lesson, Wang Wei's order still forced him to do as Wang Wei instructed. When the aliens came, the news you saw was that the King of the Red Iron Star led the Red Iron Star warriors to outflank them from behind and surrounded them. At this moment, the alien leader looked at Wang Wei with eyes that almost spit fire. "Did you already know our intentions a long time ago? And you acted very cowardly at the beginning, just to deliberately trick us?" Wang Wei smiled. "I didn't expect you to be so stupid. You actually discovered the truth so quickly." In fact, they had already noticed it when the alien spaceship formation approached. Of course, in order to let the aliens relax their vigilance, Wang Wei deliberately told everyone to pretend to ignore it. When the alien spaceship formation appeared near them, they pretended to panic and let most people flee back to the interior of the Interstellar Federation base, which could further create a situation where the aliens did not take them seriously. Everything was just as Wang Wei said. After the alien creatures appeared, although they were very angry because Wang Wei saw through their disguise, no one noticed that the Red Iron Star King was leading the Red Iron Star to encircle them. So Wang Wei slowly walked towards the alien leader. "In fact, the biggest mistake you made was overestimating yourself and underestimating us. If you really have such ability, then you won't watch this planet in the nearby star field. But there is no way to settle on this planet. You don't have such ability, and you always want to occupy the fruits of others' labor. Who gives you the courage?" No one can answer Wang Wei's question. At least now, the alien creatures have begun to become confused. They don't know how to deal with the next situation. They never thought that Wang Wei and his men would be so strong and not give them any chance to resist. "What are you going to do?" Wei Xiong asked with a look of trepidation. "We have never thought about doing anything to you. Instead, you should think about what you want to do when you come to this planet." The alien leader suddenly understood what Wang Wei meant. It was because they came to this planet and wanted to occupy this planet, and at the same time occupy the fruits of Wang Wei and his men's labor, which caused the real reason why Wang Wei and his men wanted to attack this group of people. But if they now proposed to leave, would Wang Wei and his men let him go? This question could not be answered effectively, so the alien leader did not start immediately. Mouth. After Wang Wei saw through the reaction of the alien leader, he suddenly smiled. "Maybe you think that since you have come and offended us, We will never let you go. But I really want to know why you chose this planet. Have you never discovered this planet before? If they have never discovered this planet, Wang Wei thinks it is unrealistic. But it is very likely that they have sent people to this planet. But their people found it very dangerous after arriving on this planet. And it is not suitable for them to live here. Now that they have seen other people settle on this planet, they think that they may have eliminated the threat on this planet. So they will appear at this time. If you also need a planet to settle, I think this planet is very suitable for you. But if you really want to live on this planet, you have to discuss with the people on other planets behind you. After all, we will not settle on this planet. And you are the ones who really want to live together. The alien leader waved his hands at Wang Wei and the others. We didn't mean that. We came to this planet at this time because we found out that you were here. We think you should be able to find out the secrets of this planet. So, although Wang Wei believed that the alien leader would not lie to him again under such circumstances, he felt that what they said was problematic. According to what you said, did you already know that there was some kind of secret on this planet? The alien leader looked uneasy and seemed to be unsure whether to tell Wang Wei the secrets of this planet and everything they knew. Wang Wei saw what he was thinking and said to him, I know you must think that if you tell us all the secrets of this planet, you may be in danger. But the current situation is that you may be in danger whether you tell us or not. If you tell us what you know and behave very properly, we may be willing to let you go. Under Wang Wei persuasion, the attitude of the diplomatic leader was obviously a little shaken. If I am willing to tell you everything I know, are you really willing to let us go? When he heard this, Wang Wei nodded. There is no conflict between us. If you can guarantee that you will never harass this planet and the people living on it in the future, then I am willing to let you go. The leader of the aliens thought about it and finally told Wang Wei the truth. It turned out that they had encountered a group of alien creatures and learned everything about this planet from them. The alien creatures were sure that there had been a very powerful alien civilization on this planet, but they were invaded by aliens. They were beaten to pieces and finally seemed to have completely disappeared from this planet. And the technology and understanding of this alien civilization allowed their civilization to develop rapidly. So the alien creatures, who knew all this, determined that there must be unknown treasures on this planet. If they could get these treasures, then those who got these treasures in the future would definitely make great progress in science and technology civilization. However, the alien creatures who said this had sent people to this planet, but did not get any good results. Their people seemed to have disappeared from this planet, never left again, and never returned to their tribe. The alien leader who heard all this at that time felt a little incredible. Although they had also been to this planet, the plants on this planet looked very aggressive, and there was nothing special about it. And they also had their own planet. Even if they could use this planet as a colony, there were not so many people who could distinguish and manage this planet. So they never took it to heart, until the spacecraft on their planet saw that there were spacecraft staying near this planet, and some small spacecrafts landed on the surface of this planet. Their long-sealed hearts finally began to waver. They had been thinking that if someone helped them clear all the obstacles on this planet, they only needed to come to this planet to enjoy the fruits of their labor. So they sent out a fleet of spacecraft at this time, ready to come to this planet and occupy everything on this planet. After hearing their words, Wang Wei immediately thought of the alien creatures and alien spacecraft wreckage they had discovered when they were exploring this planet before. If there really are alien creatures that have come to this planet and then disappeared without a trace, they should be the wreckage of the spacecraft and the alien creatures controlled by unknown organisms. When Wang Wei was thinking about all this, the alien leader looked at Wang Wei anxiously. I have told you everything I should tell you. You should keep your promise and let us leave here immediately. Wang Wei did not refuse the other party's conditions. But before letting the other party leave, Wang Wei also wanted to ask clearly where the alien creatures that had mentioned this place to them before lived. From the appearance of the alien spacecraft, Wang Wei was basically sure that the alien creatures that could come to this planet must have some special abilities. And although their technological civilization is not as advanced as the original technological civilization on this planet, it must be not weak. If the Red Iron Star people suddenly encountered this group of alien creatures after settling on this planet, it would be a big trouble for the Red Iron Star people. So Wang Wei wanted to find out and make sure that this group of alien creatures would never invade this planet. Can I send you their planet coordinates? We have traded between our two planets before, so we know their exact location. Since the alien leader's attitude was so upright, Wang Wei smiled. If you had been like this from the beginning, we wouldn't have come to this point. The alien leader smiled and nodded. But he cursed Wang Wei all the time in his heart. If it weren't for Wang Wei, he might not have shown such an attitude towards Wang Wei. The most important thing is that their lives are now in Wang Wei's hands. If they can't be obedient, they don't know what kind of ending they will encounter. At this moment, after Wang Wei got the coordinates of the alien creatures, he asked Goso to monitor the aliens and drive their spacecraft formation away from here. The three-eyed Star King suddenly came up to Wang Wei and asked, "You really let them go like this? Aren't you worried that they will hold a grudge and come back after we leave?" Wang Wei said that even if they didn't let this group of people go, other alien creatures would come here. They can only temporarily help the Red Iron people solve their problems. But it is the Red Iron people who really need to become stronger. That's what I said. But since we have decided to help the Red Iron people, shouldn't we help them to the end? It is precisely because we want to help the Red Iron people to the end that we will let them go. When they have the idea of occupying this planet again next time, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. After hearing this, the King of the Three-Eyed Star finally understood why Wang Wei wanted to let this group of aliens go. If they attacked the aliens just because the aliens came to this planet, it would be unreasonable. But if the aliens on this planet can approach this planet one after another and want to occupy this planet, then they have a reasonable reason to attack this planet. So you have thought of a way a long time ago. Wang Wei smiled helplessly. If he couldn't think of a way early, why would he face the alien visitors directly instead of attacking them immediately? But Wang Wei didn't explain so much. He felt that the most important thing to do now was to figure it out. What are the origins of the alien creatures that once tried to explore and settle on this planet? Wang Wei set Goso to drive a small spaceship to the location of the interstellar coordinates given to them by the alien leader. He wanted to roughly observe the living conditions of the alien creatures. If the alien creatures that had come to this planet were not as terrible as they imagined, then even if there were traces of the arrival of Wanqing creatures on this planet, they would not have to worry at all. If the environment of the planet where these alien creatures lived was very bad, then they must prepare in advance to prevent these alien creatures from attacking the planet together with the alien visitors they had just driven away. The King of the Three-Eyed Star felt that it would be a bit unsafe if Goso was allowed to go alone. So he took the initiative to ask to go with Goso. Goso was a little disgusted with the King of the Three-Eyed Star, and said that such a simple thing did not need to be strengthened at all. He could do it alone by following him. Wang Wei asked Goso not to show off his ability casually, even if the King of the Three-Eyed Star might not be able to give him much help in other aspects. If they encountered danger, at least one of them could come back to report the news. With Wang Wei, Goso naturally did not dare to refuse. So in this case, the two of them drove a small spaceship and left the purple planet. After they left, the King of the Red Iron Star came to Wang Wei and asked Wang Wei what he thought next. Wang Wei said that they had completed the exploration of this planet. So the next thing they had to do was to plan this planet and see where it was suitable for the Red Iron Star people to live. And then they would help the Red Iron Star people create a living environment. When everything was settled, they would leave here and continue to explore other planets. The Red Iron Star people were of course grateful to Wang Wei and his people. But this idea could only be expressed verbally to Wang Wei and his people. After all, Wang Wei and his people had something that the Red Iron Star people did not have. And the Red Iron Star people, who Wang Wei and his people did not have naturally could not have it. Wang Wei comforted the King of the Red Iron Star people. Don't have too much psychological burden. We are willing to do this as our own decision. And it has nothing to do with you. We just want to thank you for your existence and help us strengthen our determination to explore this planet. Chapter 334, Alliance Formation. The King of the Red Iron Star people never thought that Wang Wei didn't care about them at all. The reason why Wang Wei came here was just because he wanted to find out the relevant data and information of all the life forms on this planet. For Wang Wei, the data and information of the life forms here are the most important. Helping them settle on this planet is just a piece of cake. The King of the Red Iron Star people knew that no matter how many words of thanks he said, it would be useless. Fortunately, he directly gave Wang Wei the right to drive the Red Iron Star people. Wang Wei was very surprised and also said that he didn't need such ability to deal with the problems on this planet. Our people are enough. Your people can start building your settlements in the right place according to our suggestions. Wang Wei felt that since the Red Iron Star people wanted to live on this planet, a suitable settlement was very important to them. What's more, most of the creatures on this planet have been recorded by them. And those creatures that pose a threat to alien creatures have basically been completely eradicated by them. Now the only thing the Red Iron Star people need to worry about is only whether there will be alien creatures invading and coveting this planet. However, Wang Wei and his team will stay on this planet for a while. So Wang Wei can guarantee that the Red Iron Star people will never encounter any danger during their stay on the Purple Planet. In order to allow the Red Iron Star people to live here for a long time, Wang Wei decided to report to other planets around about the situation of the Purple Planet. Wang Wei immediately sent people to temporarily settle the Interstellar Federation and pass the news of the Purple Planet to the leaders of the races on the United Planet and the Subspace Planet. Unexpectedly, less than a day after the message was sent out, the leaders of the races of the two planets came to the Purple Planet one after another. When they saw Wang Wei, they all showed great enthusiasm. Only the king of the Red Iron Star people looked at them with a wary face. Wang Wei didn't think much and immediately introduced these leaders to the king of the Red Iron Star people. This is the person in charge of the United Planet. His name is Pachaji. The other two are the leaders of two races on the Subspace Planet. One is Orwell, the leader of the Insect Army, and the other is Rashiel, the leader of the Bayan race. The reason they came to this Purple Planet is because I sent them a notice, hoping that if the Purple Planet encounters an alien invasion in the future, they can immediately appear and provide help to the Red Iron Star people. Pachaji, Orwell and Rashiel all looked at the Red Iron Star King with a kind expression. We have also experienced similar things, and it was Wang Wei who helped us solve the crisis at that time. Rashiel looked at the Red Iron Star King and said. Pachaji also echoed, "That's right. You don't have to worry. Wang Wei and his team have sufficient experience in preventing alien invasions. If you are really worried about the development of things, it is very likely to bring you trouble. So just follow Wang Wei and his arrangements. Wang Wei and his team can guarantee that you will never encounter any danger." The reason why these people appeared here was recognized by the king of Red Iron Star, and he was not as wary of these people as at the beginning, although he had always known that Wang Wei and his team were definitely not bad people. He had never thought that Wang Wei and his team had helped so many people. At this moment, the king of Red Iron Star looked at Wang Wei with gratitude in his eyes. Wang Wei explained the situation of the Purple Planet to others. The biggest problem here is that there have been traces of aliens visiting. We have seen the wreckage of alien spaceships. And not long ago, we also heard that there were aliens who coveted this planet and wanted to settle down on this planet. Although I don't know why. The people who wanted to stay on this planet did not end up staying on this planet. But we are very worried that after the Red Iron Star people successfully stay on this planet, the aliens who once coveted this planet will come back and try to occupy this planet. This is what Wang Wei is most worried about. After hearing this, others also feel that the aliens who have come to the Purple Planet will indeed pose a certain threat to the Red Iron Star people staying on the Purple Planet. Why don't we find a way to find the aliens who have been to the Purple Planet and solve the problem from the root? Pachaji looked at Wang Wei. After hearing what Pachaji said, Wang Wei suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect you to be so violent now." Pachaji scratched his head awkwardly. "Actually, it's not that I'm violent. I just think it might be more convenient to solve the problem this way." Wang Wei certainly understood Pachaji's idea, but using violence to solve the problem was not their ultimate goal. In the country where I live, there is a saying called courtesy before force. We must first explain to the other party what the consequences will be if they do such a thing. If they insist on doing so, then we will use tough measures. Pachaji also felt that Wang Wei's method was very good. At least it looked much more peaceful than his method. "Then do as you say. Do you need our help?" Wang Wei has not thought of where they need help for the time being. He asked them to come here just to hope that when the people of Hanai Star are in danger in the future, people from other planets can come to help. After all, they can't stay on Hanai Planet forever. If Hanai Planet encounters any trouble in the future, Wang Wei also hopes that they can have an ally to help. There is nothing you need to help with. You are currently in the process of recovery and reconstruction. You just need to do your own thing. If the Red Iron people encounter any danger in the future and send you a distress signal, I hope you can handle it as soon as possible and lend a helping hand to the Red Iron people, so that you can form an alliance between the several planets. No matter which of you is attacked by alien creatures, someone can come to help you. Although this is not what he should do, Wang Wei thinks it might be better for him to do this. In fact, this is true. After hearing Wang Wei's words, others gave a positive answer. If the Purple Planet is willing to form an alliance with us, we are certainly willing to lend a hand when they encounter difficulties. The king of the Red Iron people immediately expressed his friendship to everyone. "No problem. I hope we can help each other after forming an alliance in the future." Wang Wei is still very satisfied with the current situation. The next step is to help the new Red Iron people build their homes. The people of several planets have united together to help the Red Iron people open up a wide flat land for them to build their homes here. Although this planet has never been developed, the resources on the planet are very rich, and it is very easy for the Red Iron Star people to build their homes. Wang Wei also asked others to detect the existence of metal minerals on this planet through metal detectors, and handed the general distribution map of metal minerals to the king of the Red Iron Star, although the material resources on the planet you lived on before were very scarce. I hope that your technology can continue to advance and not stay at the original level after coming to this planet. The king of the Red Iron Star was very grateful to Wang Wei for handing him such an important thing. Thank you very much. If there is no specific distribution map of metal minerals, it will be a great disaster for us. Wang Wei shook his head and said that this was just a piece of cake, although we have never met before and have never communicated. After this incident, I believe we have become friends. Although we will continue interstellar travel to explore the civilizations and technologies of other planets in the vast universe, I hope you can live better on this planet in the future. Hearing Wang Wei words, the eyes of the Red Iron Star King were slightly red. No one has ever said such a thing to us. And we also hope that you can gain more in your future interstellar journey. At this moment, the Red Iron Star King and Wang Wei have completely become friends. During the exploration of the Purple Planet, Wang Wei obtained the information and relevant data of most of the creatures on this planet. When helping the mixed iron people build their homes, he basically didn't need to help the interstellar. The soldiers of the Federation can complete most of the tasks. So Wang Wei also has time to stay in the laboratory to complete his experiments. During his experiments, Wang Wei gradually discovered that the plants on this planet seem to have an inexplicable commonality. That is, the problems found by some of the plants, or what they feel, will be transmitted to other creatures through a similar spiritual network. This ability made Wang Wei curious, and Wang Wei felt that the characteristics of this plant might be used in their lives and battles. Although Wang Wei was not a person who advocated fighting, Wang Wei felt that if they could make safety preparations before the battle, they could guarantee their safety to a large extent. So Wang Wei began to study how to integrate the characteristics of this plant into the Xiantian armor. In this way, they could communicate without using communicators. If the enemy invaded on a large scale, it was very likely that the signals emitted by their communicators would be blocked, causing communication interruption. If the communication is interrupted on the battlefield, it will cause them considerable trouble. Some soldiers will lose contact with the person in charge because they cannot receive the signal, causing delays in battlefield information. When Wang Wei thought of this, he felt that it was necessary to bring into play and utilize the characteristics of this plant. When Wang Wei told Cruz about this idea, Cruz also agreed. I didn't expect you to have such an amazing discovery. Wang Wei nodded. The reason why he made this discovery is that he found that all the plant species on this planet, even if they are different, will allow the information they get to be communicated smoothly. Just like they clearly had not come into contact with a creature in the woods that could replicate the same appearance as them. But that kind of plant can clone creatures with similar appearances through the information obtained when other plants contacted them. And this kind of creature can also move freely away from the mother body of the plant. According to all the creatures that Wang Wei has seen, basically no creature can move freely after leaving the mother body. And most plants obtain nutrients through roots and branches. If separated from the roots and branches, these important components will immediately lead to the death of the creature. Although it seems that this kind of death cannot be discovered by them immediately from the outside world. After the root wash and leaves are gone, the extinction of the plant is just a matter of time. After consuming the energy stored in the body, the plant will completely come to an end. Although Wang Wei is not sure how the creatures that look similar to them before maintain their activities, they are basically sure that the activities of this creature should be able to separate from the mother body and control themselves. And according to Wang Wei and his observations, this creature should have a certain specific thinking mode. In general plants, all the behaviors of plants are determined by survival instincts. But the behavior pattern of this plant that Wang Wei and his friends saw before is aggressive. Not because of the aggression caused by survival, which makes Wang Wei think it is worth thinking about. So are they plants or animals? Wang Wei looked at Cruz puzzled. Cruz shrugged at Wang Wei. I don't know whether they are plants or creatures. But what is certain is that they must have a certain degree of intelligence. Do you want to use the intelligence of this creature to improve the Xiantian armor? Wang Wei nodded. Although I never think that fighting is necessary for us. We must be on guard against others. I think the Xiantian armor is more powerful and safer for us. Cruz agreed with Wang Wei's point of view, although I don't know what kind of environment you live in to make you have good intentions towards strangers. But based on my experience, no matter what alien creatures you encounter, even if their behavior and appearance seem very kind, you must use the most vicious thoughts to speculate on their behavior. This may make you look very mean, but at least it won't put you in danger. Although Wang Wei did not agree with Cruz's point of view, he could not deny that Cruz was right. I understand. Thank you for your reminder. When Wang Wei and Cruz were conducting research together, Cruz was also very puzzled. Aren't you worried that I will steal your research results? Wang Wei smiled helplessly. As long as these research results can encounter creatures on this planet, they will definitely be studied. And they will definitely get results that are almost the same as mine. What's more, you are also involved. Why should I worry that you will steal these results? Can't you discover these things by yourself? Cruz didn't expect Wang Wei to think so, and then smiled helplessly. It seems that my thinking is too narrow. But I really didn't think about stealing these research results. These research results don't have much use for me, since giving up the idea of leading a certain race to prosperity. Cruz's life has become casual. He will no longer be entangled in gains and losses, and will naturally be interested in all the meaningful creatures he finds, and is willing to study these creatures. Following the Interstellar Federation, he can unscrupulously complete his research goals on these things without worrying that the Interstellar Federation will be severely damaged by other races, which will make it impossible for him to continue to live a stable life. For Cruz, this kind of life is still very satisfactory. Wang Wei never thought deeply about why Cruz wanted to stay. He just felt that as long as he could ensure that Cruz's stay would not affect other people in the Interstellar Federation, he welcomed anyone to join the Interstellar Federation. Wang Wei and his team made rapid progress in their research. Soon, the Xiantian armor had the ability to contact and communicate with other people wearing Xiantian armor through the characteristics of that plant. After reaching this conclusion, Wang Wei immediately equipped other Xiantian armor with this ability and delivered it to the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation for use. In the previous situation, the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation communicated through communicators, although the Xiantian armor was also implanted with communication functions. This communication signal was indeed easily blocked, and there was a certain delay in the transmission. When Wang Wei integrated the characteristics of plants into the Xiantian armor, they were surprised to find that the Xiantian armor seemed to be able to give them real-time feedback on everything that other people wearing Xiantian armor encountered. Moreover, this transmission was not very chaotic, but was arranged in an orderly manner. They could also prevent these messages from being transmitted to their Xiantian armor by turning off this function. This would allow them to easily receive messages when they want to receive them, and it would not affect their normal actions in combat. At this time, Wang Wei suddenly relaxed a lot. The reconstruction of the homeland by the Red Iron Star people was also going very smoothly. They completed the reconstruction of their homeland almost immediately. Looking at the houses that had been built on the flat land they had cleared, Wang Wei felt that the Red Iron people should be able to live very safely on this planet. Wang Wei also held a huge party after the reconstruction work was completed. At the party, all the Red Iron people played together with the people of the Interstellar Federation. It seemed that they had become friends during the previous work of building their homes. The king of the Red Iron people walked up to Wang Wei and asked, "Why do you have to travel to the stars to explore the dense technology of civilizations on other planets?" The king of the Red Iron people has always been very puzzled by this question. Chapter 335 Encountering an Alien Attack. There is no special reason. I am very yearning for the civilizations on other planets. So I want to explore the civilizations and technologies on other planets, and understand the habits and civilization development history of other biological races in the universe. The king of the Red Iron Star felt that Wang Wei's personality was not suitable for leading a group of people to settle on a planet and become in existence like him. So he led a group of people to explore the civilizations of various planets, which seemed to be the most suitable thing for him to do. I originally wanted to invite you to stay on this planet, but now it seems that you will definitely not agree. Wang Wei smiled and nodded to the king of the Red Iron Star. Yes. I will not stay on any planet for retirement for the time being. I think it is a very fulfilling thing for me to learn more about the civilization development history of other biological populations in my short life. So I will do my best to complete what I want to do in this process. Hearing Wang Wei's words, the king of the Red Iron Star knew that his idea would definitely not be realized one day. So he simply smiled at Wang Wei. If one day you want to settle on a planet, I hope you will come back to this planet. We are very willing to accept you. Wang Wei also thanked the Red Iron Star King. You can think so. which proves that you really regard me as a friend. Wang Wei left here without staying for too long with the biological samples and biological data here. So far, no one knows that Wang Wei has gained the ability to assimilate after contacting the baby in the water ball. Wang Wei did not tell anyone about this. Even the Three-Eyed Star King, who had the best relationship with him. But when leaving, the Three-Eyed Star King still felt a little regretful. I thought it was very likely to encounter other alien civilizations on this planet. But it seems that we thought too much. Wang Wei can understand the feelings of the Three-Eyed Star King. But if there can be alien civilizations on this planet, it proves that they have made sufficient preparations to deal with various emergencies on this planet. But at present, it seems that no alien creature has made such preparations. Even if the civilization on this planet falls, and this planet has become a no-man's land, no alien race has ever been able to successfully settle on this planet, like the Red Iron Star people with their help. We will have many opportunities to encounter alien civilizations in the future. You don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Just after they left the vicinity of the Purple Planet, they began their aimless interstellar journey again. This interstellar journey did not allow them to immediately encounter other alien civilizations Wang Wei, but instead hid in the laboratory and never asked about the big and small things of the Interstellar Federation. Fortunately, the King of the Three-Eyed Star did not stay in the United Planet, but followed them to fulfill Wang Wei's dream. All the big and small things of the Interstellar Federation were simply handed over to the King of the Three-Eyed Star for handling. After the King of the Three-Eyed Star came into contact with Cruz, the King of the Three-Eyed Star found that Cruz did not seem to be as bad as he imagined. So the King of the Three-Eyed Star finally accepted Cruz, and would deal with some issues related to the Interstellar Federation with Cruz. Cruz's insights on certain things did help the Three-Eyed King. So after Wang Wei walked out of the laboratory, he saw the Three-Eyed King and Cruz living in peace. When did you start living in peace? Why didn't I know about this before? Seeing Wang Wei's puzzled eyes, the Three-Eyed King looked helpless. You have left everyone in the Interstellar Federation. Even if we don't live in peace, what difference will it make? Wang Wei sat on the wall with a cup of coffee and watched the busy Three-Eyed King and Cruz. There is really no difference. But if you can live in peace, I think the atmosphere of the entire Interstellar Federation will become very good. And Cruz does have his merits. The reason why he can lead the biological groups to constantly occupy various planets and occupy the resources on the planets is that he has his own strengths. The Three-Eyed Star King rolled his eyes at Wang Wei. If it weren't for Cruz's generous personality, I think what you said now is very likely to make Cruz hate you. After the Three-Eyed Star King finished speaking, Wang Wei immediately looked at Cruz. Will you have hatred towards me? Cruz raised his head from his work after Wang Wei spoke, and shook his head at Wang Wei. Why should I have hatred towards you? Isn't what you said the truth? The Three-Eyed King was speechless by the conversation between the two people. Can you please stop doing this? I feel out of tune with you. Wang Wei smiled and turned to leave. Not long after he walked out of the Three-Eyed King office, Cruz caught up with him. During this period, the Three-Eyed King has been pestering me to help him deal with the affairs of the Interstellar Federation. So I don't have time to go to your laboratory to see how your experiment is going. Wang Wei nodded to indicate that his recent research on the creatures on the Purple Planet has reached a very critical step. But there is one thing he is very puzzled about. When we were exploring creatures on the Purple Planet, we once discovered a black creature. This creature had a group of light balls on its forehead, and these light balls could help them control other creatures. I am very curious whether their control ability is mental control or other abilities, because the abilities of the creatures on the Purple Planet are too strange. They can transmit the same information among different races, and they can also form linkages. Wang Wei suddenly doubted the abilities of the black creatures. After hearing Wang Wei's words, Cruz immediately asked if he could let him see what Wang Wei and his team encountered when they came into contact with the black creatures. What they saw had been recorded by the Xiantian armor, and Wang Wei did not hesitate to immediately hand over the content recorded by the Xiantian armor to Cruz for review. After watching the video content recorded by the Xiantian armor, Cruz gave a conclusion. If I am not mistaken, this creature should have evolved mental control capabilities. Cruz pointed to the video and showed it to Wang Wei. You see, when these small creatures are controlled by the black creatures, their reactions begin to become sluggish, and they will only complete certain behaviors according to the instructions of the black creatures after a period of time. After being reminded by Cruz, Wang Wei has discovered that other creatures controlled by black creatures do have a moment of sluggishness after being controlled. In other words, this black creature uses mental abilities to control other creatures to command other creatures to complete the work of collecting physical objects for him. This situation made Wang Wei feel very interesting, but also very regretful at that time. We thought that this creature should be very aggressive, so we didn't capture one alive. If we could capture one alive, we could get more useful data through close observation. Although creatures with this kind of mind control ability are very rare, they do exist. For example, a large part of our race will awaken mind control abilities after adulthood. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Maybe I can answer your questions. Wang Wei looked at Cruz in surprise, as if he had been enlightened. You're right. Why didn't I think of asking you about these things? When he heard this, Cruz smiled helplessly. Maybe in your subconscious, you completely ignored the fact that I can use mind control abilities. So even if you meet a creature with the same ability, you never thought of me. In fact, Wang Wei's behavior made Cruz feel warm in his heart, because Wang Wei subconsciously ignored the fact that he had mind control abilities, which proved that Wang Wei never thought that his abilities could have a negative impact on everyone in the Interstellar Federation, including himself. Only when you feel that something is not a threat to yourself, you will subconsciously ignore it. This is what Cruz didn't expect. I didn't expect that I have become so safe in your eyes. Aren't you really worried that one day I will use my mental control ability to control the entire Interstellar Federation and make the Interstellar Federation work for me? Wang Wei was not worried about this. So he asked Cruz, if you really want to do this, you also need a reason. Do you still want to retaliate against the Crusoe race? Or even at this moment, you still feel that leading a race or a group of people to capture other planets and plunder other planets' resources can bring you a sense of accomplishment? Cruz thought about what Wang Wei said seriously, and then shook his head at Wang Wei. If it was before, I would indeed feel that such a thing could bring me a certain sense of accomplishment. But now I think such a thing is impossible to happen, because this sense of accomplishment comes from my desire to fight against the Crusoe race. I want them to see my achievements, and let them understand that even if I awaken the mental control ability that they look down on, I can also make a difference. Wang Wei can understand what Cruz said very well. What Cruz experienced at the beginning made him eager to prove himself and prove that the ability he awakened was not as useless as the people of the Crusoe race thought. So Cruz would lead other alien species to conquer other planets, use the resources of other planets, and strengthen them. But now the Crusoe race has basically been exterminated. Even if there are still some people scattered on other planets, they will not cause any impact or threat to Cruz. Under such a situation, Cruz would never think of using mental control ability to make a certain race or all the people in the Interstellar Federation work for him to complete his plan. So Wang Wei naturally did not have any idea of being on guard against Cruz, but just felt that Cruz could indeed provide him with great help to a certain extent. Let's not talk about this. Anyway, I trust you very much now, and I believe that you will never hurt anyone in the Interstellar Federation. Let's talk about your mental control ability. Wang Wei asked some related questions to determine what kind of impact the ability of mental control has. After Cruz answered his questions, Wang Wei suddenly found that the range of mental control ability is not large. Just like Cruz can't control many people at the same time. Even when Cruz wanted to control him, he encountered a situation where he couldn't control him. But the black creature's mental ability seems to be very strong. It can control many small creatures in a short time to help it complete the purpose of collecting food. This situation is something Cruz has never seen before. Even those who have awakened the strongest mental ability at the beginning will gradually weaken their mental control ability after not using this ability for a long time. Wang Wei also learned from Cruz that mental ability needs to be exercised to make it gradually stronger. Wang Wei asked Cruz, "You have never used mental ability during this period. So has your mental control ability regressed?" Cruz shook his head. The regression of mental ability is not so obvious. If you don't use mental control ability frequently, you can't find this matter immediately. So Cruz didn't notice any signs of his mental control ability deteriorating. So he couldn't answer Wang Wei's question. Wang Wei still had a lot of doubts, but Cruz couldn't answer them all for now. However, Cruz made a suggestion. If he met an alien race with mental control ability that he could communicate with in the future, Wang Wei could try to communicate with them, and perhaps get a more effective answer. After all, even if he has the ability of mind control, he has not used this ability frequently before. For him, the use of this kind of mind control ability is very useless. If he cannot control many people, his own actions will also be affected. If he has stronger strength, there is no need to use such ability. Although it seems that the effect of this ability is very significant on the black creature, After all, the black creature controls some relatively small creatures, so it may not consume too much mental ability when he controls other creatures on a large scale. After Wang Wei had no doubts, he began to study again. His assimilation ability allows Wang Wei to choose to assimilate himself with the creature after contacting the same creature, or assimilate the creature with it. Two different assimilation directions can allow Wang Wei to get more useful information. But Wang Wei has not yet studied the specific use of this assimilation ability. He once imagined assimilating his body with steel, but the effect of assimilation was not ideal, because ordinary steel, even if Wang Wei assimilated it, is not strong enough, and cannot be used as a weapon to help him win in the process of fighting. If it is not ordinary steel, they have not yet researched a material that can surpass the existence of Xiantian armor. Wang Wei's sight finally fell on his Xiantian armor. They did not find a material with higher strength than Xiantian armor, so he could try to assimilate his body with Xiantian armor. During the assimilation process, Wang Wei found that his body had indeed been strengthened to a certain extent, and after assimilation, his body did not need to wear Xiantian armor to have the same ability as Xiantian armor. This ability does not seem to be of much use. But for Wang Wei, he has found a new trump card that can be used in the process of fighting. Although Wang Wei did not have the habit of wearing Xiantian armor all the time before, after experiencing the invasion of the subspace planet and the Crusoe race, Wang Wei now basically wears Xiantian armor whenever he is not resting. At this moment, their spaceship was attacked by alien creatures, and the entire spaceship sounded a piercing alarm. Wang Wei had just walked out of the laboratory when he saw the three-eyed Star King, Goso and Cruz walking towards him. The expressions of the three of them were very solemn. After seeing Wang Wei, Xiaohua immediately said, "We were attacked by unknown creatures. It is not yet certain how serious the damage to the spaceship is, but I think we should immediately investigate who attacked us and what their purpose is in attacking us." Wang Wei immediately asked Goso to lead the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation to drive the small spaceship to find out the situation. At the same time, he also put on the Xiantian armor and prepared to drive the small spaceship to see the situation together. Cruz and the three-eyed Star King who stayed in the Interstellar Federation were responsible for finding the places where the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation was attacked and damaged, and speeding up the repair progress. "Don't worry. We will never give them the opportunity to attack us again. You can repair the damaged parts of the spaceship with peace of mind." After Wang Wei said this, he turned around and got on the small spaceship to leave. Cruz asked to go with Wang Wei, but was rejected by Wang Wei. "We are not sure who attacked us and what the purpose of the attack is, so someone still needs to be in charge of the Interstellar Federation base. The Three-Eyed King can lead other staff to find out the damage to the spacecraft and repair it as soon as possible. And the other monitoring work falls on Cruz. So it is impossible for Cruz to go with Wang Wei to check who attacked the spacecraft of the Advanced Federation." Cruz did not raise any more objections, but turned around to complete his work. After Wang Wei's spacecraft detached from the giant spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation, he began to contact Goso. "Have you found out what alien creature attacked our spacecraft?" Chapter 336, Alien Creatures Being Used. Goso responded that they had not found any alien spaceships yet, so they were still exploring. Wang Wei couldn't help but frown after hearing this conclusion. If even Goso didn't chase them out in the first place, if they found the alien spaceship that attacked them, they would most likely prove that the alien spaceship had the ability to be invisible. What Wang Wei was most worried about was the alien spaceship, which had the ability to be invisible. After all, if the other party was in the dark and they were in the light, they would be completely unable to detect the other party's existence. If the other party kept attacking the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation, they would be very passive. When he thought of this, Wang Wei told Goso to find out as soon as possible what alien creature it was that attacked their spaceship, and he must find out where the other party was, and he would use his exploration ability to find the whereabouts of the alien spaceship as soon as possible. After receiving the order, Goso went full steam ahead to tell other stars. The soldiers of the Federation team used biological detectors to detect whether there were any traces of alien activities nearby. Wang Wei explored at a distance from Goso and his team, and also turned on the biological detector. Soon, Wang Wei found a hidden spaceship. According to the response given by the biological detector, the size of this spaceship was not small. But Wang Wei didn't understand why the seemingly large spaceship had to attack their spaceship, even though they had not provoked any alien creatures. Wang Wei left the small spaceship. used the Xiantian armor to jump onto the alien spaceship. Wang Wei found that after he came into contact with the alien spaceship immediately sounded an alarm, and it was obvious that it had discovered its existence. At this time, Wang Wei immediately used the assimilation ability to assimilate his body with the alien spaceship. When the assimilation was completed, Wang Wei found that the alien spaceship's alarm completely disappeared. He knew that the alien spaceship was likely to detect the approach of other surgical creatures, but could not detect his body after assimilation. Wang Wei used his current physical attributes to gradually explore the alien spaceship, and finally found the spaceport on the alien spaceship where small spaceships can land. Wang Wei followed the entrance of the spaceport and successfully sneaked into the alien spaceship. And while he successfully sneaked into the alien spaceship, he immediately sent a message to Goso, asking Goso and others to continue pretending to explore nearby. And he had already penetrated into the alien spaceship. Goso immediately stopped Wang Wei and said that his actions were very dangerous, and it was very likely to be discovered by the outside creatures. At that time, Wang Wei would be isolated and helpless, and they didn't know where the alien spaceship was. There was no chance to provide help and rescue to Wang Wei. Wang Wei told Goso not to worry, that he could guarantee his own safety. But he must let Goso attract the attention of the aliens, so that he would not be discovered by the aliens after sneaking into the alien spaceship. The moment Goso found that he could not convince Wang Wei, he could only curse and immediately do as Wang Wei asked. However, he still asked Wang Wei to send the coordinates of the alien spaceship. They must make sure not to approach this area. At the same time, they can also attract the attention of aliens in places that can be observed in this area. After Wang Wei walked into the alien spaceship, he found that the aliens on this spaceship were exactly the same as the aliens controlled by strange creatures they had seen on the purple planet before. Wang Wei was worried that these aliens might make a comeback. Now it seems that these aliens must have sent some news, so they attacked them. Although he was not sure why they took the initiative to attack the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation, Wang Wei was sure that this group of aliens, they should have known that they had helped the Red Iron Star people settle on the purple planet. Now what he had to do was to find out whether the real purpose of this group of aliens attacking the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation was to defeat them and occupy the purple planet. Wang Wei immediately passed the message to Goso and asked Goso to inform the king of the Three-Eyed Star to inform the king of the Red Iron Star on the purple planet to be ready. Although they will do their best to stop the aliens from approaching the purple planet, they cannot deny whether the aliens have sent small spaceships to the purple planet. This kind of alien spaceship has the ability to be invisible. If they secretly land on this planet with the ability to be invisible, even if the Red Iron Star King has received their help and has made some progress in technology, it is probably difficult for him to detect the approach of aliens. Goso responded immediately, saying that he would inform the Three-Eyed Star King of this matter as soon as possible, and let the Three-Eyed Star King contact the Red Iron Star King as soon as possible. Wang Wei did not give Goso any more responses. Goso was sweating while contacting the Red Iron Star King. He also informed the Red Iron Star King and others about Wang Wei's successful infiltration into the alien spaceship. The Red Iron Star King was furious when he heard that Wang Wei had secretly infiltrated the alien spaceship alone, and even wanted to find out why the aliens wanted to chase the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation and launch an attack. This person doesn't care about his own safety at all. What's wrong with him? Why do you have to take such a risk? Russia can understand Wang Wei's thoughts. After all, if they attack the spaceship of the exoplanets on a large scale, it will definitely cause casualties. This is what Wang Wei is most reluctant to see. Moreover, they can currently contact Wang Wei through the Xiantian battle armor, and will not let Wang Wei use the communicator to contact, causing the signal to be exposed and discovered. He began to comfort the Three-Eyed Star King and told him not to worry. The Three-Eyed King was very anxious. How can I not worry about him sneaking into the interior of the alien spaceship alone? This behavior is simply playing with his life. Crew said that the Three-Eyed King should trust Wang Wei and believe that Wang Wei would never cause any trouble to them because of such things. The situation on Wang Wei's side was not as critical as the Three-Eyed King and his friends imagined. No one had discovered his existence so far. He also successfully followed the aliens in the spaceship to their main control room. In the main control room, Wang Wei saw a person wearing a crown who looked like the leader of the alien creatures. Wang Wei turned on the communicator, but did not send any signal. He just used the communicator to translate what the alien creature said. Although the words translated by the communicator were not very accurate, It also made Wang Wei roughly understand the real reason why the alien creatures attacked their spaceship. Just as Wang Wei imagined. The reason why the alien creature spaceship attacked them was because they already knew that there were traces of this spaceship landing on the purple planet. And the purple planet was basically occupied by the owner of this spaceship. They thought that the owner of this spaceship had occupied their planet. So they wanted to attack this spaceship. The spaceship that made the aliens very angry was naturally the spaceship owned by Wang Wei and his team. Wang Wei didn't expect that they would be hated by the aliens just because they helped the Red Iron Star people. However, since the aliens have already had conflicts with them, Wang Wei has no need to show any mercy to them. Wang Wei left the alien spaceship and issued an order to let the Three-Eyed Star King and his team control the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation and approach the coordinates specified by it. After he drove the small spaceship back to the plot spaceship of the Interstellar Federation, Wang Wei changed his clothes and prepared to communicate with the aliens. The aliens were very surprised when they saw the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation approaching them. After all, their spaceship had turned on the stealth mode, which means that it is absolutely impossible to be discovered if no one leaks the secret. But now they were still discovered. The leader of the alien creatures began to question the others on the spaceship, whether anyone had leaked the specific location of their spaceship. However, they only launched an attack on the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation, which means that it is absolutely impossible for anyone to leak the specific location of their spaceship. And it is even more impossible to have any contact with the plot spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. The leader of the alien creatures could not find the person who leaked the secret, but found that the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation was constantly approaching them. They could only try to attack the giant spaceship of the Economic Federation to force them not to approach further. However, the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation had opened the protective shield, and the alien creatures' attack on them was not even as good as tickling, and could not cause any impact on them. Just when the leader of the alien creatures hesitated, the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation had already docked near the spaceship of the Outer Pine creatures, and they sent a request for meeting to the spaceship of the Outer creatures through a signal. The leader of the alien creatures was surprised that the other planetary races in the giant spaceship actually wanted to meet them directly. And at the same time, they were worried that the other party had set a trap for them. After all, they had never thought that the alien creatures would actually ask to meet with them, rather than directly attacking them. Wang Wei drove a small spaceship and parked in front of the alien creature spaceship. Wang Wei directly shouted to the alien spaceship, "I hope to meet with your person in charge and talk about why your spaceship attacked our spaceship." The leader of the alien creatures is now in a dilemma. He doesn't want to meet Wang Wei, but he is worried that if Wang Wei really attacks their spaceship, it is very likely that their spaceship will suffer considerable damage. In the end, he decided to meet Wang Wei as Wang Wei requested. When he met Wang Wei, he was very surprised that Wang Wei, who looked very weak, was actually the person in charge of the giant spaceship. "We are the ones who attacked your spaceship. Now that you have seen me, what do you want to say?" The alien leader looked arrogant. Even if he was uneasy, he didn't dare to show his lack of confidence in front of Wang Wei. Wang Wei ignored the other party's arrogance and just asked why the other party attacked the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. They had never met before, so there was no grudge between them. "I heard that you occupied the purple planet. Since you occupied the purple planet, you are our enemy. It is normal for us to attack you." After listening to the words of the alien leader, Wang Wei just felt funny. Obviously, they did not fight the purple planet at all, and the purple planet had been in a state of no owner before. Why did they have to be attacked by alien creatures when they stayed on the purple planet? "You said we occupied the purple planet. What evidence do you have to prove that we occupy this planet?" Wang Wei was basically sure that even if the alien creatures had thought about the purple planet and wanted to make the purple planet their territory, but they did not succeed. Moreover, there were actually very few alien races who settled on the purple planet. The only one they met was the group of aliens who had landed on the purple planet before and promised not to leak any information about them. Wang Wei suspected that it was very likely that this group of aliens leaked the fact that they stayed on the purple planet and described the appearance of their spaceship to this group of aliens. Otherwise, this group of aliens would not be able to accurately grasp their information, and it would be even more impossible to know how they occupied the purple planet. The alien leader was righteous. "How we know this? You don't need to care. But what we said is the truth. Do you still want to deny it?" Wang Wei smiled helplessly. "It seems that you still don't know what happened on the purple planet. First of all, I want to tell you that there is no alien race staying on the purple planet, which means that this planet has no owner. So it is normal for creatures to stay and live on this planet. And we didn't develop the purple planet. The real living on the purple planet is another group of alien races. Us. I also think you have no reason to accuse us of occupying the purple planet, unless you can show evidence that this planet belongs to you. The alien leader certainly couldn't show any evidence. After all, for them, they didn't succeed in letting their tribe stay and live on the purple planet. The reason why they launched an attack on the Story spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation was that they felt unbalanced after hearing that the Interstellar Federation had successfully settled on the purple planet and seemed to have solved the strange creatures on the purple planet. So what? You occupied a planet without an owner. So are you right? Hearing that the other party began to make trouble, Wang Wei felt that there was no need to continue this negotiation. First of all, I have declared to you that we did not occupy anyone's planet, because there is no trace of any alien race staying on the purple planet. So we helped other alien races settle on the purple planet. Secondly, we did not stay on the purple planet, but were preparing to travel to other star fields for interstellar travel. You directly attacked us and thought you were right. So you could only see the truth in your hands. After Wang Wei finished speaking, he was ready to leave when the alien leader was completely panicked at this moment. They have seen the giant spaceships of the Interstellar Federation, and they have also discovered that the plot spaceships of the Interstellar Federation can indeed bring them a serious threat. At this moment, Wang Wei decided not to negotiate with them. It really made the leader of the alien creatures feel that if they could not reach a settlement with Wang Wei and his team this time, Wang Wei and his team would probably launch an attack on the next. Wait a minute. You said that you did not settle on the purple planet, but led other alien races to settle on the purple planet. Is this true? Wang Wei slowly turned his head and looked at the alien leader. Do you think I need to lie to you about this matter? I don't know who told you the news that we occupied the purple planet, but I suspect that the other party may be resentful of our heart failure. So they took the initiative to let you come and attack us. You are being used. After hearing Wang Wei's explanation, the alien leader was very angry. He never thought that he was the one being used. Impossible. He would never dare to deceive us. When Wang Wei heard this, he was very helpless. Since you don't believe it, I have no choice. But I still say that there is no trace of any alien species staying on the purple planet, which means that this planet has no owner. So other alien species do not need to get anyone's permission to settle on this planet. If you still think you want to attack us because of this matter, then we have nothing to say, and we will also take corresponding counterattack measures. This time, Wang Wei did not stop to express his meaning to the alien leader, and immediately returned to the giant star spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. At this moment, the three-eyed Star King and crews immediately surrounded Wang Wei and asked about the results of the conversation. When Wang Wei told the three-eyed Star King and crews about the results of his conversation with the alien leader, both of them expressed helplessness. He must have known something. So he launched an attack on us. It seems that the promises made by the group of people before were not fulfilled at all. Wang Wei also felt that he should not trust anyone easily anymore. But the first problem they had to solve this time was the attack of the aliens on them. Although it was not certain whether the outside creatures would attack them again after knowing everything, Wang Wei felt that they must not take it lightly. Next, make full preparations for defense and attack. Chapter 337 Looking for the Culprit. The alien leader is now also uneasy. The pressure brought to him by the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation is too great. So he dare not take it lightly when dealing with Wang Wei and his people. At the same time, they don't want to give in to Wang Wei and his people. After all, they are indeed the first to discover the purple planet. But their people have not been able to set up camp on the purple planet. After returning to their spaceship, the alien leader began to discuss with his confidants whether to fight with Wang Wei and his people or negotiate with them peacefully. The confidants of the alien leader are divided into two attitudes. One is a part of people who agree to launch an attack on Wang Wei and his people immediately. The other is to negotiate with Wang Wei and his people peacefully to solve the previous conflicts. The part of the main war believes that Wang Wei and his people have already violated the interests of their biological group. Since the interests of their group have been violated, they must never show weakness in front of the other party, although they are likely to lose to the other party in the process of fighting. If they show weakness, they will never be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. If this matter is heard by the creatures of other planets in the future, they will become a laughing stock. Those who advocate peace talks believe that they have not completely occupied the purple planet. Just like what Wang Wei said at the time. The planet has no owner. So a planet without an owner can naturally allow other people to live in it. And now they have also seen that the opponent's strength is obviously higher than theirs. Which means that the possibility of them winning in the hands of the opponent is extremely low. In this case, if we take the initiative to heal, they will not attack us. And we can also make friends with them smoothly. Having such a strong ally is a rare good thing for our race. When the part of the people who advocated peace talks said this, the people who advocated war before suddenly fell silent. Because they all understand that in the disputes between various planets, if they can have a strong ally, it means that they can become a stronger party. And they will most likely not be bullied in the future. In this situation, the alien creature leader immediately accepted the proposal of the confidant who advocated peace talks. Just follow the method of the peace talks and send people to contact the other party to see if they are willing to join us. 2 small spaceships flew out of the alien spaceship, resisted near the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation, and sent them a non-aggressive signal. The king of the three-eyed star immediately called Wang Wei and asked Wang Wei about his thoughts on the approach of the small spaceship of the alien creatures. What do you think they want to do now? The king of the three-eyed star asked with his chin in his hand. Wang Wei hesitated for a moment and answered the question of the king of the three-eyed star. If I am not mistaken, they should come to show us goodwill. Show goodwill. The king of the three-eyed star obviously did not believe Wang Wei's words. For the king of the three-eyed star, he felt that the alien creatures could not bow to them so easily. If the other party really had this idea, they would never attack them at the beginning. Do you really intend to believe them? The king of the three-eyed star still hoped that Wang Wei could be more cautious. No. I want to believe them. But they have taken the initiative to come to discuss the peace talks, and have taken the initiative to show us goodwill. If we don't respond, then they will catch us. Wang Wei never forgot that someone leaked the appearance of their spaceship to the aliens, which gave the aliens an opportunity to attack their spaceship. If this group of people became angry after being rejected by them, and joined other aliens to launch a large-scale attack on them, although it may not make the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation helpless, it will also cause them some trouble. So since the other party took the initiative to find them, Wang Wei hoped to have a certain degree of communication with the other party. Even if they could not really achieve the purpose of the peace talks, it would be good for them. The king of the three-eyed star understood Wang Wei's meaning, and did not continue to dwell on this matter. He immediately asked people to take the people sent by the other party to the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. At first, the aliens showed some resistance and fear after learning that they were going to be taken to the giant spaceship. They believed that Wang Wei's main purpose in sending people to take them to the giant spaceship was not to discuss peace with them, but to attack them and murder them. After hearing this, Goso immediately used the communicator to contact Wang Wei and the king of the three-eyed star, and explain the alien creatures' ideas to them. What should we do now? Should we bring them to our spaceship by force? Or negotiate with them outside? Wang Wei thought about it, and decided to follow the other party's advice. Contact them outside the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation, and discuss how to negotiate. Wang Wei could understand their concerns. After all, this kind of thing was indeed very dangerous for them. So when Wang Wei appeared in a small spaceship, the alien creatures were still puzzled. They never thought that Wang Wei would be so easy to talk to, and agreed to negotiate with them so easily. However, when Wang Wei found that the leader of the alien creatures did not appear, but only sent his confidant, he felt a little surprised and puzzled. After all, for him, what he wanted to see was definitely the leader of the alien creatures, not the confidant of the alien creature leader. If you don't have the attitude of peace talks, then we won't force you to negotiate with us. So how to solve the problem? Then solve it. After saying this, Wang Wei turned around and was about to leave. However, his action was stopped by the alien creature. Of course we are here to propose peace talks. But we don't know what your opinion is about us. Why do you suddenly not want to discuss peace talks with us? Wang Wei could understand that the two sides would have differences in some opinions when they were of different races. So he patiently explained his thoughts to the other party. You were the first to attack us. We have never harmed your interests, let alone any conflicts with you. In this case, the most important thing you should do is to apologize to us, instead of sending you to represent your entire race to discuss peace talks with us. So from this point, I can conclude that you have no intention of discussing peace talks. But you are forced to do so. Since you act like you are being forced, then there is no need to continue. Right? Wang Wei stared at the alien creature. And the alien creature also felt uneasy. It sounded like this was indeed the case. After all, their leader had told them before that when their leader met Wang Wei for the first time, his attitude was still very tough. They never promised to apologize to Wang Wei, or even to discuss peace talks. At that time, Wang Wei expressed his willingness to attack them, and clearly stated that he would definitely avenge what they had suffered. So they probably only have one way to solve the current problem. That is, to go back and inform their leader immediately, and let the leader come out to talk to Wang Wei, the confidant of the alien leader, who was sent to comfort Wang Wei. Don't worry. We don't know what kind of situation this matter has reached for you, so we may be negligent in some aspects. But you can rest assured. I will send someone back now to invite our leader to discuss the matter with you in person. The other party has already put such a correct attitude. Wang Wei has nothing to say. Just sit down and wait for their leader to come and discuss the relevant matters of the peace talks with him in person. Soon the alien leader took a small spaceship and appeared on the spaceship, where they discussed the relevant matters of the peace talks together. After seeing Wang Wei, the face of the alien leader became a little ugly. Wang Wei knew that it would be awkward for the alien leader to see him again. After all, if they had gotten along well before, the aliens would not have to take the initiative to propose peace talks with him. I don't know this time. Leader, do you realize where your mistakes are? If you don't think you have done anything wrong, but are forced to propose peace talks with us, then I don't think there is any need for us to continue the discussion. The alien leader's face became a little ugly, but he still didn't dare to ask Wang Wei to refuse the peace talks. He honestly expressed to Wang Wei their desire to reconcile with the Interstellar Federation. After returning, under the persuasion of my people, I found that we really had no reason to hold you responsible. After all, although we had set foot on that planet before, we failed to successfully settle down on that planet. Just like you said, that planet should have no owner, and anyone who has the ability can settle down on that planet. The other party's attitude was quite sincere, and Wang Wei's expression was a little relaxed. We have no intention of occupying that planet. But the planet where our friends live is short of resources. So we have to find a planet with sufficient resources to continue living. So we chose the purple planet. Since you have settled on this planet, I believe you should be aware of the many dangers on this planet. Now that the danger has been eliminated by us, you suddenly jump out and say that this planet belongs to you, and we are the ones who occupy this planet. It seems a bit too rogue. Although the facts are just as Wang Wei said, the alien leader still felt a little embarrassed when he was exposed in front of him. You are right. We were a little too greedy. But we also listened to the instigation of others, and thought that you occupied the purple planet. So we attacked you. This is all an unintentional misunderstanding. I hope you don't mind. After you approached our spaceship, we discovered your strength. If you really want to own and occupy a planet, I am afraid you can easily achieve it without using any means. So we were really deceived by others and misunderstood you. I hope you don't mind. Although we don't expect to be friends with you, we also hope that there will be no conflict between us. The other party's attitude has been expressed so clearly that Wang Wei did not want to continue to pursue it. Regarding the damages suffered by our spacecraft, I will list a list later. You can make compensation according to your wishes. If you cannot make compensation, we do not mind. Now I have only one request, which is to ask you to tell me who told you that we occupied the purple planet. If you can provide the other party's identity information, then our grievances can be written off. The alien leader did not intend to betray the alien race that tipped him off at first. But when he heard Wang Wei say that he wanted to write off the previous grievances, he was immediately moved. The alien species that betrayed the information to them seemed to be helping them to protect the planet that should have belonged to them. But in fact, they treated them as fools and wanted to use them to target Wang Wei and others who were more powerful than them combined. If they really launched an attack on Wang Wei this time, the loss of their planet can be imagined. Of course I can tell you. The alien leader reported the coordinates and even told Wang Wei that if Wang Wei and others needed help, he could personally lead Wang Wei and his spacecraft to the other party's planet. Wang Wei did not intend to let the alien leader and his race get involved in this matter, so he did not accept the other party's proposal, but hoped that the other party would figure out the facts before taking action in the future. Otherwise, they might not encounter alien creatures as easy to talk to as them. The alien leader could only nod repeatedly. Although they found that the Interstellar Federation was not easy to deal with after they met it, they still had the strength to fight against other alien creatures. But he dared not say anything in front of Wang Wei, and only dared to nod and promise honestly that he would figure out the truth before taking action in the future. Wang Wei did not force the alien leader to preach. He knew that the thinking mode of this kind of people had become fixed, even if they could use their strong ability to make the other party temporarily obey their discipline. They could not predict what would happen in the future. This matter ends here. I hope there will be no conflicts when we meet again in the future. But the result that the alien leader wanted was not like this. When Wang Wei wanted to leave, he stopped Wang Wei. Action. Asking Wang Wei why they were wandering between different planets. Her attitude looked like she was going to chat with Wang Wei. But Wang Wei had already guessed what the other party was thinking. I'm afraid the reason why the leader of the alien creatures took the initiative to chat with him was to use his hand to become a stronger existence among other alien races. Faced with such a situation, Wang Wei did not expose it, but only told the leader of the alien creatures implicitly that they would not participate in any disputes between planets, but they would try their best to mediate. So if the leader of the alien creatures decided to get along with them in a friendly manner with the idea of asking him for help, then the other party had made a wrong calculation. The expression of the leader of the alien creatures suddenly began to become awkward. He really didn't expect Wang Wei to say such a thing, and he didn't know how to solve it for a while. However, Wang Wei did not give the other party a chance to regret. He said that since the conflict between them had been resolved, he had more important things to do next, and would not accompany him. Then we won't bother you anymore. After the two sides parted ways, Wang Wei immediately returned to the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. The king of the three-eyed alien and Goso were anxiously waiting for the news Wang Wei would bring back. When they saw that Wang Wei did not look abnormal when he returned, they all breathed a sigh of relief. From your look, the other party should really agree to live in peace with us. But do we really have to suffer a loss in vain? The three-eyed Star King still felt a little angry. They were traveling well in space, but were suddenly attacked. Now they have to live in peace with the other party. And they don't even have a little compensation. The other party provided us with who leaked our identity. Do you think this is not enough? The three-eyed Star King did not expect Wang Wei to get such a result. For them, if someone can really tell them who leaked their identity of the person who once settled on the purple planet and portrayed them as the evil people who occupied the purple planet, it is indeed very tempting for them. So it was the group of people who had been to the purple planet before? The three-eyed Star King thought for a while and asked. Wang Wei nodded to the three-eyed Star King. You are right. It is them. After hearing this, the three-eyed Star King was even more angry than before. I knew it must be them. When they came to the purple planet, I felt that something was wrong with them. I didn't expect that we would really catch them. Actually, none of this matters. The main thing is that he has promised us that he will never reveal what happened on the purple planet to anyone. But they broke their promise. So I think it's time for us to ask them for justice. After that, Wang Wei told the three-eyed Star King the specific coordinates given to him by the alien leader, and asked the three-eyed Star King to tell the people in the control room to drive their spacecraft to the designated coordinates. He wanted to find out how bold the people who insulted them behind their backs were to dare to do such a thing. Goso, who was standing aside, was very excited when he heard that Wang Wei was going to cause trouble for the other party. Wang Wei looked at him puzzled and asked, "Why are you so warlike now?" Chapter 338 Confusion of Right and Wrong. Gosuo disagreed with Wang Wei's statement. He felt that his behavior could not be considered belligerence, but only to ensure his own safety and safeguard his own interests. Now that we have risen up as a federation, we have the strength to ensure our own safety and protect our interests. So why should we swallow our anger when we are violated and insulted by others? Wang Wei felt that he could not make things clear to Gosuo, so he simply did not bother with him. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the king of the three-eyed star. I still have research to complete, so I still need your help with the big and small things on the spacecraft during this period. If you have any questions, you can come to the laboratory to find me. When we arrive at the coordinates given by the alien leader, remember to notify me as soon as possible. The king of the three-eyed star knew that Wang Wei was new to research, so it didn't make any sense. He just asked Wang Wei to pay attention to his health and not to exhaust himself. After Wang Wei left, Goso looked at the three-eyed Star King with a puzzled look. Why do I always feel that Wang Wei has become a little too kind now? He was obviously not like this before. The three-eyed Star King rolled his eyes at Goso. It's not that he has become too kind. It's obviously that you have become too violent. Goso hoped to solve all the things that happened during this period by violent means, while Wang Wei intended to solve the problem from the root. The two of them had completely different ways of solving problems. But Goso didn't notice this. He thought his ideas were very correct, and there was nothing wrong with him. The three-eyed Star King was too lazy to talk to him more, and immediately walked to the cockpit of the spacecraft to explain what Wang Wei had just told him. Goso saw that no one paid attention to him, and couldn't wait to walk to the dormitory where the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation lived, wanting to get recognition from the soldiers. After Wang Wei returned to the laboratory, he saw that Cruz was still conducting research according to the research direction he had set. Cruz felt helpless after seeing Wang Wei coming back. "We haven't used any means yet, but the other party has already come to us to discuss peace talks. What's your mentality now?" Wang Wei didn't know what his mentality was now, but he just felt that he was a little innocent. After all, they never thought of hurting anyone, let alone plundering any resources on any planet. "Let's not talk about this. Is there any new progress in the plants I asked you to study before?" Cruz shook his head and shrugged helplessly at Wang Wei. "You have been away for a short time. How could I make a major breakthrough in research in such a short time? You are simply forcing others to do something difficult." Wang Wei looked at Cruz in surprise. He didn't expect that in their brief contact with Cruz actually learned how to use Xiaogua idioms to talk to him. "I didn't expect your learning ability to be so fast. It seems that I really underestimated you." The two began to devote themselves to the intense research work again. The giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation was moving very fast, so they successfully arrived near the planet with the specific coordinates obtained before in a very short time. For them, they did not intend to attack the creatures on this planet immediately. As Wang Wei said, Wang Wei still planned to have a good discussion with them, ask them clearly why they insulted and slandered the Interstellar Federation. If the other party refused to admit it, they would use tough measures. What they did not expect still happened. When their spaceship approached, the other party immediately sent a small spaceship formation to attack their giant spaceship. At this moment, the king of the three-eyed star looked at those little bear spaceships that were like cute pets, which were launching a painless attack on the spaceships of the Interstellar Federation, and was immediately furious. "We have given them a chance, but they don't cherish it well. Then we can't blame us, right?" The king of the three-eyed star looked at Goso, and made the first decision he made without notifying Wang Wei after he took over the affairs of the Interstellar Federation on behalf of Wang Wei. Lead the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation to launch a counterattack against them immediately without regard for the consequences. We must teach them a lesson. Goso seemed to have been waiting for this sentence from the king of the three-eyed alien. So after hearing the arrangement of the king of the three-eyed alien, he immediately rushed to the dormitory of the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation. He selected the assistant he thought was the most capable and drove 10 small spaceships to attack them. And the alien spaceships fought back. When the small spaceship formation of the alien creatures saw them appear and launched a fierce counterattack, they realized that something was wrong. At this time, the ground also sent them a communication signal order, and they immediately stopped attacking the giant spaceship in front of them. Some people in the small spaceship formation still didn't understand why they had to stop attacking the giant spaceship now. After all, they did nothing wrong. The other party suddenly appeared near their planet. Didn't they fight back and wait for the other party to invade their planet? But they didn't dare to disobey the order passed down from above, so they could only retreat quickly. Goso saw them running away without looking back, and hurriedly led people to chase them. The king of the three-eyed alien sent an order at this time, asking them not to continue chasing and return to the interior of the spaceship immediately. Even though Goso was very angry, he was very obedient. He immediately returned to the spaceship and found the king of the three-eyed star. "Why did you order us to give up the pursuit? It was you who asked us to chase, and it is you who asked us to give up the pursuit now. Are you treating us like monkeys?" The king of the three-eyed star could certainly understand Goso's anger. After all, for Goso, it was the other party who took the initiative to provoke them. If they did not fight back, it would be a bit unreasonable. But the king of the three-eyed star was calmer than Goso. He remembered that they did not inform Wang Wei of their actions this time. If Wang Wei knew that they launched a counterattack at the first time, maybe he would be angry with them because of this. So he still advised Goso to calm down. The two of them should immediately inform Wang Wei of the cause and effect of this matter, and wait for Wang Wei to make a decision to ensure that they did not anger Wang Wei this time. When Goso heard that Wang Wei was still unclear about this matter, he immediately panicked. How could he have forgotten about this matter completely? Goso looked at the three-eyed star king and asked uneasily, "Wang Wei will not blame us for this matter, right?" The three-eyed star king shook his head. "I don't know either. After all, Wang Wei's idea is to discuss with the other party first, and then make sure that the other party has no intention of discussing with them before taking action against the other party. I don't know if Wang Wei will be angry about this matter. After hearing this, Goso became even more uneasy. He followed the three-eyed Star King and came to Wang Wei's laboratory with a nervous heart. Seeing their arrival, Wang Wei knew that they had arrived at the designated location of the coordinates and should have seen the planet that spread rumors about them. What is the situation now? What is the other party's attitude towards us? Wang Wei looked at the three-eyed Star King and Goso. However, Goso kept dodging behind the three-eyed Star King, which made Wang Wei feel something was wrong. Before the three-eyed King answered, Wang Wei guessed that Goso and the three-eyed King might have launched an attack on each other without his knowledge. If I'm not mistaken, you might have already started. Right? The three-eyed King nodded helplessly. He didn't expect that Wang Wei had seen through him before he said anything. This time, we really can't be blamed for taking the initiative. It's the other party who took the initiative to cause trouble for us. Our spaceship had just arrived at the target location and had just seen the location of the other party's planet. They set a small spaceship formation to attack our spaceship. We had no choice but to fight back. Wang Wei shook his head helplessly. What did I say at the time? I have already told you that if you reach the target location, the first thing you have to do is to notify me. Cruz stood up and said a good word for the three-eyed Star King and Goso. If the other party takes the initiative to attack us and we don't fight back, then it would be too weak. They will easily take it lightly and launch a more violent attack on us. So I think the three-eyed Star King and Goso did the right thing this time. Wang Wei looked at them helplessly. Even if you did nothing wrong this time, go and open the spaceship's protective shield immediately. Don't let them cause secondary damage to the spaceship. Although their spaceship is not so fragile, and will not be unable to continue their interstellar journey because of a few attacks from alien creatures, Wang Wei still believes that unnecessary damage is unnecessary. The repair work of the spacecraft is complicated and long. If it can be avoided, they will try their best to avoid affecting the spacecraft. At the same time, the people on this planet also fell into panic. When their people found that Goso did not pursue, they immediately reported the situation to their leader. After hearing that they had encountered the Interstellar Federation that they had encountered before, the leader's face immediately showed a horrified expression. You said that they have come near our planet, and you also launched an attack on their spacecraft? After the leader of their spaceship formation nodded, the leader immediately slapped the leader of the spaceship formation, who told you to attack them. With their ability, they can easily flatten our planet. You are attacking them now. Do you want to disregard the lives of all of us? The leader of the spaceship formation did not expect the leader's reaction to be so intense. But he also felt very wronged. Leader, of course we do not know their identity. They approached our planet first. If we do not attack them, what should we do if they break through the defense of our planet and attack us? And they are planning to continue chasing us. But I don't know what happened in the middle. They suddenly gave up the pursuit. It is enough to show that they are not good people. When hearing this, the leader's face suddenly became solemn. Although he also knew that Wang Wei's heterosexual strength was very strong, he did not expect that this group of people would take the initiative to attack them. And they also intended to catch all of their people in one fell swoop. Are you sure they want to kill you? The leaders around forgot that it was their people who first attacked Wang Wei's spaceship. And Wang Wei and his men just fought back. I can be sure that if there hadn't been an accident in the middle of the journey, and they suddenly stopped chasing, I'm afraid our spaceship formation would have been wiped out. This time, the leader on this planet seemed to have thought of a way to deal with Wang Wei. Suddenly, he relaxed a lot and asked others to go down to repair the spaceship first and not pay attention to other things. Wang Wei and his men waited for a long time, but did not wait for the alien creatures to take the initiative to apologize or express other things. And they were immediately furious. Especially the king of the three-eyed star. After learning about the damage to the spaceship, he was extremely excited. What on earth do these people think? After destroying our spaceship, they didn't even think of apologizing. Do they think we are easy to bully? When Wang Wei heard this, he asked the king of the three-eyed star to be patient. Even if the other party did not apologize, they had a way to make the other party realize their mistakes. First, send out our drone formation to launch a small-scale attack on them. Remember not to harm the ordinary people on this planet. Wang Wei has always held the idea that if they have conflicts or disputes with any alien population, they should not harm ordinary people who have no aggression against them, unless those ordinary people also believe that they are the ones who should be attacked. However, according to the current situation, Wang Wei believes that other ordinary people on this planet should not know about this matter yet. But the group of people they met before felt that they had suffered unfair treatment in their hands. So they planned to retaliate against them in this way. If they were to retaliate against this matter, Wang Wei had no opinion. But he did not want to hurt those ordinary people. As a king, the three-eyed Star King could understand Wang Wei's feelings very well. So he immediately followed Wang Wei's instructions. Soon, the drone formation appeared on the planet. The drone operators of the Interstellar Federation base first drove away the ordinary people, and then launched an attack on the places where ordinary people lived. The scale of the attack was not large, but only some ordinary people's homes were damaged. This incident soon reached the ears of the leader of this planet, who was immediately furious. They dared to attack ordinary people. Don't they want to die? The leader did not think about what would happen if they offended Wang Wei, but decided to use this to immediately incite the emotions of ordinary people. He felt that as long as everyone on the planet regarded Wang Wei as an enemy, it would be much easier for them to deal with Wang Wei in the future. After all, Wang Wei and his spaceship were still in space. If they wanted to fight back, they would be very weak. So they did not repair the damaged homes of ordinary people, but immediately held a large rally to make Wang Wei and his evil deeds public. The homes of ordinary people were damaged. So when their leader disclosed a series of evil deeds of alien spaceships to them, they were very angry. They even publicly demanded to directly attack the spaceships of the alien creatures and never let them continue to do evil. Wang Wei and his men had no idea that the ordinary people on this planet had already regarded them as enemies. And they were still wondering under what circumstances the other party would admit their mistakes. However, just as they were waiting for the other party to admit their mistakes, their spaceship was attacked again because Wang Wei had ordered the protective shield to be opened in advance. Although the opponent's attack was extremely fierce, it did not cause substantial damage to their spacecraft. The king of the three-eyed star was extremely angry when he saw the opponent attacking them, and asked Wang Wei if they wanted to fight back. While giving them the order to fight back, Wang Wei also put on the Xiantian armor and drove a small spaceship to the planet. He wanted to find out why the people on this planet suddenly attacked them. Didn't they know themselves? How big is the gap between them and the Interstellar Federation? After arriving on this planet, Wang Wei found that ordinary people on this planet were marching and demonstrating every day, demanding that the leaders of this planet attack the spacecraft that stayed in outer space and had a real impact on them. Because Wang Wei was still wearing the Xiantian armor, he did not expose himself in front of these ordinary people. But he still learned the truth from the conversations of these ordinary people. It turned out that these ordinary people unanimously believed that the drone formation of the Interstellar Federation that attacked their homes was an unforgivable villain. So I hope the leaders of this planet can completely wipe out the bad guys of the Interstellar Federation and give them a safe living environment. When Wang Wei heard this, he immediately became a little amused. If he hadn't known the whole story in advance, he probably wouldn't have thought that these ordinary people actually believed the lies made up by their leader. However, he could also understand the feelings of these ordinary people. After all, from the outside, they really didn't know the true strength of the Economic Federation. If they knew the true strength of the Interstellar Federation, they probably wouldn't say such things again. Wang Wei immediately drove the small spaceship back to the interior of the Interstellar Federation spaceship and told the Three-Eyed Star King and others all the news he had received. The Three-Eyed Star King and others didn't expect things to develop like this. After hearing Wang Wei's words, they were angry and helpless. It's obviously their own fault. And they violated the agreement between us, leaked our identities to other alien creatures, and caused us to be attacked. Why is it our fault now? Chapter 339, just to ask for an explanation. Because they had no way to change the current situation. Wang Wei did not show much anger. He just asked the king of the three-eyed star to arrange a drone formation and inform the ordinary people on this planet of the whole story. He knew that telling the ordinary people on this planet the whole story might not be of much benefit to them. But Wang Wei really wanted to see what kind of reaction the leaders and organizations on this planet would have after being questioned and resisted by the ordinary people. The king of the three-eyed star felt that Wang Wei's move was a way to kill people and destroy their hearts. Although it sounded despicable, he was happy to see such a situation. He used to be the king of the three-eyed planet, so he knew how important it was for the people to support the king. If all the people had doubts about the leader of this planet, then the leader would basically step down soon. I arrange it now. While the king of the three-eyed star was arranging all this, Goso was sulking on the side. The other party's spaceship formation is constantly attacking the spaceships of the Interstellar Federation. But they have to use such a roundabout way to compete with the other party, which sounds a bit unacceptable. However, considering that they launched an attack on the spaceship formation on this planet without notifying Wang Wei before, Gasuo didn't dare to say much now. Wang Wei saw Gasuo's dissatisfaction and immediately said to him, "I know you think our current way of counterattack does seem to be insignificant to them. But have you ever thought about what would happen if their leader was overthrown, or the leader couldn't stand the ordinary people's doubts about him, thus doing something that shouldn't be done to the ordinary people? What do you think will be the fate of such a person?" Gasuo thought carefully for a long time. If the ordinary people question his leadership, will he be forced to step down? But I think such a person will definitely not easily agree to the demands of the ordinary people, let alone let go of the power in his hands. So wouldn't it be ineffective for us to do this? Wang Wei saying this, Gasuo nodded. You are right. If they don't want to give up their power, then it won't have much impact on him. But you have to know that if ordinary people understand that it was their leader who made the wrong decision and provoked us to attack their planet, then even if he disagrees to step down, ordinary people will never easily give up the opportunity to ask them to step down and will not change their minds. If the leader of this planet is still unwilling to give up his power, he will definitely eliminate these opposing voices. Once he does anything that may hurt ordinary people, his leadership will be over. After listening to Wang Wei's explanation, Gasuo completely understood what Wang Wei wanted to do. So you actually have such an evil plan. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Wang Wei said nothing and turned to leave. Cruz followed behind Wang Wei. After Wang Wei left, he shook his head at Gasuo, sighed softly, and prepared to turn around and leave. However, at this time, Gasuo caught up with Cruz with a puzzled look and asked what Cruz's eyes and sigh meant just now. Did he look down on him? Cruz shook his head at Gasuo. I don't mean to look down on you, but I think you seem to have misunderstood Wang Wei. Gasuo scratched his head puzzledly. I misunderstood him? How is it possible? He said all the words. How could I have misunderstood Wang Wei? Cruz explained to Gasuo. And Gasuo felt ashamed immediately. According to Cruz's observation, the reason why Wang Wei did not tell Gasuo what he had just explained was because Wang Wei felt that as long as he made arrangements, everyone could see clearly what his real intention was. But even the king of the three-eyed star did not question Wang Wei's decision again. But Gasuo insisted on pulling Wang Wei to ask clearly, which proved that Gasuo did not know why Wang Wei did this from the beginning. To put it more simply, Gasuo did not understand Wang Wei's real intention from beginning to end, did not understand what Wang Wei said, and did not understand Wang Wei's arrangements. To put it more directly, Gasuo IQ is not as high as others, and he can't understand the real intention of Wang Wei's arrangement. So Wang Wei was too lazy to answer Gasuo's question in the end and chose to turn around and leave. Although Gasuo felt that what Cruz said was very unpleasant, he had to admit that Cruz was right. Because after Wang Wei explained, he thought about it carefully and found that Wang Wei's intention seemed to be exactly the same as what he explained. He was just curious about why Wang Wei didn't express his thoughts directly at the beginning, but let them guess instead. But now after Cruz's explanation, it was too clear. It's not that Wang Wei never thought about explaining, but everyone understood Wang Wei's true meaning after Wang Wei made the request. Gasuo didn't want to stay any longer, so he turned around and fled quickly. Cruz looked at Gasuo fleeing back and shook his head helplessly. After returning to the laboratory, Wang Wei asked Cruz if he had explained to Gasuo why he did this. Cruz nodded at Wang Wei. Gasuo was eliminated immediately because he didn't understand why you arranged it this way. Is this the result you want? Wang Wei left, and the director said that he had no interest in such things, but felt that Gasuo was sometimes too impatient. If he was handed over to him to manage the Interstellar Federation team, but he was still so impatient, Wang Wei would consider whether to change someone to take over the Interstellar Federation team. Cruz would not express any opinion on such things, so he continued his research. On the other side, on this planet, the drone formation released all the video clips that Wang Wei had previously recorded in order to preserve evidence. The video clearly stated that the leader of their planet had promised a group of alien creatures that they would never reveal each other's identities, and would always abide by this promise, and would even be punished if they broke the promise. Then another group of alien creatures told the video shooter that the person who informed was the leader of their planet, and took the initiative to explain the specific coordinates of their planet to the video shooter. After combining all this evidence, the ordinary people on this planet also understood why a group of alien creatures suddenly came to the outside of their planet. and according to the content captured by the spacecraft of the Camera Federation. The first to attack them was the spacecraft formation of their planet, and they attacked them directly without any inquiry. The other party just retaliated, but their leader portrayed them as wanting to kill their spacecraft formation, and even sent drones to destroy the living places of ordinary people on this planet. Ordinary people immediately realized that they had been deceived by their leader, and became accomplices in helping the leader bully other alien creatures. Many people felt that their leader had done something very bad, and now the top priority was to admit their mistakes to others. But some people also thought that they had done nothing wrong. After all, they had a close relationship with the alien tribe that first launched an attack on the Interstellar Federation. So explaining the existence of Wang Wei and others to them was not considered betraying Wang Wei and others. In the end, Wang Wei's attack on them was indeed very fierce. And it also hurt ordinary people on this planet and affected the lives of ordinary people. So Wang Wei and others were not at all at a disadvantage for being attacked. With the blessing of the two forces, the information of the diplomatic creature leader was abnormally expanded. He believed that with the hatred of his people for the Interstellar Federation, it might be a legitimate and easy thing for them to attack Wang Wei next. But they did not expect Wang Wei's spaceship to land smoothly on their planet. And after close observation, they could find that their attack had no effect on the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. For a while, all the ordinary people on this planet fell into panic. It was not until Wang Wei and his group stepped down from the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation wearing Xintian armor that they finally realized that this group of people had no intention of attacking ordinary people. Wang Wei even brought people and supplies to the ordinary people whose homes were destroyed by the drone formation. At this moment, a group of ordinary people had a drastic change in their thoughts about Wang Wei and others. They all thought that if the Federal Reserve really behaved as well as they looked, then the other party would never come to cause trouble, but just to ask for an explanation. However, their leader did not give them an explanation, and took the lead in attacking them, and even took the initiative to discredit them on their planet. This caused the people to collectively boycott the Interstellar Federation. What else could such behavior be but rumor? When Wang Wei appeared in the public eye, he immediately assured them that he would never attack ordinary people on this planet. They just came to ask for an explanation, asking why the leader of this planet attacked their people, and sold out their specific information. If they were attacked by alien spacecraft and suffered serious damage, who would be responsible for this? When the common people heard what Wang Wei said, they instantly felt that what Wang Wei did was right. After all, Wang Wei and his people had never provoked anyone. They just met with them and asked them to help keep the secret. Not only was it not obeyed, but Wang Wei and his people were also attacked by two groups of people. Now they are even more slandered by their leader and become evil people who are unforgivable. Such a thing is probably a situation that ordinary people can hardly bear no matter who it is. When thinking of this, the common people on this planet still turn to support Wang Wei. And even those people who originally supported their leader to go to war with the Interstellar Federation also turned to support Wang Wei and others. After all, the strength of the Interstellar Alliance seems to be stronger than the spaceship formation of their planet. But their leader did not expect that if they fought with the Interstellar Federation, it would bring trouble to them. The common people felt that their leader never took their lives seriously, so they naturally did not have to worry about their leader. Many people even began to openly demand that their leader step down and a new leader take over to lead their planet. The three-eyed Star King laughed so hard after seeing one of the ordinary people. Look, this is Wang Wei's plan. It's simply killing people without form. Wang Wei smiled helplessly. I told you a long time ago that I never intended to use tough means to make the other party realize their mistakes, and use violence to make the other party recognize their mistakes. Once there is a stronger existence than us, or their own strength has improved, then what we did before will become coercion and inducement. The three-eyed Star King nodded to Wang Wei, and he began to gradually understand what Wang Wei meant. In other words, if they use tough means now, they can indeed make the other party realize where their mistakes are. But admitting mistakes is not out of their sincerity. In this way, if this planet becomes stronger in the future, or when they have a stronger force to support them, then everything they do now will become forcing others to recognize their mistakes. This is unfair to the Interstellar Federation. They just made a move to protect their own interests. But they were misunderstood by others, and they may even need to explain their behavior later. That's why Wang Wei chose to let ordinary people see the truth and let ordinary people on this planet help them judge who is right and who is wrong in this matter. But Wang Wei never thought that the leader of this planet was so stubborn. Even though the resistance of ordinary people to him has reached its peak, he still didn't intend to stand up and admit his mistakes. He even secretly sent people to attack their spaceships. But their attack didn't have any effect. Under the effect of the protective shield, their attack didn't even leave any traces on the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. Wang Wei felt very helpless after seeing it. So before the leader of this planet sent people to attack their spaceship again, Wang Wei brought people to the leader of this planet. When the leader of this planet saw Wang Wei appearing in front of him, he was completely panicked. Although he thought that Wang Wei and his men were really strong, he didn't expect them to be so strong. So easily he broke through their defenses with his men and appeared in front of him. What are you going to do? If you dare to hurt me, I can guarantee that you will never leave here alive. Wang Wei looked at the other party in confusion. Why should I hurt you? I have already told your people. Didn't your people tell you? We came here just to ask for an explanation. You promised us that you would never betray our identities and what we did. But you turned around and told the alien race you knew about our affairs and let them attack our spacecraft. Shouldn't you give our Interstellar Federation an explanation for this matter? When the alien leader heard this, he was trembling with fear. Although he had learned about the incident from ordinary people, he never thought that he would really have to face Wang Wei alone one day. Even more, he never thought that Wang Wei would come to him so openly and reveal the root of the problem between them without thinking. We didn't say that. You don't have any evidence to prove that we leaked your identity to him. Wang Wei immediately showed him the recorded video of what the leader of the alien race he had met before said to him. The name of the leader of this planet is Okides. When Okides saw the content in the video, his face became even paler. All this is their slander against me. They have been displeased with our planet for a long time and want to use your hands to get rid of our planet. So they slandered us for saying all this. Wang Wei looked at Okides helplessly. If you say that all this is their slander against you, then I would like to ask them why they have never appeared near the purple planet in a short period of time. And they know about our affairs? You said they want to use the Interstellar Federation to get rid of you. What evidence do you have to prove it? Okides could not answer these two questions. So when facing Wang Wei, Okides seemed very embarrassed. If you can't answer my question, it proves that what they said is true. Now I hope you can give me an accurate answer. Why did you sell out the identity of the Interstellar Federation, and what we have done to the other party? Seeing that Okides still didn't speak, Wang Wei sat in front of Okides and answered this question for Okides. First, you are very jealous because we landed on the purple planet smoothly. Secondly, you are very dissatisfied with what we did to you and want to find a chance to retaliate against us. Right? Otis didn't say anything, but his expression told Wang Wei that all his guesses were correct. Wang Wei was no longer in the mood to explain anything to Otis and only gave Otis two options. Either Otis took his confidence away from the planet and never came back, and he would give up the pursuit, or let Otis accept the people's judgment. Chapter 340 Complete the trial of Otis. Otis certainly couldn't accept the public trial. He knew that according to the current situation, if he accepted the public trial, then the fate that awaited him would definitely be what he didn't want to see. This is not your planet. Why should I listen to you? I am the master of this planet. Even if ordinary people are dissatisfied with me, it has nothing to do with you. Wang Wei didn't say much, but asked Goso to take him outside to take a look. Standing outside the palace of this planet, Wang Wei pointed to the angry people outside to show Otis. Look, this is the planet you lead. These are the people you take care of. They are all very dissatisfied with you. Look at how failed your leader is. Otis looked at the people outside staring at him with anger in their eyes, and the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. He obviously had a dispute with Wang Wei for this planet and these people. But now no one supports him. Wang Wei could also guess his thoughts. He must think that everything he did was for the sake of the people on this planet, even if he attacked people who had no grudges against them. Look at your people. Listen to their wishes. Not everything you do is right if you think it is right. Wang Wei's words seemed to stimulate Okides, and Okides began to become hysterical. You have never been a king. What do you know? If we, as leaders, can't be a little stronger, then won't my people be bullied in the future? Although Wang Wei has never been a king, there are people around him who have been kings. The three-eyed Star King stood up at this time and came out to look at Okides. I don't agree with what you said. Not everyone is like you. The people on our planet are kind and never quarrel with others. Although it seems that we are likely to be bullied outside, we believe that as long as we have never provoked anyone, When others attack us, we can also fight back with justification. Don't worry about any condemnation of conscience, let alone retaliating against us. Octopus sneered. According to what you said, I have never hurt you. But you still want to attack me and retaliate against our planet. Isn't this another confirmation that everything you said is wrong? Octopus suddenly didn't know how to respond to Octopus's words. But Wang Wei waved at him. If he was a normal person, then the king of the three-eyed star could indeed explain to Octopus the truth contained in it through his own experience. But it is obvious that Octopus is not a normal person. In his mind, although the Interstellar Federation did not retaliate against him, the Interstellar Federation came to them because of what they did. So it was retaliating against them to some extent. Moreover, the Interstellar Federation had shown too much strength before, which affected his self-esteem. Naturally, he would not have any respect for the people of the Interstellar Federation. And he might only want revenge. Since you do not admit that our statement is correct, let the people judge your behavior. Wang Wei stood on the high platform, took Okivis with him, and said loudly to all the people on this planet, I believe that from the experience of this period of time, you should have known what the leader of your planet has done. I believe everyone should be able to see everything clearly. So under this premise, I hope everyone can judge the leader of your planet fairly and impartially. I don't want to interfere in the affairs of your planet, but I believe you know better than me that if there is such a leader, your planet will suffer many unprovoked disasters in the future. The people on this planet also think that Wang Wei's words are very reasonable. After all, there was no grudge between the Interstellar Federation and the leader of their planet. Their leaders only need to follow the original agreement and not disclose the identity of the Interstellar Federation, and they can ensure peace between them. But their leader leaked the identity of the Interstellar Federation for his own selfish reasons, causing the Interstellar Federation to be attacked by other alien creatures. If they had experienced such a thing, they would naturally want to ask for an explanation from the person who did not keep his promise. However, just when the Interstellar Federation was about to ask their leader for an explanation, they encountered something even more outrageous. Their spaceship was just approaching their planet, and before it even had any impact on the people on their planet, they were attacked by their spaceship formation. No one could accept that they were originally here to ask for an explanation, but turned around and were attacked by the other party, who didn't even have the slightest thought of apologizing. We don't recognize him as the leader of our planet. People like him should be handed over and punished. An angry citizen shouted loudly. When Okivis heard this, he immediately stared at the opposite side with his eyes wide open. What did you say? Could it be? The alien spaceship has already approached our planet. Do you want to let our spaceship formation sit and wait for the alien creatures to occupy our planet before you are satisfied? Another citizen shouted at Okivis at this time. If the Interstellar Federation launched an attack on our planet at the first time, then it can be confirmed that they are not good people. The main purpose of approaching our planet is to occupy our planet and harm the races on the planet. But the Interstellar Federation has never been like this. And you also know them. The reason why you launched an attack on the spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation was entirely to vent your anger, and even more to conceal that you had reached an agreement with the Interstellar Federation. This matter, you are afraid that what you did will be exposed, and you will be condemned by the people, which will reduce your prestige in the hearts of the people. Don't think that we can't guess these things. We were just deceived by you at the beginning. So we thought that the Interstellar Federation deliberately came to our door. The analysis of the ordinary people on this matter completely exposed Okivis's fig leaf, and Okivis had to face the judgment of the people. At this moment, Okivis looked at all the people with an angry face. After being unable to explain the fundamental reason for his own actions, his action was to rebuke these people for questioning him. He believed that this group of people had never taken him seriously. You ignorant and stupid people. If you were replaced by other people to be the people of this planet, we would have driven the people of the Interstellar Federation out of our planet long ago. We will never let them be so presumptuous on our planet. But the ordinary people did not buy it. When our home was damaged, your first reaction was not to help us rebuild it, but to vent your anger. You portrayed yourself as a miserable victim with your negative comments about the Interstellar Federation, and you wanted to use our emotions to launch a fierce attack on the Interstellar Federation. If it weren't for the people of the Interstellar Federation helping us rebuild our homes, when would you have helped us recover from the impact on our lives? In your heart, no matter what kind of suffering the people have suffered, it is not as important as your own rights and status. Faced with a barrage of condemnation, Okivis never spoke again, but turned to look at Wang Wei, who looked ready to die. Wang Wei shrugged. You don't have to hate me. I didn't force you to do any of this. We had already discussed it at the beginning. As long as you don't reveal the traces and identity of the Interstellar Federation, we will always be at peace. But you broke your promise, and put all the blame on our Interstellar Federation. Shouldn't we come here to ask you for an explanation? Besides, I think you know how you discredited the Interstellar Federation to your people. Now that the people are judging you, even if you don't want to accept it, I will punish you on behalf of the people on this planet. Othis was completely panicked at this time. He knew that the people's judgment would not have much impact on him. It was nothing more than that he would never be the leader of this planet again. However, the wealth and resources he had accumulated over the years were enough for him to live a life without worries about food and clothing. But if Wang Wei wanted to punish him on behalf of this group of people, then he didn't know what Wang Wei would do to complete the punishment on him. Why should you punish me? You are not a citizen of our planet. You have no way to do this. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the people on this planet strongly supported Wang Wei's approach. We strongly support the people of the Interstellar Federation to help us complete the punishment of Othis. Yes, we all support it. Hearing the voices of the people, Wang Wei turned his head and said to the people, now there are two ways to punish Othis. The first way is to imprison Othis on your planet for life to stop and prevent him from having any chance to harm the interests of your planet in the future. But the only part you need to help me complete is that you must supervise Othis. Otherwise Othis will escape in the future. What will happen to the place where he is imprisoned? No one can predict. The second way is that we take Othis away from this planet and let the Interstellar Federation imprison him. You can rest assured that as long as he is imprisoned by the Interstellar Federation, Othis will never have the opportunity to return to this planet in the future. If we find a suitable planet, we will completely exile him from the planet. The opinions of the people are different. Wang Wei decided to use voting to determine how to punish Othis. After voting and counting the votes, most people hope that Wang Wei can lead the people of the Interstellar Federation to take Othis away from this planet. Wang Wei did not hesitate and directly informed Othis of the result. After hearing Wang Wei's words, Othis was extremely angry. Why? Why do you take me away from this planet? Wang Wei ignored his words and handed the matter of imprisoning Othis to Goso. Goso was already full of resentment towards Othis. If it weren't for him, the spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation would not have been attacked, and there was no need to repair it. But now, the spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation has not completed the repair of the previous attack, and they have been cursed for a long time by the uninformed people on this planet. So when imprisoning Othis, Goso still couldn't help punching and kicking Othis. Othis was beaten unconscious. After Wang Wei learned the news, he only verbally warned Goso, don't do similar things in the future. Although they damaged our spacecraft, the punishment for him has been determined. If you do such things in the future, I will consider whether to continue to hand over the management of the Interstellar Federation team to you. After hearing this, Goso immediately became timid. It was not easy for him to become the head of the Interstellar Federation team. If Wang Wei deprived him of his management status, he would no longer be able to help Wang Wei protect the Interstellar Federation according to his own ideas. I know, he said, lowering his head and turning away. Cruz, who was behind Wang Wei, felt that Wang Wei doing all this was actually of little use. It seemed that he had helped the people on the planet Jika. But if the people on this planet still believed in their leaders, then such things would happen again in the future. Wang Wei didn't think that all this had any impact. After experiencing this incident, he believed that the seeds of doubt would be planted in the hearts of the people on this planet. If the leaders did similar things in the future, they would be unanimously resisted by the people. What kind of punishment the leaders would receive at that time was not their concern. After dealing with this matter, Wang Wei and his team originally planned to leave. But the vast majority of the members on this planet actually hoped that Wang Wei and his team would stay and interfere in the selection of the leaders on this planet. He always felt helpless. He himself had no experience in selecting leaders, so he handed this matter over to the Three-Eyed Star King and Cruz. Goso was dissatisfied with this decision. He thought he was also one of the leaders of the Advanced Federation. Why couldn't he participate in it? Wang Wei didn't need to answer Goso's question. The Three-Eyed Star King immediately answered Goso's doubts. If you are allowed to choose the person in charge of this planet, then the person in charge of this planet is likely to become a violent ruler. Goso wanted to explain that he was not a person who supported violence, but felt that some people should not waste words with them in a kind way. When he heard this, the Three-Eyed Star King felt very helpless, shook his head, and looked at Cruz. When the two left, they didn't pay attention to Goso's reaction at all. Goso wanted to cry, but had no tears. He originally wanted to complain to Wang Wei. But Wang Wei turned around and left, and didn't pay attention to his plan at all. The process of selecting leaders on this planet is actually very simple. It is to select a part of the current leadership team that is more trusted by ordinary people. After voting, they determined the identity of the leader, and also got the support of the people. However, when the Three-Eyed Star King came back to tell Wang Wei about this, he let Wang Wei know a secret. It turns out that the alien creatures that died tragically on the purple planet before were because of the leader of this planet, Octopus. That's why they lost contact with their race on that planet, and were eventually controlled by unknown creatures. Wang Wei did not expect that there was such a deep connection between the two planets, and he felt very sad. After the previous fight for the purple planet had already affected the alien race, they dug a pit for the alien race, making the alien race stand on the opposite side of the Interstellar Federation. If they were not more reasonable, and did not completely launch an irreversible attack on the alien biological race, then their situation would become extremely dangerous now. And it is even very likely that they would disappear completely from this world. The most sad thing is that the alien race actually believed Oakley's words immediately, and launched an attack on the Interstellar Federation. Wang Wei shook his head helplessly, did not express any opinions, turned around and left to continue his research. When they left this planet, they received many gifts from the people of this planet. Wang Wei originally did not want to accept it, but the people on this planet were very enthusiastic, and said that if Wang Wei and his people were unwilling to accept it, it would be a rejection of their gratitude. Wang Wei had no choice but to let people keep these things, and if they met someone who needed these things later, they would pass them on. However, what they didn't expect was that the gifts sent by the people of this planet actually contained dangerous substances. This dangerous substance was detected immediately after being transported to the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. Wang Wei frowned and asked the Three-Eyed King what happened. The Three-Eyed King explained to Wang Wei truthfully, "We didn't notice any abnormalities, and we also notified you when we received the gifts. When we conducted routine inspections on these gifts and stored them in different categories, we found the existence of dangerous substances." The Three-Eyed King and Goso were very angry and felt that these people should not send dangerous substances to them. But Wang Wei shook his head at this time. The dangerous substances should not be sent by ordinary people. I think the person who sent the dangerous substances should have a certain relationship with Ovis, because he adhered to the principle of not dealing with people. Wang Wei did not investigate Ovis's relatives and family when Ovis was detained in the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. So Wang Wei believed that the person who sent the dangerous substances to the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation should have some connection with Ovis. Chapter 341 Attacked by Space Pirates. The King of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso asked Wang Wei how to deal with dangerous substances. Do they need to arrest the people who dropped dangerous substances on the Interstellar Federation spacecraft now? Wang Wei shook his head. There is no need to make a big fuss. After all, we are just outsiders, and it is not convenient for us to interfere too much in the affairs of this planet. You just need to inform the current person in charge of this planet about this matter. Wang Wei believes that if the new person in charge of this planet can be respected and recognized by all the people, then he will definitely know how to deal with this matter. When leaving this planet, Wang Wei was sent off by all the people, seeing the people on this planet still waving at them in outer space. The King of the Three-Eyed Star finally understood why Wang Wei wanted to meddle in the choice of the leader of this planet. When you see the scene, it really makes people feel warm in their hearts. The King of the Three-Eyed Star couldn't help but sigh. It's not just about making people feel warm in their hearts, but we should do such things well. Otherwise, why should we be called the Interstellar Federation? The reason why they named it the Interstellar Federation is that they hope to help all the people on all planets who are willing to accept their help and have ideas and unite together. And Wang Wei has always longed for peace. So if the problem can be solved peacefully, then Wang Wei's original purpose of establishing the Interstellar Federation will be achieved. At this moment, Wang Wei and his team did not have a specific goal, but continued to move forward aimlessly in space. Wang Wei research on plants on the purple planet has once again achieved phased results. Previously, they used the connectivity between plants on the purple planet to complete the use of this ability. Next, Wang Wei studied the cloning and replication capabilities of plants on that planet. Wang Wei did not use this ability to replicate organisms or other life forms, but chose to use this cloning technology to successfully revive some plants that only exist on the purple planet. After completing the cloning, Wang Wei was surprised to find that although these plants seemed to have been successfully cloned, the abilities of these plants had changed. In their culture materials, the plants that grew out lost the abilities that they originally had on the purple planet. Although the plant genes used by Wang Wei did not differ from the genes of the plants on the purple planet, it may be because of factors such as soil and environment that these plants look like ordinary plants. And even their colors and shapes have changed. Wang Wei frowned and dragged his chin when he saw this situation, not knowing what he was thinking. Cruz guessed Wang Wei's thoughts. You want to breed the living beads of those plants, and then further explore the special abilities of these plants through the research on these living beads, and apply them to subsequent battles and the operation of the Interstellar Federation. But now you find that the change in culture materials has caused earth-shaking changes in the growth of our plants. Wang Wei nodded to Cruz. You are right. I really didn't expect to encounter such a result. But at present we have no other way to change this situation. So we can only treat the cultivation of these plants as the cultivation of ordinary organisms. Cruz asked Wang Wei at this time whether he had ever brought the soil from the purple planet back for analysis and research. After Cruz's reminder, Wang Wei was surprised to remember that they had indeed brought the soil from that planet back for research. After all, the color of the soil on that planet was very unusual, something Wang Wei had never seen before. At this moment, Cruz continued, if we can analyze the soil on the purple planet, we may be able to find the root cause of the changes in these organisms in our hands. Cruz's reminder made Wang Wei feel enlightened. So Wang Wei immediately found the soil sample on the purple planet and began to study and analyze this soil sample. However, when Wang Wei was studying the soil sample on the purple planet, he was surprised to find that there was a special organic matter in the soil sample of the purple planet, which seemed to have some kind of activity. In other words, these soils seem to have no life. But in fact, these soils themselves are alive. Their function should be to catalyze the root cause of the changes in those plants. Wang Wei tried to cultivate these organic organisms to change the cultivation materials they used. After continuous experiments, Wang Wei discovered that some of the culture materials had also turned purple. During the research process, Wang Wei was even more surprised to find that these culture materials that had changed color could indeed change the plants they planted. Wang Wei began to cultivate some common plants he brought from Earth on the purple culture materials, and began to record the changes between these common plants cultivated by the purple culture materials and the original plants. Finally, Wang Wei was surprised to find that the common plants cultivated by the purple culture materials also showed some changes similar to the wisdom of the plants, which played a vital role for Wang Wei. In other words, these purple culture materials can gradually change ordinary organisms, and even use a certain degree of wisdom, although it is not certain whether this kind of intelligent evolution is good or bad. Wang Wei believes that this situation can indeed make these plants have stronger vitality. Cruz was also very surprised when he saw the experimental results. If we can use this purple culture material on the human body, what kind of impact will it bring? Wang Wei has not yet thought about whether to use this purple culture material on the human body. But after Cruz's reminder, Wang Wei decided to use some small animals to test this purple culture material. Cruz seemed very interested in this research, so Wang Wei gave him full responsibility. In this case, Wang Wei went to study other projects. Unexpectedly, the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation would also encounter space pirates. Just when Wang Wei and Cruz were busy with their research, the king of the three-eyed star and Goso immediately rushed into the laboratory to report to Wang Wei that they had encountered space pirates. The space pirates' spaceship had already launched an attack on them, and the king of the three-eyed star and Goso also opened the protective shield of the spaceship at the first time. But they were not sure whether they could launch an attack under the current situation. This time, Wang Wei was not as kind as before, but asked Goso to watch the attack. If the space pirates could be wiped out in one fell swoop, it would be great. If they could not be wiped out, they could also inflict some heavy damage on the space pirates. Goso was very curious about why Wang Wei had two different attitudes when dealing with alien creatures and hydrogen pirates. The three-eyed alien king walked with Goso towards the control room and explained to Goso, except for those who maliciously want to occupy other people's planets or plunder other planets' resources, the rest of the alien creatures attack us and only have some degree of misunderstanding with us. So it is not difficult to understand that Wang Wei will not attack them. But interstellar pirates are different. Interstellar pirates exist to plunder what others have. Everything is a more harmful existence in the universe. Wang Wei will naturally order an attack, and you can ignore the consequences. The three-eyed star king turned his head and looked at Goso. Isn't this a good thing for you? You can not only make merit, but also satisfy your desire to teach others a lesson. Goso rolled his eyes at the three-eyed Star King. What kind of person am I in your eyes? Is it possible that I am a violent maniac who feels uncomfortable if I don't fight with others for a day? The three-eyed Star King shrugged and did not answer Goso's question. But his answer was obvious. Goso was furious at his betrayal. But he also knew that the key point now was not how to compete with the three-eyed Star King, but that they had to find the right time. They had to teach these space pirates some color to let them know that the Interstellar Federation is not a place that anyone can come to cause trouble. Goso led the Interstellar Federation team to drive a small spaceship to break away from the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. Because both small and giant spaceships have stealth capabilities, the enemy cannot detect their existence before launching an attack on the enemy. So when Goso led the Interstellar Federation team to appear near the space pirates' spaceship formation, they had no time to dodge. Soon, dozens of space pirates' spaceships were shot down by them. The space pirates' spaceships seemed to realize that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked, and they hurriedly prepared to retreat. But Goso was already blood-curdling. Regardless of whether they would choose to retreat now, Goso still led the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation to pursue the space pirates. This pursuit made, the space pirates began to flee in all directions. Their escape path had deviated from the main route of the space pirate spaceship, so most of them were isolated and helpless. After they knew that they had no way to escape, they immediately sent a signal of surrender to Goso. But Goso did not. When he was about to launch an attack, he heard the voice of the three-eyed Star King from the communicator of the Xiantian armor. Wang Wei said that if someone surrenders voluntarily, you must let them go. So stop chasing them now. Arthur was very upset about this. He didn't understand why he had to let these space pirates go even if they surrendered. But he didn't dare to disobey Wang Wei's order. If Wang Wei decided to deprive him of the ability to lead the Interstellar Federation team, then he would never have such a chance to fight the enemy head-on again. Even if he was unwilling, Goso didn't continue to attack this group of people. Instead, he combined their spaceships to escort all the space pirates on their spaceships and brought them back to the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. When Goso brought this group of space pirates back, the three-eyed Star King looked at the expression on the face of this group of people, and it was hard to say, didn't I tell you that as long as they are willing to surrender, they should be let go? Why did you bring them back? Goso felt that there was nothing wrong with him bringing people back, even if they are suspected of surrendering voluntarily. Shouldn't we ask them why they attacked us? This is what Wang Wei had been doing before. So Goso felt that he was not wrong. The three-eyed Star King felt helpless. Before, Wang Wei asked you to bring the people back and ask him why he attacked us. That's because those people are not space pirates. There must be some misunderstandings between them and us. So we must explain these misunderstandings clearly, so that they can give up the idea of attacking us. But now the people we meet are space pirates. The fundamental reason why they attacked us is because they want to attack our spaceships. Is there anything else to figure out? Although Goso felt a little guilty, he still argued with the three-eyed Star King. According to you, even if they are space pirates, there must be a reason for them to become space pirates. So we must figure out why they became space pirates and attack the spaceships of the Interstellar Federation. Is this wrong? The three-eyed Star King finally understood why Wang Wei often looked helpless when talking to Goso. He didn't want to say anything more to Goso now, but asked Goso to send someone to take care of these space pirates. When he reported the situation to Wang Wei, he would ask Wang Wei how to deal with these people. Goso also knew that he might have done something wrong again this time. So he didn't say much and took the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation to detain these space pirates. The place where the space pirates were detained also detained Office. When Office saw Goso walking in with a group of space pirates, he immediately rushed forward and cursed at Office. You despicable creature. Now you have captured so many innocent people. Goso didn't even look at Office and locked these people here and turned away. At this moment, Office immediately raised money to ask the group of people brought by Goso why they were captured by the people of the Interstellar Federation. However, this group of space pirates ignored Office's meaning, and Office's self-esteem was hit again. But he was not discouraged. Even if he was detained here, his mind was full of how to escape the control of the Interstellar Federation. So he immediately accused the Interstellar Federation of hegemony to the space pirate gate, and tried to contact this group of space pirates to overthrow the Interstellar Federation. The captured space pirates, after hearing what Office said, suddenly snorted, "We are space pirates, and we were captured because we attacked this spaceship. So do you think we have a chance to escape if we are imprisoned here? It's not that they have lost confidence in escaping from here, but they have seen the true strength of the warriors on this spaceship. So they don't have any expectations of leaving here at all. On the contrary, they still think that it is the people on the spaceship who did not kill them all. Although they are not good people, they are definitely not bad people. On the contrary, the words of this person, who talked endlessly to them, are indeed suspicious. If you didn't make any mistakes, why did they imprison you here? Why is there no one else here except you and us space pirates? The space pirate's question made Octopus speechless for a moment. But he soon retorted that the people of the Interstellar Federation are simply a group of unreasonable robbers, even more hateful than space pirates. Although the other group of people are space pirates, it does not mean that they are brainless. If Wang Wei and his men are really unreasonable people, then they should be killed immediately after they are cleared of doubts. What you said has no factual basis at all. We absolutely cannot believe you. And you do look like you have some bad intentions. You should stay away from us and stop talking to us. I am afraid that if you anger them, we will be implicated. Octopus was very disappointed with the cowardice of the space pirates. But he also knew that it was basically impossible to form an alliance with the space pirates. Just when Octopus gave up, Goso suddenly appeared and took the space pirates away. Seeing the space pirates being taken away, Octopus was even more angry. Why can you let the space pirates go, but not me? Goso just glanced at Octopus, without any explanation to Octopus, and turned away. After the space pirates were taken away, he brought them directly to Wang Wei, just as Goso said to the Three-Eyed Star King before. After Goso brought the people back, the Three-Eyed Star King explained the matter to Wang Wei. Wang Wei did plan to call the space pirates over to ask them why they became space pirates and launched an attack on the spaceships of the Interstellar Federation. When the space pirates saw Wang Wei, they felt that Wang Wei was different from other aliens they had seen. He looked white and clean, and it really looked like he was easy to get close to. We became space pirates because the planet we live on was oppressed by the blizzard rulers, and many people simply had no space to survive. We were lucky enough to escape from the planet, so we became space pirates for survival. Wang Wei did not immediately believe the space pirates' words, but looked at the Three-Eyed Star King and Goso beside him. What attitude do you hold towards what they said? Facing Wang Wei question, Goso and the Three-Eyed Star King were also a little entangled. They really didn't dare to believe what these space pirates said. But it didn't seem to be an easy thing to prove that what the space pirates said was false. When thinking of this, the Three-Eyed Star King couldn't help but suggest whether to go to the planet where the space pirates originally lived to take a look. Chapter 342: The Violent Ruler on the Cyber Planet. Wang Wei lowered his head and thought for a while before agreeing to the proposal of the Three-Eyed Star King. He could understand the Three-Eyed Star King idea very well, because the Three-Eyed Star King was once the ruler of a planet after all. The Three-Eyed Star King should attach great importance to the existence of a violent ruler on a planet, and also want to free the people who were tortured by the abuse of the violent ruler. However, after hearing Wang Wei's words, the space pirates felt very incredible. You really have to go to the planet where we live to see it. I believe you will definitely not want to see the scene there, and it will be difficult for you to get away after you go there. It is undeniable that your spaceships and your warriors do have strong capabilities, but in the face of the terrible violent rulers of our planet, everything you have seems insignificant. Wang Wei didn't know how violent the ruler was that could make these people living on that planet have such a frustrated idea of overthrowing the rule of their planet. But Wang Wei knew that if the people on that planet were really being abused by the violent rulers, then they had a reason to go over and take a look. So Wang Wei immediately looked at the King of the Three-Eyed Star. Now start the derivative mode of the spacecraft immediately, and then go to that planet immediately through the coordinates they provided. After arranging all this, Wang Wei turned to look at the space pirates. Can you tell us the specific coordinates of the planet you live on? We can guarantee that you will not be affected in any way. If we can really solve the violent rulers on your planet, it will be a good thing for you. In short, whether it is or not, you will not lose anything. Right? The space pirates were also very nervous at first. After all, Wang Wei and his team were going to the planet where they lived. They knew better than anyone how terrible that planet was. But after hearing Wang Wei's explanation, they all felt that Wang Wei was right. Whether Wang Wei and his team went or not, it would not have any impact on their lives. Moreover, they have witnessed the strength of the warriors on this spaceship. If this group of people can really have the opportunity to change the problems on their planet, it will be great news for them. We can tell you the coordinates of the planet. But if you encounter any danger on the planet we live on, it has nothing to do with us. You asked for it. Wang Wei can understand why this group of space pirates gave up their relationship with them on this matter. After all, they are now imprisoned by the Interstellar Federation. If the Interstellar Federation really suffered a heavy blow on their planet, the space pirates are of course very worried that the Interstellar Federation will vent its anger on them. I am the head of the Interstellar Federation. My name is Wang Wei. You can rest assured. I promise you that no matter what kind of situation you will encounter on your planet during our visit, we will not vent any anger on you. If we can successfully solve the problem of the violent rulers on your planet, then I hope you can turn over a new leaf and stop doing things like space pirates. The leader of the space pirates smiled bitterly. If you can live and work in peace on your own planet, who would be willing to be a space pirate and do such a thankless job? Wang Wei believed that they were telling the truth, so he did not force them to make any promises. They immediately explained the specific coordinates of the planet they lived on. After that, Wang Wei and the universe, the pirates started a conversation. Through their conversation, Wang Wei learned why this group of people became space pirates. And when they learned that they might help him solve the problem of violent rulers, they still seemed so resistant. Buried on a planet called Cyber, there originally lived a group of kind and peaceful alien races. Their lives were originally very quiet, and no other alien creatures came to disturb them. But just when they thought they could live like this for the rest of their lives, their planet was invaded by aliens. The alien creatures that invaded them were tall, extremely powerful, and had purple skin. This group of people arrested all their people without any explanation, and required all the people on Cyber to serve the alien creatures. They were like slaves under the hands of alien creatures, and they would be abused to death if they were not careful. So this group of people on Cyber tried every means to escape from Cyber and became space pirates, maintaining their livelihoods by plundering nearby spaceships. When Wang Wei heard about the purple-skinned alien creatures, his first reaction was to find it a little funny. But then, he frowned again after confirming that the other party had extremely strong combat power. The fact that the other party had extremely strong combat power proved that they would never have any chance of peace talks with this group of alien creatures. Then if they wanted to liberate the people on the Cyber planet, they might have to do it by fighting. Compared to Wang Wei worries, Goso seemed very excited. Wang Wei rolled his eyes at Arthur and didn't say much. But the space pirates expressed to Wang Wei and his group the idea that this thing was impossible to accomplish. It's not that we don't believe in your abilities, but you don't know how terrible these alien creatures are. Not only do they have very strong strength, but their technological civilization is also very advanced and developed. Their people have very strong combat power. I think your warriors here have good combat power, but they may not have much chance of winning against so many of them. Although we all know that you are kind, I still hope you don't get close to Cyber Planet. Otherwise you will suffer a catastrophe. If they hadn't encountered this group of space pirates and had never heard of what Cyber Planet was experiencing, Wang Wei might not have thought of rescuing the Cyber people. But now that they know everything, there is no reason to turn a blind eye. Whether we can successfully drive away the violent rulers who have occupied your planet is a problem that we in the Interstellar Federation should worry about. You just wait here. If we can solve and drive away the violent rulers on the Cyber planet, then you can have and restore your original life. If we fail, I will also give you a chance to escape. You don't have to worry about anything. The space pirates also saw that Wang Wei would never change his mind after making up his mind, so they didn't say much. Goso left after sending the space pirates back to where they were imprisoned. Octopus felt very dissatisfied when he saw that the space pirates were sent back well. You space pirates must have betrayed your companions, so you didn't suffer any punishment, right? The reason why Octopus thought so was that when he was brought here by Goso, he was beaten to death by Goso. If others hadn't found that he had been beaten to death, I'm afraid his life would have been completely handed over to Goso. Although he later accepted the treatment of the Economic Federation, it did not mean that he would thank the Interstellar Federation. He even still felt that everyone in the Interstellar Federation was a group of bandits. The space pirates did not respond to Opiz's words. They had sensed Opiz's thoughts during their contact with Opiz. They knew that Opiz definitely had no intention of helping them. What he said was all in his favor. He must have wanted to trick them into becoming enemies with the people of the Interstellar Federation. And now Wang Wei has decided to help the Cyber Stars take back their planet and drive away the violent rulers on the planet. It is even more impossible for them to help Opus deal with the people of the Interstellar Federation. The small ornaments did not respond to the space pirates and began to verbally attack the space pirates. You guys must have gained some benefits. Otherwise you would never watch these people who hurt you so unscrupulously appear in front of you and even imprison you. The space pirates did not know what happened between Okivis and the people of the Interstellar Federation. But seeing Okivis so angry, they also began to wonder what Okivis had experienced. So they pretended to get close to Okivis and tried to learn about their grievances from Okivis. I don't know whether Okivis was imprisoned for too long or for some other reason. So when the space pirates asked about this, Okivis seemed very excited. I know you may not believe it, but these people who tell white lies and do evil everywhere have indeed destroyed me. Originally, we were just an unknown and ownerless planet on the landing platform. I never thought that I would meet this group of people. They kept forcing us not to fall into their trap. But I didn't expect that he had a grudge with us in the past. And because of this, some differences arose between us. So he launched an attack on the planet I led without saying a word, and even incited the people to judge me. I was trapped here by them because under their misleading, our people all believe that I did damage the safety and interests of the planet I live on. They locked me up here under the pretext of punishing me, and even helped my people who were deceived by them to elect a new leader. Aren't they the real villains? Hearing this, the space pirates looked at each other and felt that what Apis said was full of loopholes. If you promised the people of the Interstellar Federation at the beginning not to reveal their identities and whereabouts, then why did you tell others about this matter? And it also caused misunderstandings between them. What did you say? And you said that the people of the Interstellar Federation incited the people on the planet you led. Then your people are not fools. Why do they believe their one-sided words instead of this leader? After hearing this analysis, one of the space pirates immediately realized the problem. If I'm not mistaken, it's very likely that this person is not good enough to the people on the planet he rules. So after the people of the Interstellar Federation stood up, those people suddenly realized and decided to judge him and handed him over to the people of the Interstellar Federation for handling. As for whether it leaked the whereabouts of the Interstellar Federation, there is no doubt about it. According to our understanding, the people of the Interstellar Federation don't seem to be unreasonable people. If you don't really leak their whereabouts, I'm afraid they won't launch any form of attack on you. Apis didn't understand why this group of people could be sold directly by the people of the Interstellar Federation in a few words. He didn't even believe the personal description of him. The victim. What do you know? All this is their disguise. Just pretending to be a victim. Trying to win your sympathy. If you really believe what they say, then you are wrong. The space pirates didn't know whether they were wrong or not. But as Wang Wei said, Wang Wei is now planning to go to the cyber planet to help them get rid of the control of the violent rulers, so as to give them a stable living environment for the cyber star people. At least from this point of view, the cyber stars have no reason to believe in Apis, who has not done anything beneficial to them. And everything Apis said, everything he said was hoping that they could go against the Interstellar Federation. But, judging from the current situation of their imprisonment, if they really believed Apis's words and went against the people of the Interstellar Federation, they would definitely not have any good ending. It's just that no one is going to expose Apis's lies now. And even if they are exposed, Apis will never admit it. So the space pirates began to isolate Apis. No matter what Apis said to them, even if he cursed, they would not respond. Apis gradually became crazy when he saw the space pirates chatting together. He began to curse that the space pirates would not get the results they wanted, and they would even be taken to an unknown planet by the people of the Interstellar Federation to be solved. At this moment, the space pirates found that Apis's state became more and more strange, and they did not pay attention to Apis's words, but did their own things. On the other side, with the specific coordinates given by the Space Pirate Alliance, the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation soon arrived at the cyber planet. Because the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation was in stealth mode, they were still not discovered even when they approached the cyber planet. Originally, Wang Wei was still in the laboratory when the king of the three-eyed alien and Goso reported to him that their spaceship had arrived near the cyber planet. Wang Wei immediately put down his research and prepared to drive the small spaceship to the cyber planet to find out. His idea was immediately stopped by the king of the three-eyed alien and Goso. How can you risk your life to go to cyber planet alone to find out the situation? Don't you want to die? Goso also has the same view. If you really want to go to cyber planet to find out, our soldiers of the Interstellar Federation can go with you. After all, we all have Shintian armor and the same stealth ability. so we will not be discovered by the violent rulers of Cyber Planet. Wang Wei shook his head at them. It's not that I have to take risks, but your emotions are not stable enough. If you see something you can't tolerate, I think you will definitely rescue the cyber people. But our goal this time is to find out the situation on Cyber Planet, not to rescue the people on Cyber Planet. If we rescue some cyber people and let more cyber people get hurt, then it violates our original intention. Just when the two sides were arguing, Cruz stood up for Wang Wei for the first time and denied the ideas of the Three-Eyed King and Gozo. Wang Wei is right. You are not suitable to follow him to Cyber Planet. The most important thing now is to find out the situation on Cyber Planet, not to rescue the Cyber Star people. Even if you have the ability to ensure that even if you save the Cyber Star people, you will not be discovered by the violent rulers on Cyber Planet. But it is difficult to guarantee that after you leave, they will not be aware of the alien invasion because of your actions. With the strength of the Interstellar Federation, it is indeed not necessarily defeated after facing the violent rulers on Cyber Planet. But if the Cyber Star people are seriously injured, then what is the purpose of your coming this time? Is it to make Cyber Amon suffer more serious damage? When they heard this, the Three-Eyed Star King and Gozo were silent, because they also knew that Cruz and Wang Wei were right. The purpose of their coming to Cyber Planet this time was to completely overthrow the violent rulers and drive them out of the planet. At the same time, they could also fulfill their promise to the space pirates. They don't want to see any race on any planet being harmed, even if the people of Cyber Planet have attacked their spacecraft. After Wang Wei repeatedly assured them that he would ensure his own safety and would not be affected by sneaking into the Cyber Planet, the Three-Eyed Alien King and Gozo personally sent Wang Wei away. Gozo was still a little worried, but no one paid attention to him anymore. Everyone was concentrating on the signal sent back by Wang Wei. Through the signal sent back by the Xiantian armor, they could further determine whether Wang Wei was in danger. At this time, Cruz came to the Guanya Space Pirate Gate and saw the hysterical Office. He used his mental control ability to calm Office down temporarily, and then looked at the space pirates. Can you describe the specific situation of the Cyber Planet to us based on your memory? Our people have already gone to the Cyber Planet. If we can know the specific situation on this planet, it may be of some help to us. Chapter 343 Find out the situation on Cyber Planet. The space pirates did not expect Wang Wei and his team to be so fast that they had already arrived near Cyber Planet in such a short time. And now someone has sneaked into Cyber Planet and plans to complete the exploration of Cyber Planet. Will your people really not encounter danger if they sneak into Cyber Planet? Cruz did not answer the other party's question, but took out the communicator and began to record what the space pirates said. Seeing that Cruz's expression was so solemn, the space pirates did not dare to be strict and immediately began to introduce the various situations on Cyber Planet to Cruz. Currently, Cyber Planet has been basically completely controlled by the violent ruler and his men. There is a special metal on their planet. This metal seems to be liquid, but it can become extremely hard when attacked and can be used to make armor. So the violent rulers are constantly exploiting the Cyber Star people and letting them mine this special metal for them. However, the process of mining this special metal is very dangerous, because the environment formed by this special metal will emit a large amount of toxic gas, and the personnel who are not careful in mining will die from poisoning. After the violent rulers knew about this, they began to order the Cyber Stars to mine this special metal for them. Their people have been killed and injured countless times, but because they cannot get rid of the rule of the violent rulers, they have to continue to mine this special metal. Cruz then understood why the powerful violent rulers in the mouths of the space pirates wanted to control this planet so urgently. Without any hesitation, Cruz immediately told Wang Wei about this. Wang Wei was also very shocked after learning about this through the communication function of the Xiantian armor. He didn't expect that there was such a special metal on the Cyber Planet. But Wang Wei believed that this special technology must have more than just this ability. Otherwise the violent alien creatures would definitely not have directly occupied the Cyber Planet under such circumstances. More importantly, how did the violent aliens know that there was such a metal on the Cyber Planet? Wang Wei suspected that there must be a traitor on the Cyber Planet, although he could not confirm it at present. Wang Wei believed that continuing to investigate along this clue would definitely yield something. At the same time, he also asked Cruz to ask the space pirates whether there were any cyber people on the Cyber Planet who had a good relationship with the violent aliens. If it can be proved that there were indeed cyber people on the Cyber Planet who had a good relationship with the aliens, then it can be basically determined that his guess was correct. When Cruz relayed Wang Wei words to the space pirates, the space pirates were shocked. How do you know that there are people on our planet who are colluding with those violent rulers? Cruz was not clear about this. But according to Wang Wei's statement, he was also inclined to believe that there were indeed people on the cyber planet who were colluding with aliens. All this is just our guess. We can't be sure that there are people on cyber planet who are colluding with alien creatures, which led to the invasion of your cyber planet by alien creatures. The faces of the space pirates became a little sad. On our planet, there was a group of people who tried to provoke confrontation between the two races. At that time, the rulers of our planet expelled this group of people in order to prevent this from happening. I didn't expect that this group of people would come to cyber planet with a group of purple-skinned alien creatures soon. And this group of purple creatures immediately occupied our planet and began to enslave our cyber star people to mine that special liquid metal for them. Hearing this, Cruz basically understood the general course of events. The people who were all driven out by the rulers of cyber planet and went out contacted the group of purple alien creatures. So they colluded with each other and began to invade cyber planet. Although Cruz could understand why that group of people wanted to join other alien creatures to invade cyber planet. But, after all, they made the mistake first, which was different from his situation. He did not make any mistakes at that time. But because his awakened ability was not accepted by others, he was excluded and suppressed by his race. And even his own relatives still looked down on him. Under such circumstances, he still did not choose to lead the alien creatures to attack the planet where he was born and lived. He just wanted to prove his ability to all those who had awakened the same ability as him, and prove that their awakened abilities were definitely not as useless as everyone said. However, Cruz did not understand the behavior of this group of people, but he did not say much, and still asked Wang Wei to be cautious, and continued to ask the space pirates about the details of the cyber planet. After his inquiry, Cruz discovered another thing. That is, the space pirates once mentioned that there is actually a group of very powerful people on cyber planet. But these people went to other nearby planets to form an alliance with other planets. Before this group of people left, the purple-skinned alien creatures had not come to cyber planet. And after the purple-skinned alien creatures ruled cyber planet, they still did not return. The space pirates thought that if this group of people could return smoothly, they might provide considerable help to Wang Wei and his team. Cruz did not tell Wang Wei about this matter, but immediately asked Goso to find this group of people based on the clues provided by the space pirates. Although Cruz did not think that this group of people could provide them with much help, this group of people did know more about cyber planet, and Wang Wei did not have to worry about their safety all the time. For them, such help was indeed beneficial to their understanding of cyber planet and the subsequent rescue of the cyber people. After Goso set off, the three-eyed king began to get a little nervous. He found Cruz. What should we do if the alien creatures on cyber planet find us? Cruz didn't know why the three-eyed king had such concerns. Has the stealth mode of the spacecraft been discovered before? The three-eyed king shook his head. According to the stealth mode developed by Wang Wei, as long as we don't launch an attack, our existence will not be detected by any form of detection. Although Wang Wei's Xiatian armor will be detected by the biological detector, because the outer wall of the spacecraft is strong and thick enough. Even the biological detector can't detect the trace of the spacecraft. So in this case, Cruz didn't know what the three-eyed king was worried about. He could only comfort the three-eyed king, waiting for Wang Wei to come back before making a decision, so that he wouldn't have any worries. After Wang Wei came to cyber planet, he didn't see too many cyber people, and there was basically no one where he settled. Wang Wei vaguely saw a few people after moving forward, but they were not cyber star people, but the purple-skinned alien creatures mentioned by the space pirates. These purple-skinned creatures looked very relaxed and comfortable. Wang Wei knew that they were enslaving cyber star people, so they could live so easily. Following this group of purple-skinned alien creatures, Wang Wei came to a place similar to a fortress. There were a lot of purple-skinned alien creatures gathered here, and only a small number of cyber star people were used like servants. When Wang Wei saw the scene, he clenched his fists, thinking that these purple-skinned creatures were a bit too presumptuous. Obviously this was someone else's planet, and they dared to enslave the natives of this planet so wantonly. Although he couldn't save the cyber star people now, Wang Wei made a trip up so that the alien creatures in the fortress were surrounded by poison gas. Wang Wei used the stealth mode of Xiatian armor to give the cyber star people the antidote. So the cyber star people were not affected at all, but the purple alien creatures that were too large turned pale. Seeing that the Cyberstar people were not affected at all, the alien creatures were very angry. When they wanted to attack the Cyberstar people, Wang Wei immediately took action and knocked out all the alien creatures. Seeing that the alien creatures that were about to attack them suddenly fainted in front of them, the Cyberstar people also showed panic, looking around vigilantly for fear of any unexpected risks. At this time, Wang Wei unlocked the stealth mode of Xiantian armor and appeared in front of the group of Cyberstar people. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I heard about the things on your planet from other places, so I want to come and see if I can help you. The Cyberstar people were a little surprised at first when they saw Wang Wei, but then they immediately asked Wang Wei to leave the planet. The alien creatures on this planet are very cruel and domineering. If they discover your existence, they are likely to hurt you. You'd better leave here quickly. Wang Wei knew that the alien creatures here were indeed very cruel and domineering. When they were sad, they thought about attacking the cyber people. Wang Wei had seen through everything. However, he would never leave Cyber Planet for this reason. He had to thoroughly explore the situation of Cyber Planet and rescue all the cyber people. Wang Wei gave them some weapons for self-defense, so that they would never attack the alien creatures unless it was absolutely necessary. After they found out the specific situation of Cyber Planet, they would definitely solve the alien creatures on this planet as quickly as possible and rescue the cyber people from the hands of the alien creatures. Wang Wei was not sure whether this group of people could ensure their own safety while not being discovered, as he said. But Wang Wei also felt that even if they were discovered, the group of alien creatures would not believe that aliens could enter the cyber planet quietly and rescue the Cyberstar people under their noses. When Wang Wei left, this group of Cyberstar people provided Wang Wei with relevant clues. Wang Wei used the clues they provided and successfully came to the main city of the cyber planet. There is a very large palace in the city, although the technology of the cyber planet is also very advanced. This palace is built in a very retro style. When Wang Wei observed the palace from outside, he found that the guards of the palace were very strict, and the patrols basically did not stop. However, these did not have much impact on Wang Wei. If he wanted to enter the palace, no one could stop him. But Wang Wei was very curious if this group of alien creatures were really like what the space pirates said. They are very powerful and have super high combat power. So why do they guard this palace so strictly? Wang Wei suspected that there should be something in this palace that the alien creatures value very much. So Wang Wei still sneaked into the palace quietly and prepared to find out the situation. Inside the palace, there are still countless patrols, patrolling every corner of the palace almost non-stop. Wang Wei also heard their conversations during the sneaking process. It turns out that there are cyber people on the cyber planet who have made resistance actions, but they were all completely suppressed by alien creatures. But under this situation, the resistance of the cyber people still failed, and the alien creatures still have a very tight control over this planet. Those cyber people who attempted to resist the rule of the alien creatures were basically punished to varying degrees. Fortunately, according to the description of these people, the group of cyber people who attempted to resist were not in danger of life, but they were sent to a more dangerous place to mine liquid metal. At this moment, Wang Wei had successfully arrived at the core of the palace and met the alien leader, who was called the Violent Ruler, at the entrance of the space pirates. The alien leaders around were very tall, about 2 or 3 times taller than Wang Wei, and they were very powerful. He gently pushed a door of the palace, and it was dismantled by him with his bare hands. When Wang Wei saw this, he couldn't help but choose, but he felt that there were really huge differences between races on different planets. Just like humans living on Earth. Even if humans grow up well, they can never have such powerful power. However, Wang Wei didn't feel inferior. No matter how powerful this kind of creature is, their strength only makes them more arrogant and conceited. But it is precisely this situation that provides them with a lot of convenience. If they really want to take action against this group of alien creatures, they may also get more benefits because of their arrogance. However, the most critical problem that Wang Wei needs to solve now is to figure out the main distribution of alien creatures on this planet. Before Wang Wei could think about how to find out all this, the leader of the alien creatures proposed to hold a meeting and asked all the people in charge of managing the cyber stars on this planet to come to attend the meeting. Wang Wei stayed in the palace for a day and a night, and finally waited for the official start of the meeting. When the meeting started, Wang Wei saw about 100 alien creatures rushing into the venue. The leader of the alien creatures sat in the middle and listened to the reports of everyone below. After their reports, Wang Wei basically determined the specific scale of the alien creatures on the cyber planet. At present, the scale of this group of purple-skinned alien creatures on the cyber planet is about 100,000. And most of the things that these 100,000 people are responsible for are forcing the cyber stars to mine liquid metals. The area under their jurisdiction is not large, and each of them has about 10,000 alien creature warriors as supervision. That is to say, if they want to rescue the alien creatures on the cyber planet, you must also attack the supervisors in these places to ensure that they will not attack the cyber star people, and to ensure the safety of the cyber star people to the greatest extent while destroying the basic power of all alien creatures on the cyber planet. This is indeed a big challenge for Wang Wei and his team. After all, the Interstellar Federation does not have so many warriors for them to command. However, the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation have gene-destroying weapons, so they are not without a chance of winning against this group of purple-skinned alien creatures. According to Wang Wei investigation, he figured out the specific situation on the cyber planet and was ready to return to the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation to start formulating a specific plan to rescue the Cyberstar people. At the same time, Goso also found the group of Cyberstar people with stronger abilities at the entrance of the space pirates. After hearing that their planet was occupied by alien creatures, the community Cyberstar people were all very angry, and even wanted to return to the cyber planet immediately to rescue their companions. But their actions were stopped by Goso. You don't know the specific situation of cyber planet at all. If you join hands with us, you may have a chance to rescue your companions. But if you do it alone, you will most likely face annihilation. Your own sacrifice is not important. But have you ever thought about the Cyberstar people who are still waiting for you to rescue them? When they learn that you, their last straw, have been completely defeated by alien creatures, how desperate will they be? Although these are just scenes, Goso is indeed worried that the Cyberstar people will fall into painful struggles after being completely disappointed. He thinks that a large number of people will end their lives because of despair. If such a thing really happens, then their rescue of Cyberplanet will lose its original meaning. But the authorized Cyberstar people began to doubt Goso's true intention of helping Cyberplanet at this moment. If everything is as you said, then what is the real purpose of your helping us? Don't you want anything? Just to help us? Chapter 344 Make a Plan. Goso was speechless. You mean you don't believe that we are here to save your Cyberplanet? Right? If you really doubt it, you can take our spaceship or follow our spaceship to see the specific situation of your Cyberplanet. I don't know why you doubt us, but we have no reason to do such a thing. After all, doing such a thing will not benefit us at all. Goso didn't know that there were some rare metals on the Cyberplanet. He only knew that the Cyberstar people were being abused by violent rulers and needed people to save them. So after hearing these Cyberstar people say such words, Goso seemed very angry. When seeing Goso so angry, these Cyberstar people also realized that they might have misunderstood the man in front of them. We just think you shouldn't help us for no reason. So we want to clarify the situation. We don't mean anything else. If we offend you, we hope you can understand. Goso is not Wang Wei and the three-eyed Star King who can't understand the emotions of the Cyberstars. But in order to complete the task assigned to him by the three-eyed Star King and Wang Wei, he still chose to take this group of Cyberstars back to the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. After meeting the three-eyed Star King and crews, Goso returned to his room to rest. He ignored them, and this group of Cyberstars did not intend to participate in the subsequent plan. Seeing Goso so angry, the three-eyed King was also puzzled. Who provoked him? The leader of the Cyberstars, Rex, looked at the three-eyed King with an apologetic look. I'm so sorry. When they found us, we doubted your purpose. Maybe this matter made him feel uncomfortable. When the three-eyed King saw the other party, his attitude was so sincere, and he didn't care. After all, Goso's personality was not as difficult to get along with as imagined. When he figured it out later, there would be no problem. These are all trivial matters. We have a group of people from your Sabo planet here. Do you want to meet with them to confirm that we don't have any improper thoughts about your cyber planet? Rex didn't expect that there were cyber stars in this spaceship. After thinking for a while, he nodded to the three-eyed King. If it's convenient, we hope to meet our master to confirm the current specific situation of cyber planet. The three-eyed King nodded and asked someone to bring the space pirates to Rex and his friends. The space pirates seemed to know Rex Hall. After seeing Rex Hall, they burst into tears and explained the current situation of cyber planet to Rex Hall. After hearing the explanation of the space pirates, Rexhaw's face became extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that Cyberplanet would be invaded by alien creatures after he led a team of people away from it for a while. However, according to the description of the space pirates, Rexhaw also knew that with the power of their small team, there was no way to recapture Cyberplanet and drive away these brutal alien creatures. So he immediately looked at the king of the three-eyed star. I heard the person just now say that you are willing to help us recapture Cyberplanet. I wonder what kind of help you are willing to provide to us. Originally, this question should be answered by Wang Wei. But now Wang Wei is not here, so it can only be answered by the king of the three-eyed star and crews. They explain their ideas to Rexhaw. Their main purpose is to find out the specific situation of Cyberplanet through Rexhaw and others. Then the Interstellar Federation's team will help Cyberplanet solve their fundamental problems and completely drive the alien creatures out of Cyberplanet. Rexhaw felt that it was not that simple to drive the alien creatures out of Cyberplanet, because the alien creatures should have mined a lot of liquid metal at present. If they use liquid metal to make defensive equipment, then it will have a certain impact on their counterattack. The Three-Eyed Star King felt that this was not a problem, because they had a gene destruction weapon. As long as they could come into contact with alien creatures, the exposed skin would be completely destroyed through genetic destruction. But the most critical problem is that Wang Wei, who went to Cyberplanet to investigate the situation, has not returned yet. After Wang Wei returns, they can further discuss the specific methods to deal with the alien creatures on Cyberplanet. Rexhaw and his friends did not expect that this group of people had sent people to Cyberplanet to investigate the situation. After all, this was too bold for them, who had just learned about the current situation of Cyberplanet. Can your people really come back safely? After saying this, Rexhaw seemed to feel that his attitude was a little inappropriate, and hurriedly explained, if your people want to come back from Cyberplanet and have some difficulties, we can provide you with help. Just as the three-eyed alien king was about to speak, Wang Wei had already walked up to them. When he saw Rexhaw, Wang Wei asked, are you from Cyberplanet? The space pirates had met Wang Wei and felt that Wang Wei was very friendly. So they immediately introduced Rexhaw and his team to Wang Wei. Rexhaw and his team are a team with outstanding capabilities on Cyberplanet. They are responsible for going to other planets to contact other planets and form an alliance with our Cyberplanet to resist any dangers that may be encountered in the future. Your people have already found them. I think they should be able to help you drive away the alien creatures on Cyberplanet. When he heard this, Wang Wei stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Rexhaw. But Rexhaw was frightened by Wang Wei's actions and took a step back. Wang Wei then remembered that the etiquette of handshake was not a greeting between all creatures in the universe. Don't worry. We have no ill will towards Cyberplanet. If we were not forced to become space pirates and they attacked our spaceship, we might not know the current situation of Cyberplanet. Rexhaw nodded and didn't say much, but looked at Wang Wei carefully. Rexhaw had the same feeling as the space pirates, thinking that Wang Wei was an approachable person and didn't seem to have any ill will. However, Rexhaw didn't take it lightly and still treated Wang Wei with a cautious attitude. Wang Wei didn't say much, but immediately called everyone to start a meeting. This meeting was about how they were going to rescue the Cyberstar people. Wang Wei shared with everyone what he learned on Cyberplanet during the meeting, and asked everyone to come up with the most perfect plan to enable them to rescue the Cyberstar people in the fastest and safest way. But Wang Wei didn't expect that after hearing Wang Wei's words. Rexhaw asked Wang Wei why he knew so clearly. After all, if Wang Wei had no contact and communication with the alien creatures on the Cyberplanet, then it would be impossible for him to know these contents. Wang Wei could understand his doubts. After all, the Cyberplanet was currently occupied by alien creatures. They suddenly appeared and wanted to help the cyber people on the Cyberplanet. It seems that their motives are not so simple. So Wang Wei stood up and turned on the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor in front of Rexhaw. After he turned on the stealth mode, Rexhaw immediately became very nervous. He asked the Three-Eyed Star King and Goso around him why Wang Wei suddenly disappeared. Was it because the alien creatures on the Cyberplanet had chased here? The Three-Eyed Star King and Goso looked at Rexhaw helplessly, and told Rexhaw that the alien creatures on the Cyberplanet could not know their existence at present, and they should not find here. The reason why Wang Wei could be invisible was the unique ability of the Xiantian armor on him. Wang Wei walked to Rexhaw and patted him on the shoulder. Rexhaw immediately stepped back and looked at the place where he had just stood with caution. Someone touched me just now. Did you see it? No one paid attention to his words. The king of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso looked helpless and looked at Rexhaw with a helpless look. Wang Wei stood where Rex Haw had stood before, removed the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor, and revealed himself in front of Rex Haw. This is why I know it so clearly. The Xiantian armor on me has the ability to be invisible, as long as the other party does not have biological detection tools. There is no way to find my traces. So now you can believe that our interstellar alliance has no unreasonable thoughts about the cyber planet. The reason why Wang Wei showed the stealth ability of the Xiantian armor in front of Rex Haw was to let Rex Haw understand. The Interstellar Federation has no unreasonable thoughts about the cyber planet, even though the cyber planet has very rare liquid metal. And this liquid metal can also be the main material for making armor. Wang Wei had never thought of taking advantage of this opportunity to occupy everything on the cyber planet. Rex Haw was still in shock, and it took him a while to answer Wang Wei's question. So you use this ability to detect the deployment of alien creatures on the cyber planet? Wang Wei nodded and sat back in his seat. I have already explained to you that it is through this ability that we can detect the specific distribution of alien creatures on the cyber planet. The most important thing to discuss now is whether you believe in our Interstellar Federation. If you are sure that you cannot believe that our Interstellar Federation can help you save your people, or you think that our Interstellar Federation has impure intentions, then we will leave here immediately, and will never interfere in the affairs of Cyber Planet again. Goso was very excited when he heard Wang Wei say this. He thought that this should have happened a long time ago. Since the other party thought that their intentions were impure, why should they stay to help this group of aliens? It is obvious that they will not get any benefits from helping this group of aliens, and they will even be suspected by them. The most important thing they should do now is to leave here and stay away from this group of ungrateful aliens. You guys should be thankful that we are the ones you met, not other alien creatures. If other alien creatures knew about what happened on Cyber Planet, they would fight with the alien creatures on Cyber Planet, but they would not help you restore Cyber Planet to its original state. Instead, they would transform into another alien race on Cyber Planet and continue to plunder your planet. Rakeshaw also knew that his suspicion of Wang Wei just now did sound a little uncomfortable, but he also looked at Wang Wei with a sincere expression. I know what I just said may seem a little ungrateful to you, but please understand my concerns. After all, our planet is being invaded by aliens, and our people are being enslaved by alien creatures. So we must ensure that the reason you help us is not for other reasons, but because you really want to help our planet return to its original state. Wang Wei nodded, indicating that he understood. If I really don't understand your current mentality, then what I should do now is to drive you out of our spaceship, instead of sitting down and discussing with you how to rescue your people. The space pirates also felt that the atmosphere between them was too stiff, and quickly stood up to say something good. He is really not good at speaking. Wang Wei did not continue this topic. For him, whether Rexer can speak or not is not the most important thing, and he has never thought of asking Rexer to flatter them. The most critical issue now is how to launch the attack at the same time. After all, we must launch the attack at the same time to cut off the communication between their various parts and avoid a large-scale counterattack. Wang Wei's words were recognized by others, but the three-eyed alien king also had his concerns. It's just that we may not have enough manpower. If we are not familiar with the terrain of the Cybertron planet, our advancement may become extremely difficult. Wang Wei's eyes immediately fell on Rex Shaw, which was the fundamental reason why he asked Rex Shaw to participate in this meeting between them. If Rex Shaw can join them and help them complete the familiarity of the terrain of the Cybertron planet, then it will be much easier for them to launch attacks on alien creatures in various parts of the Cybertron planet at the same time. When Wang Wei was about to speak, Rex Haw took the lead. If you need someone familiar with Cyber Planet to lead the way for you, then I think we are the best people to help you. We know Cyber Planet well enough and can lead you to approach them without anyone noticing. After Rex Haw finished speaking, he was immediately refuted by Goso. We only need you to lead the way, not to lead us to approach them without anyone noticing. Our warriors are all equipped with Xiantian armor, and all have stealth capabilities. What you should really consider is your own safety. Although Rex Haw has seen that the ability of Xiantian armor is really surprising, he still didn't expect that this magical armor is actually owned by everyone among these people. In other words, you only need someone to help lead the way. Wang Wei nodded to Rex Haw, signaling Goso not to say anything more. He was worried that Goso's temper would cause a dispute with Rex Haw. The main purpose of their coming to Cyber Planet this time was not to find out whether Cyber Planet was worthy of their help, but to prevent the ordinary people of Cyber Planet from being affected by alien creatures. If Goso and Rexer had a big conflict, it would directly affect their rescue of all the people of Cyber Planet. You don't actually have to follow us to Cyber Planet to complete the task of rescuing the cyber people. You just need to use the communicator we provide you to direct our route in real time and help us determine whether we have taken a detour. But Rex Hall was obviously not satisfied with this. After all, Cyber Planet was their planet. But they also wanted to rescue their compatriots by themselves. We also want to complete this mission with you. But you can rest assured that we will never cause you any trouble. Although they may not have the strong ability like Wang Wei, they have their own way to avoid being discovered by the alien creatures on Cyber Planet. Wang Wei knew that their unilateral obstruction in this matter was useless. Just as Rex Hall said that Cyber Planet was the planet they lived on. Then after their planet was occupied by alien creatures, it was understandable that they wanted to rescue their own planet. Although I still think you should stay here and wait for our good news. If you insist on going, I will not stop you. But I still have to put the ugly words in front. If your people affect our plan, then we will launch a fierce attack on the alien creatures. And it is very likely that the cyber people will be affected. Rex Hall suddenly fell silent. Although he didn't know what kind of powerful means Wang Wei and others had. He was basically sure that if Wang Wei really planned to launch an attack on the alien creatures on Cyber Planet, if it would affect the Cyber Star people, then the Cyber Star people would be seriously injured. Now Rex Hall didn't know that the gene-destructive weapons they had would not only harm the Cyber Star people. However, Wang Wei didn't say much, but let Rex Hall decide whether to go to Cyber Planet with them. Rex Hall didn't give up his idea in the end. Wang Wei immediately gave an order to let Goso lead the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation to prepare. They must deal with the alien creatures on Cyber Planet as soon as possible. If the delay was too long, he was worried that the Cyber Star people would suffer more serious losses. This loss was not only the rare liquid metal on Cyber Planet, but also the lives of the Cyber Star people. After learning about the rare liquid metal on Cyber Planet and the need for the Cyber Star people to mine it in a highly toxic environment, Wang Wei felt that the alien creatures were simply crazy. If it were their own companions, would these alien creatures let their companions endure the poison to mine this rare metal? Chapter 345, Seeing Through His Purpose at a Glance. After a day of preparation, all the warriors of the Interstellar Federation adjusted their status to the best. Wang Wei finally gave the order for the warriors of the Interstellar Federation to drive small spaceships and turn on the stealth mode to approach the Cyber Planet. Of course, Rex Hall and his men followed them. But Wang Wei was still worried that their whereabouts would be discovered by the alien creatures on the Cyber Planet. So he found a few sets of Xiantian armor and gave them to them. When they put on the Xiantian armor, they found out how powerful the Xiantian armor was. It turned out that the Xiantian armor did not feel any weight when worn on the body, and even made them feel that their bodies became lighter than before. Moreover, after turning on the stealth mode, even they could not tell where their companions were. They could only find the location of their companions through the biological scan and biological communicator on the Xiantian armor. At this moment, Rex Hall and his men finally understood how powerful the organization they were in contact with was. But they did not have any time to sigh at all. They had to go to the Cyber Planet as soon as possible to complete the attack on the aliens on the Cyber Planet. Wang Wei had made a careful plan before. After everyone felt that the area that the aliens were responsible for monitoring, they had to act at the same time to ensure that the aliens could not communicate with other departments, and the situation would not be triggered to an unmanageable level. When Wang Wei and his team arrived at the designated location, the aliens on the Cyber Planet suddenly found something wrong. Although they could not hear the footsteps and could not see the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation who turned on the stealth mode, the feeling of being watched always existed. They could not help but start to get nervous. And at the same time, Wang Wei issued an order to attack. Everyone attacked the aliens together and caught them off guard. Even their leaders could not convey the information to the alien leaders in the palace in the main city of the Cyber Planet in time. About 5 hours later, Wang Wei received responses from all the teams. All the outsiders in the area they were responsible for had basically been dealt with by them. Some of the leaders of the aliens were controlled by them and could not communicate with anyone at present. Since most of the alien forces on the Cyber Planet had been dealt with, Wang Wei decided to take the most critical step now. The most critical step is that they must complete the attack on the alien creatures in the main cities of Cyber Planet as quickly as possible. They must attack quickly and not give the other party any chance to react. At this time, Rex Hall immediately sent a message through the communicator, hoping that Wang Wei could wait for them, and they would help Wang Wei find the best route. Wang Wei did not give orders immediately, but waited for Rex Hall and his team to arrive. After Rex Hall and his team arrived, Wang Wei also successfully entered the palace and met the alien leader who invaded Cyber Planet. The alien leader was very tall. The moment he noticed Wang Wei's appearance, he immediately realized that Cyber Planet must have been invaded by aliens a long time ago. So he quickly asked his confidant to contact their army. The result made the alien leader very angry. There is a problem with the leader. Our people have not been able to contact us. I'm afraid. Although his confidant did not finish his words, the alien leader had already guessed the general situation. He saw Wang Wei pointing at Wang Wei's nose and questioning, "You are the one who led this group of monkey-like creatures to invade the Cyber Planet." Monkey-like creatures? After hearing such a description, Goso was immediately furious and raised the gene-destroying weapon in his hand to attack the leader of the alien creatures. Wang Wei stopped Goso's action. This person is the enemy of all cyber people, so there is no need for us to launch the attack. The final attack still has to be left to the cyber people. Goso looked at Wang Wei with anger and confusion, but he said, "We are monkeys." Wang Wei shrugged helplessly. In fact, in a sense, humans are indeed an evolutionary branch of monkeys. So what others said is not wrong. But Wang Wei never feels any dissatisfaction or anger because of the outside world's views and descriptions of him. Wang Wei looked at Rexroth behind him. If nothing unexpected happens, the original leader of your planet Cyber should have met with an accident. So now someone needs to step up to handle all matters on planet Cyber and complete the handling of the alien leader. We will not intervene in this matter. You can solve it by yourselves. As for the liquid metal on your planet, we are very curious about this liquid, the functions and characteristics of metals. I wonder if we can take some samples for research. But you can rest assured, we only need a little bit. If you are willing, we hope to get a little bit as a sheep and chicken sample. But if you are not willing, we will not force it. Rickshaw did not expect that the benefit Wang Wei and his team asked for to help Cyber Planet drive away the alien creatures this time was just a little bit of rare liquid metal. So now he can basically be sure that the organization led by Wang Wei is definitely not a bad guy. We can give you some of the rare metals. But I also have a request. After hearing what Rickshaw said, Wang Wei nodded to Rickshaw. If your request is within our acceptable range, we will try our best to meet you. Rickshaw smiled and told Wang Wei not to worry. My request is just that I hope you can stay on Cyber Planet for a while longer. After all, Cyber Planet can successfully get rid of the control and invasion of alien creatures. Thanks to you. I want to make this known to everyone on planet Cyber. You deserve their respect and love. Wang Wei wanted to refuse, but when he thought that helping planet Cyber wasn't just his contribution, he decided to discuss it with others before giving Rexhaw a reply. Rexhaw didn't force Wang Wei, and they drove the small spaceship back to the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. Goso followed behind Wang Wei with a dissatisfied look on his face, asking Wang Wei why he didn't immediately agree to stay on planet Cyber for a while longer. After all, there was no loss for them. Planet Cyber has just experienced an alien invasion. If we stay on planet Cyber for a long time, do you think they will think that we, like those alien creatures, are helping them for the rare metals on planet Cyber? This sentence completely stunned Goso. How could he forget this? If it were him, he might also doubt the real purpose of a group of aliens who suddenly planned to stay on his planet, even if this group of people had helped them. And there are still a lot of messes on Cyber Planet to deal with. Just leave it to them. Why should we bother? If this group of alien creatures had never harmed the people on Cyber Planet, then Wang Wei might have asked for mercy on behalf of this group of alien creatures and expelled them from Cyber Planet. But this group of purple-skinned alien creatures not only harmed the Cyber Star people, but also enslaved them to mine rare metals filled with highly toxic fog. This is the hatred between the Cyber Star people and them. The Interstellar Federation does not need to intervene. After Goso understood this truth, he did not continue to argue with Wang Wei. Their spacecraft has always stayed outside Cyber Planet and has never intended to approach Cyber Planet. At this moment, the situation in Cyber Planet has become extremely intense and tense. Most Cyber Stars advocate the execution of all the living alien creatures, because they have killed many Cyber Stars. Not to mention that a large number of Cyber Stars have suffered considerable damage, because they braved highly toxic poisons to mine rare metals. But Rexo felt that they could not let them go so easily. Since this group of alien creatures came to Cyber Planet to plunder, why can't they go to the planet of this group of alien creatures to plunder their planet to make up for the loss of Cyber Planet? But Rexo, this proposal was rejected by the vast majority of people. Ordinary people believe that they were able to defeat this group of alien creatures this time with the help of the Interstellar Federation. But without the help of the Interstellar Federation, it would be difficult for them to defeat this group of alien creatures. Rex Hall also thought this was the truth. So he simply told all the cyber stars about the help the Interstellar Federation had given them. And Rex Hall also decided to try to discuss with the people of the Interstellar Federation to see if they could jointly plunder the planet where these purple-skinned creatures lived to make up for the loss of the cyber planet. When Wang Wei heard that Rex Hall had come to the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation in a spaceship to seek a meeting with him, Wang Wei asked the king of the three-eyed starman to let him in immediately. After Rex Hall saw Wang Wei, he first thanked Wang Wei and then immediately presented 2 large boxes of rare liquid metals. When Cruz saw these liquid metals, his eyes lit up. Wang Wei nodded to Cruz and asked him to take these rare metals away first. After Cruz left, Wang Wei looked at Rex Hall. The situation on your cyber planet should have been dealt with by now. So there is no need for us to stay any longer. It's time for us to say goodbye. When he heard this, Rex Hall immediately stopped him. Hasn't it been agreed? You can stay on our cyber planet for a while longer, so that our people know what kind of help you have provided to us cyber people. When he heard this, Wang Wei felt helpless. Although we also want to stay, we have more important things to do. The king of the three-eyed star listened to the conversation between Wang Wei and Rex Hall and felt puzzled. After all, the main purpose of the main leader of the Interstellar Federation to carry out economic travel is to understand the civilization and technological level of other races living on various planets in the universe. But now Wang Wei does not plan to stay on Cyber Planet. Is Wang Wei not interested in the civilization history and technological development of Cyber Planet at all? The fact is not like this. Wang Wei is not uninterested in the situation of Cyber Planet. But he has a hunch that the real purpose of Rex Hall coming to their spaceship with rare liquid metal to meet him this time is probably to get more favorable things from him, which may be help or other technologies. Although Wang Wei is not a petty person, he always believes that the reason why Rex Hall needs help is definitely to take revenge on the purple-skinned aliens who invaded the cyber planet. From the perspective of the cyber stars, these purple-skinned aliens should indeed be retaliated. After all, these aliens have harmed the interests of the cyber stars and also killed their compatriots. However, from the perspective of the merging of the universe, if the people who invaded the cyber planet have been punished and deserve punishment, then the purple-skinned aliens and the unaware people on the planet where they live should not be implicated. Of course, he also knew that such words might be refuted by Rex Hall. After all, the people who were harmed on the cyber planet are more innocent. It's just that this matter cannot be judged simply by who is more innocent. So Wang Wei proposed the idea of leaving immediately, and did not intend to provide help for Rex Hall's purpose. It's just that he didn't have time to explain his true thoughts to others. So his words would make the three-eyed Star King and others feel very puzzled. In such a situation, Rex Hall seemed extremely embarrassed. If he insisted on keeping Wang Wei, it would seem that he was too purposeful. If he did not seek Wang Wei help, then their plan to invade the planet inhabited by purple-skinned aliens would become an empty talk. After thinking for a while, he changed the subject and asked Wang Wei a seemingly strange question. If our planet is invaded by aliens, do you think the planet we want to invade is no different from theirs? After hearing this, the three-eyed Star King began to feel fortunate that Wang Wei did not agree to stay on Cyber Planet at first. If they really helped the cyber newcomers to invade the planet where the purple-skinned aliens live, what was the difference between them and the purple-skinned aliens? For bystanders like us, since the people who invaded your planet have been punished, you should not hurt innocent people. But I know that for you cyber newcomers, even if you have punished the group of people who invaded your planet, your damage cannot be made up. So you may want to invade their planet. I can understand. But I will not support it. And I will not provide you with any help. It's not that I sympathize with the purple-skinned aliens. But if anyone, when people are treated like this, I will think that there is a reason for injustice. You should retaliate against whoever has hurt you. Although it cannot be said that all the people living on that planet are innocent. The majority are definitely innocent. You can think about it carefully. If you do the same thing, what is the difference between you and the aliens who are invading the cyber planet now? Do you think you can hurt innocent people just because you are more justified than them? Rakeshaw stopped talking. In fact, he had thought about whether Wang Wei's rejection of him just now was due to this reason. But when Wang Wei spoke, he realized that his thoughts were indeed a bit naive. Not to mention whether their revenge can be successful. If they can't help them, then the power of the Cyberstar people can't complete this invasion. If they insist on completing this kind of revenge-like action, then they will inevitably provoke the same revenge from the other side. At that time, not only will the grievances be repeated, but the problem cannot be completely solved. And the Cyberstar people will also become the same as the alien creatures that invaded the cyber planet. It's not that Wang Wei is too cautious, but Wang Wei knows that after another attempt to invade other planets and plunder other planets' resources, even the originally kind Cyberstar people will probably find it difficult to return to the beginning. They will enjoy the pleasure of plundering other planets. And the resources that can be obtained by plundering other planets are also very coveted. Wang Wei doesn't want to see this happen. And he doesn't want the trend of plundering other planets to become something that all planets around here yearn for or must do in order to survive. After a long silence, Rexall sighed and said, "Did you guess my thoughts when I arrived? So you rejected my invitation to stay on Cyber Planet for a while?" After hearing Rexall's words, Wang Wei did not choose to continue to cover up, but nodded and admitted, "Yes, although I didn't know what your purpose was at the beginning. I can feel that your attitude is a little different from the beginning. I think you came to me so attentively. There must be something that needs my help. But if it is just a problem of Cyber Planet, you don't want our Interstellar Federation to intervene too much. If it has nothing to do with Cyber Planet, or even wants to help you retaliate against the group of purple-skinned alien creatures, our Interstellar Federation will not agree. So I rejected your invitation to stay on Cyber Planet at the first time. But I didn't expect that I guessed it right." Rexall also felt helpless and asked Wang Wei for help. But Wang Wei saw through his real purpose early on. Now he had no choice but to give up this idea. After all, although he wanted to retaliate against the alien creatures that invaded the cyber planet, he didn't want the cyber planet people to be hit. If we retaliate against them, will they retaliate against us in return? Rexall was still a little puzzled. First of all, without the help of the Interstellar Federation, your idea of retaliating against them may not succeed. Secondly, what I want to say is, if you really have the ability to retaliate against them, then why do you think those innocent people will not come to retaliate against you? Wang Wei stared at Rexall and said word by word. Chapter 346, Preparing to leave Cyber Planet. Although Wang Wei's words were somewhat ruthless, they also made Rexall completely understand that they had no hope of revenge. But Rexall also agreed with Wang Wei's statement. If they really had to take revenge, then they would be no different from the alien creatures that invaded Cyber Planet, and would also bring them greater danger. Seeing Rexall's demeanor change, Wang Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. Although everything that the people of Cyber Planet had experienced was indeed worthy of sympathy, Wang Wei did not want Rexall and his group to be blinded by hatred, becoming the same as the aliens who invaded their planet before he realized it. After Rexall figured it out, Wang Wei did not refuse to stay on Cyber Planet. At that time, Wang Wei also learned the reason for the formation of this rare metal with the help of Rexall. It turned out that Cyber Planet had no living creatures at the beginning, and the reason why life was born on this planet later was exactly the same as what happened on Earth. It's just that there is no such liquid metal on Earth. Even if there are two liquids, the properties of the metal are completely different. This liquid metal is more like the non-Newtonian fluid that Wang Wei had seen before. In the absence of external force, it is as quiet as water, and its mass is much lighter than water. However, after being hit by external force, this liquid metal will become extremely strong, burst out with great force, and block the invasion of external force. This characteristic is exactly the same as non-Newtonian fluid, but its strength is tens of thousands of times greater than non-Newtonian fluid. It's just that no one on Cyber Planet has used this liquid metal as armor before. After all, the process of mining this liquid metal is too dangerous. When Wang Wei heard this, he suddenly had an idea. If we can prevent the invasion of poisonous gas when mining liquid metal, then can we successfully mine liquid metal? Satisfy Cyber Planet's demand for armor materials? Rexall was also very moved by Wang Wei's words. But they could not yet determine the source and composition of this poisonous gas. So there was no way to prevent the poisonous gas from causing harm to the Cyberstar people who mined liquid metal. But Wang Wei proposed a method that Rexall had never thought of before. Since you think that mining liquid metal will have an impact on the cyber people, have you ever thought that you don't need to use the cyber people to mine liquid metal, but use other methods to mine it? Wang Wei's words completely stumped Rexall. So Rexall always believed that Cyber Planet would never lose to the Interstellar Alliance in some aspects of technological development, let alone the alien races that invaded Cyber Planet. But they had to admit that they had not developed a machine that could mine liquid metal, or other methods. Before, they had always believed that the mining process of impregnated liquid metal was very dangerous. So they chose to give up the idea of mining liquid metal. Now when Wang Wei suddenly proposed this point of view, Rexall was stunned for a moment, and then said to Wang Wei, "Do you mean that we can use machines or other methods to help us mine liquid metal?" Wang Wei nodded. He could understand that Rexall and his team had not used machines or other methods to mine liquid metal before because of the special nature of liquid metal. After all, the body of liquid metal is in a liquid state. It is not easy to collect liquid metal through machines. It takes a long time of research and experiments to achieve the purpose of accurately collecting liquid metal. But since they have come to the cyber planet and know the current situation of the cyber planet, they can't just sit back and watch this matter. They should still find a way to help the cyber people overcome this difficulty. Under Wang Wei reminder, Rex had decided to try to start research. And Wang Wei also proposed the idea of guiding their research. This made Rex very grateful to Wang Wei. He really didn't expect that after they had such a terrible idea before. Wang Wei was willing to help them. And even willing to help them complete the idea of mining liquid metal. Why are you willing to help us? This is a question that Rexa has never understood. After all, for the Interstellar Federation, they can't get any benefits from helping the cyber planet this time. And they have even been suspected by them before. Do I need a reason to help you? Wang Wei pondered for a moment and then said, if I do need a reason, then I think the reason is that I don't want to see the cyber planet invaded by other alien creatures again. I don't think you have done anything to provoke others. You were invaded because someone coveted the liquid metal on cyber planet. Then this responsibility does not lie with you. You should find a way to strengthen yourself and protect your compatriots. At present, the most effective and feasible way should be to make good use of the characteristics of liquid metal to help the cyber people resist the attacks of alien creatures. From the various actions of Rex and others, it can be proved that the people of Cyber Planet are not stupid. The reason why Cyber Planet was invaded by alien creatures, and even controlled by them, is largely related to their inability to make good use of the unique liquid metal on Cyber Planet. The second reason is that the alien creatures are powerful, and the cyber people are unable to resist. So Wang Wei believes that how to use liquid metal to create a new barrier for Cyber Planet is the top priority, and the most important thing to do. If it is used well, the protection level of the entire cyber planet will be greatly improved. And then the cyber people will no longer have to worry about the invasion of alien creatures. Rex was very grateful to Wang Wei. But he didn't know how to express his gratitude to Wang Wei. When he was in a state of panic, he heard Wang Wei asking if there were any scientific researchers on the cyber planet. Rex nodded immediately. Although I am not responsible for this, I will find the relevant person in charge. You can talk to them in detail about liquid metal. Wang Wei nodded and thanked Rex. After talking in detail with the scientific researchers on the cyber planet, Wang Wei found out that the people on the cyber planet had actually discovered the special properties of liquid metal a long time ago, and were also conducting research and development on liquid metal. However, their speed was indeed worrying. So far they have not had any results to show. When he heard this conclusion, Wang Wei was also very surprised. However, since he had already understood the general process of the matter, he had nothing to worry about, and immediately organized people to start researching liquid metal. Wang Wei used the characteristics of liquid metal and the ancient civilization technology he mastered to create a super strong protective shield for the cyber planet. This protective shield has a very strong defense capability. As long as there is no damage inside, it can basically resist the attack of alien spacecraft of the same level as the giant spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation. On the day of the experiment, Bizharp was still unsure. He looked at Wang Wei with trepidation. Do we really want to conduct such a dangerous experiment? Wang Wei's experimental plan this time is to launch an attack on the entire cyber planet in outer space through the giant spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation. He wants to test how long the protective shield they developed can withstand the attack of the giant spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation. If the time problem can be determined, it will be easy for them. When the attack began, Rexroth grabbed Wang Wei and said in a trembling voice, "Why don't we give up this experiment? We can use a small spaceship to attack the shield in another way. As long as it lasts long enough. I believe it will not make any difference." However, Wang Wei did not buy it. If you are really worried, then we can give up this time. But I still hope you can think about how important the results of this experiment are to your cyber planet. If they had such technology when they were invaded by alien creatures, Then the alien creatures would not be able to invade the cyber planet easily. Even if the alien creatures had helpers when they invaded, they would never be able to approach the cyber planet quietly. Rexroth suddenly fell silent. He knew that Wang Wei was right. If they really wanted to conquer the planet and not be invaded by any alien creatures in the future, then they should really follow Wang Wei arrangements. But I'm worried that the shield we developed won't be able to withstand the attack of your Interstellar Federation spacecraft. The cyber people in the attack area will definitely be affected, and their lives may even be in danger. Although Wang Wei understood Rex's idea very well, he gave Rex a reassurance. You can rest assured that we are simulating most of the mainstream weapons carried by other alien spacecraft, so the energy will not be particularly strong. If there is any damage to the men at that time, we will be fully responsible, whether it is treatment or helping the cyber people to restore and rebuild their homes. They will never break their promises. Under Wang Wei's promise, Rex also knew that Wang Wei had already decided, and he seemed to have no way to change it. He could only grit his teeth and wait for the final result to appear in front of him. After all, for him, there was really no better way to solve this matter, and he could only follow Wang Wei's arrangement. Wang Wei didn't know what Rex Hall was worried about, but Wang Wei was sure that this experiment would never fail. He had previously used the ancient civilization he had mastered to make an energy shield. The effect of the energy shield was very good, and this time he used the liquid metal unique to the cyber planet. So Wang Wei also believed that this shield experiment would never be dangerous. Just after Wang Wei gave the order, the shield experiment was completely launched. This experiment was divided into 3 parts. The first part was that the spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation launched an attack on the cyber planet. The attack method was relatively ordinary. That is, some ordinary energy beams. Of course, the energy values of these energy beams were also carefully controlled by Wang Wei, and would never exceed the energy values of ordinary weapons that Wang Wei had seen so far. In the first round of tests, the liquid metal shield developed by Wang Wei and his team passed the test smoothly. The second part of the test was the ordinary attack method with higher intensity and longer duration. The results of the second round of experiments also made Wang Wei and his team very satisfied. The worry on Rex's face gradually disappeared, and he began to look forward to the results of the next research experiment. The results of the third round of tests were also very good, and Rex's heart was completely relieved. This time Rex finally understood why Wang Wei was so calm, probably because Wang Wei had already anticipated the results. However, Wang Wei would never make any promises or guarantees easily before a real conclusion was reached. After the experiment, Wang Wei proposed the next research plan. His next research plan is to use liquid metal to make armor for all the warriors on the cyber planet. Since liquid metal has such a powerful ability, Wang Wei believes that liquid metal can be used to make armor for everyone. In this way, even if the people on the cyber planet are not outstanding enough, they don't have to worry too much when they encounter any alien creatures in the future. Rex was very grateful to Wang Wei and threatened to let the scientific researchers on the cyber planet learn a lot from Wang Wei. This kind of thing does not require Wang Wei to do it personally. Others can help Wang Wei solve related problems when they complete this part. So it seems that this matter is hosted by Wang Wei. But in fact Wang Wei did not participate too much. Wang Wei only provides some suggestions to them at the corresponding time, so that they can successfully develop armor made of liquid metal. In the process of experimenting with this kind of armor, the result is also obvious, which makes everyone feel happy, because this kind of armor has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Even the weapons of the Interstellar Federation have no way to deal with this kind of armor. However, Wang Wei did not tell Rex Haw that the real power of the Interstellar Federation's weapons is not to attack the enemy's armor, but to destroy the enemy's genes. Wang Wei thinks it is unnecessary to tell Rex Haw about this kind of thing. Even if Rex Haw knows it, it will not have any impact on the cyber planet, let alone implicate the cyber planet. The most important thing is that if Rex Haw and other cyber star people know that they have a weapon that can destroy the genes of organisms, it is very likely that Rex Haw and other cyber star people will feel panic. They don't want to stand on the opposite side of cyber planet, which is the fundamental reason why they will do their best to help cyber planet. During this period, Wang Wei was also researching liquid metal. Although they did not get much liquid metal, Wang Wei always believed that if the liquid metal rain was combined with the Xiantian armor made of the body of the undead insect, then the ability of the Xiantian armor would be improved to another level. Although they cannot boast that no one can break through their defense, at least among the enemies they have encountered so far, No one should be able to break through the defense launched by the Xiantian armor and hurt the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation. Wang Wei did not tell anyone about this. After all, they did not get much liquid metal, and there were only a few dozen Xiantian armors that could be made with liquid metal. So Wang Wei planned to use the Xiantian armor, which combines the two extremely strong defensive materials of Xiantian armor and undead insects, as their life-saving trump card. If they really encounter a very powerful enemy, then these two life-saving trump cards will ensure that they will not cause too many casualties in the process of fighting with the enemy. No one thought that Wang Wei had already merged the Xiantian armor with liquid metal to create a more powerful Xiantian armor. Everyone was looking forward to Wang Wei bringing greater changes to Cyber Planet. But Wang Wei made the decision to leave Cyber Planet at this time. For Wang Wei, he now knows enough about the civilization history and technological level of Cyber Planet, so there is no need to stay on Cyber Planet. However, when Rexhaw learned that Wang Wei and his friends had to leave, he still looked a little sad. Why do you have to leave Cyber Planet? Is our Cyber Planet not enough to keep you here? Wang Wei could guess that Rexhaw's real intention was to keep them on Cyber Planet and help them protect Cyber Planet. But Wang Wei never had such an idea. They had done what they should do, and it was time to leave. If we stay on Cyber Planet for too long, it will also cause confusion among the people of Cyber Planet. So I think we should leave early. This will also allow Cyber Planet to continue to restore its original peace and tranquility. Rexhaw knew that Wang Wei had made up his mind, and no matter what he said, he could not change Wang Wei's decision. But he sincerely hoped that Wang Wei could stay on Cyber Planet for a while longer. After all, judging from what happened during this period, the existence of Wang Wei and his friends did help Cyber Planet a lot. If Wang Wei and his team could stay on Cyber Planet for a while longer, Rex Hall believed that all the troubles and problems encountered on Cyber Planet could be solved immediately. But Wang Wei insisted on leaving, so they could not force him. If you still need anything, we will do our best to help you. Rex Hall made a promise to Wang Wei. In fact, we don't need any help. We are very grateful that you can give us some rare liquid metal this time. As for the future, I hope you can continue to increase your investment in scientific and technological research and development to ensure that your ability can resist the next invasion of Gestalt creatures. Although Wang Wei's words did not sound very pleasant, Rex Han knew the purpose of Wang Wei's words, which was just to hope that they could be prepared for danger in times of peace. Chapter 347: The Truth Hidden by Bisharp. After learning that the next thing that the Interstellar Federation led by Wang Wei would do was to continue traveling in the universe to find alien races that they had never seen before. After understanding their civilization development history and technological development level, Rexhaw gave Wang Wei a gift that Wang Wei liked very much. This gift is the coordinates of all nearby planets inhabited by living creatures that Rexhaw currently knows. The specific coordinates on it are very accurate. As long as the Economic Federation looks for them according to these coordinates, they can find the location of these planets. The reason why Rexhaw left Cyber Planet before was because he was worried that Cyber Planet was not strong enough, so it was very likely to be invaded by alien creatures. They hoped to form an alliance with several surrounding planets. If they are really invaded by alien creatures, they can form an alliance to resist the alien creatures together. However, they did not expect that when they went to discuss this matter with the leaders of other planets, their planet had already been invaded by alien creatures. When Wang Wei first learned about this, he had asked the space pirates why they didn't look for Rex and his friends immediately after escaping from Cyber. After all, if Rex and his friends could go back to help, perhaps not so many people on Cyber would have died at the hands of alien creatures. At that time, the space pirates' explanation also made Wang Wei feel that he could understand it. After all, not many of them escaped from Cyber. Moreover, if they were to carry out large-scale activities, they would definitely attract the attention of the alien creatures on Cyber. At that time, let alone not notifying Rex, even their own safety could not be guaranteed. Wang Wei could understand the choice of the space pirates. But what Wang Wei really didn't understand was why Rex didn't receive any news about the invasion of Cyber by alien creatures. Could it be that the Cyber people had cut off contact with the outside world as soon as the alien creatures invaded Cyber? But now it's useless to say all this. The damage caused by the alien creatures to the Cyber people has caused them to have no way to change anything. The only thing that can be done is to hope that the Cyber people can strengthen the protection of the planet in the future, so that similar things will not happen again. When Wang Wei and his companions left, the Cyber people also came out together to see them off. When Wang Wei saw this scene, he still felt very relieved. At least all the efforts he made to help the cyber planet were not in vain. As long as the cyber people can see all this, then their efforts will be rewarded. Wang Wei and his companions arrived at their first destination according to the interstellar coordinates left by Rex Shaw. The planet looks yellow from the outside. According to Rex Shaw's description of the planet, this planet is called Dolly Planet. The creatures living on Dolly Planet are a group of dwarves who look like elves. Rex Shaw once showed him photos and videos of the biological population on this planet. It looks very similar to the goblins that Wang Wei saw in Foreign Myths on Earth. So when they came to this planet, Wang Wei still maintained his usual style. Their spaceship was hidden in the star field far away from Dolly Planet, and only he and Goso drove the small spaceship into the interior of Dolly Planet. However, when their small spaceship landed, Wang Wei and Sol were surrounded by the dwarves on Dolly Planet. The dwarves looked at them with vigilance, and Wang Wei knew that they should be regarded as bad guys who invaded Dolly Planet. You can rest assured that we are not here to invade this planet. The reason we are here is that we got the specific coordinates of your planet from the people of Cyber Planet. So we want to come to your planet to understand your civilization history and the level of technological development. However, even though Wang Wei had said this, the hostility of the dwarves towards him did not subside. Instead, they got closer to the two of them, as if they wanted to surround them and capture them alive. When he saw the scene, Wang Wei couldn't help but frown and notified Goso to immediately turn on the defense mode of Xitian battle armor. They didn't want to attack these dwarves, but they definitely couldn't get hurt by them. Goso felt very aggrieved now. They were obviously here as guests, and they didn't show any malice. Why were they treated as bad guys who invaded this planet by these dwarves? If it doesn't work, can't we teach them a lesson and make them behave? Hearing Goso's words, Wang Wei felt even more helpless. Their arrival had obviously made these dwarves extremely alert. If Goso attacked these dwarves now, the relationship between them would definitely be like fire and water, and they would never have the chance to sit down and discuss properly. The most important thing is that the reason why they know the specific coordinates of Dolly Planet is because Rex Hall and others gave him the specific location here, so they could appear on this planet smoothly. If they attack the dwarves now, it will inevitably have a certain impact on Rex Hall and others. Wang Wei does not want to see such a thing happen, so he quickly scolded Goso. Can you calm down a little bit? Don't think of solving any problem by violent means. If you really attack these dwarves, then who will Rex Hall and the Cyber Star people who gave us the specific coordinates of Dolly Planet become? Hearing this, Goso felt even more headache. It was not okay to attack these dwarves directly. If you talk to them nicely, they would not believe it at all. Now there are only two of them. How can they deal with the unexpected situation designed? Wang Wei still tried to communicate with his lover here, but before he finished speaking, they were collectively captured by the dwarves and tied up and thrown into the dwarfs' prison. Seeing that the place where they were imprisoned was so heavily guarded, Goso said to Wang Wei unhappily, I told you a long time ago that we should act tougher, so that they would not dare to attack us again if they knew that we were not easy to bully, let alone lock us up here. How should we deal with the current situation to ensure our own safety? After hearing Goso's words, Wang Wei also felt a little headache. The situation they were in was indeed very difficult. Wang Wei did not want to take action immediately on this planet, so that the dwarves on this planet would feel that they were not only very hostile to this planet, but also likely to harm other creatures on this planet. If things really develop according to the worst result he imagined, Wang Wei believes that their idea of understanding the civilization development history and technological level of the creatures on this planet will become a bubble. So Wang Wei still calmed down with his family and let him think of a better way to solve the dilemma they are currently facing. Goso did not speak, but leaned against the wall beside him and closed his eyes to rest. Gosuo always felt that Wang Wei's character was a bit too indecisive. If Wang Wei really decided to live in peace with the dwarves here, then at least let the dwarves know that if they really want to attack this planet, then the dwarves on this planet will definitely not be able to stop them. At that time, the dwarves on the planet Dolly will definitely believe that the friendliness they showed when they came here was definitely not pretended, but from the heart, and they never thought of any conflict with them. However, Wang Wei is still the general manager of the Interstellar Federation, so Gosuo did not dare to have any dissatisfaction with Wang Wei's decision. He could only see whether Wang Wei's decision could bring them more benefits, as he said. Soon a group of dwarves appeared, surrounded by a dwarf dressed very gorgeously. Judging from the other party's attire, Wang Wei can basically determine that the dwarf dressed gorgeously must have a high status, and may be the person in power on this planet. Wang Wei immediately patted Gasuo beside him, and asked Gasuo to stand up to greet the dwarf with a high status. Gasuo stood up reluctantly, not understanding why the Interstellar Federation, which had a good fighting power, had to behave so humbly in front of a group of dwarfs. Wang Wei said nothing, but just quietly waited for the other party to speak. The other party asked Wang Wei why they appeared on their planet, and what their real purpose was. Wang Wei thought about it, and finally gave a very sincere answer. The reason why we came here is because we heard about your things from the people of Cyber Planet. We want to come here to see the history of your civilization, and the level of technological development. We have no ill will towards you. The dwarf, who looked like the ruler of this planet, frowned slightly after hearing what Wang Wei said. You mean that the cyber people told you the details of our Dolly planet? Location? Wang Wei still felt that this was a bit inappropriate. So he explained, you may not know that not long ago, the cyber planet was invaded by alien creatures. We helped the cyber star people to regain their planet, and dealt with the alien creatures that invaded the cyber planet. After they learned that we wanted to travel through the stars to explore the civilization history and technological development level of different races on various planets, they told us the specific coordinates of your Dolly planet. Of course, we also understand that our sudden arrival will cause some offense to you, but we really didn't intend to disturb you. Wang Wei tried his best to be very sincere, in order to make this group of people believe that they really had no ill intentions in coming here, and the only goal they wanted to achieve would not have any impact on this planet. However, as soon as Wang Wei finished speaking, the gorgeously dressed dwarf nodded to the people around him, and his men immediately opened the door of the cell and invited the two of them out. It turned out that just after Wang Wei said that it was the Cyberxing people who told them the specific coordinates of the Dolly planet, the gorgeously dressed person in power had contacted the cyber planet and asked Rexer whether what Wang Wei said was true, and he got a positive answer. That's why he came to the prison in person and decided to release Wang Wei and others. When Wang Wei was invited to the VIP room, Wang Wei realized why they were invited here. It must be because the other party had never doubted what he had just said. What made Wang Wei a little puzzled was why they were not suspected. But this group of people all had expressionless faces, as if they were a group of people who might bring danger to the races on this planet. When Wang Wei and his companions were ready, the gorgeously dressed dwarf suddenly spoke. I think you should have heard from the cyber people about what happened on our planet Dolly. Since you already know what happened on Dolly, why did you come here? This question confused Wang Wei. He did know the specific location of Dolly from Rex Shaw, but he didn't know what happened on Dolly. He didn't know why Wang's lover was like this, resisting the approach of other creatures, but did not take any further punishment measures against them. Lexshaw only told us the specific coordinates of your place, but didn't say much else, so we don't know what happened on Dolly. We don't mean to offend you. If you feel that our existence has caused you trouble, we will leave here as soon as possible. When hearing this, the dwarf ruler of Dolly was also stunned. You mean that the cyber people didn't explain the situation of Dolly to you, but just gave you the coordinates of Dolly, so that you can come here to see it if you have the opportunity? Wang Wei nodded to the dwarf ruler. When we left, the cyber people gave us a list of specific coordinates of nearby planets with tribes living there, and told us that these planets have basically agreed to cooperate with cyber. They formed an alliance, so they can be sure that the biological populations on these planets are kind, and said that if we really need it, we can come and take a look. The dwarf ruler was silent for a while before looking up at Wang Wei. If it is really as you said, then we have indeed misunderstood the purpose of your coming to Dolly planet. After that, the dwarf ruler stood up and nodded to Wang Wei. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Bisharp, and you can call me King Dolly. Wang Wei also nodded politely to the other party, and then began to introduce himself. The organization I lead is called the Galaxy Federation by many people. My name is Wang Wei. I hope that all misunderstandings between us can be resolved. After seeing Wang Wei introduce himself, Bisharp's expression was finally not as guarded as before. When he looked at Wang Wei, he asked Wang Wei what he thought of Dolly planet after coming here. Wang Wei naturally had no opinion on this planet that he didn't know much about. He was more curious about what Bisharp said before that they should learn from the people of Cyber Planet. Has Dolly planet encountered any difficulties? If you are willing to share with us, we can definitely help you find a solution to the difficulties. After hearing this, Bisharp seemed a little hesitant, but in the end, he decided to tell Wang Wei the truth. To be honest, the reason why the cyber people wandered between various planets, and asked each planet whether they were willing to form an alliance to jointly resist the invasion of alien creatures is because our Dolly planet also encountered an alien invasion not long ago. It's just that our Dolly planet doesn't have any special resources, so it has not been chosen by anyone. When Wang Wei heard this, his first reaction was not to believe it. After all, according to their observations in space, although Dolly planet did not seem to be covered with green vegetation, it should not be so poor in resources that it would be disliked by invaders. Otherwise, how do so many dwarves on planet Dolly survive? What puzzled Wang Wei the most was Bisharp's attitude. They had already revealed their identities and told the other party at the beginning. The reason they were able to come here was because the people of Cyber Planet provided them with the specific coordinates of the planet. Since they had reached an alliance agreement with the Cyberstar people, they should know that the people of the Interstellar Federation came here without any malicious intent. But they were still very wary of the people of the Interstellar Federation, and even put him and Goso directly in jail. Wang Wei suspected that there was something hidden, but Bisharp refused to tell him the truth, so he could not know what Bisharp had concealed, and what exactly happened on Dolly Planet. However, Wang Wei also made a decision under such circumstances. He wanted to try to ask Bisharp if he could tell him what exactly happened on Dolly Planet, and what are they worried about. If Bisharp refused to tell him the truth, then they decided to move to the next coordinate provided by Rexroth to see the situation on other planets. So Wang Wei asked the same question, but in a different way. I know you may not believe us, a group of alien creatures, but I believe you have already contacted the people of Cyber Planet and confirmed that we have helped Cyber Planet and have no ill intentions. If you are willing to share with us what happened on Dolly Planet, maybe we can help you solve the current problem. At least we can stop you from being attacked and invaded by alien creatures. Wang Wei's words were very sincere, but Goso on the side was very dissatisfied. Why should we help them? When he heard this, Wang Wei rolled his eyes at Goso and signaled him not to speak casually. Now Bisharp is still very wary of them and refuses to tell them the truth. If they are frightened by Goso's words, it will be even more difficult for them to know what happened on Dolly Planet. Chapter 348 Pretending to be Stupid. Goso shut up helplessly. He sat aside and looked at the dwarves around him, holding his breath in his heart. Every time they came to a strange planet, they would be regarded as enemies by the people on the planet. He suddenly began to not understand why Wang Wei wanted to travel in space. Could it be that they found a planet suitable for the Interstellar Federation to stay on? Wouldn't it be better to stay on that planet? They had to wander around other planets and do some thankless things. But now, he certainly didn't dare to say these words in public to question Wang Wei's decision, because Wang Wei had more important things to do. So he waited honestly for Wang Wei to solve the things that needed to be solved. Bisharp hesitated again and again, but still didn't tell Wang Wei the truth. And Wang Wei didn't force it, since there are few resources on Dolly Planet. We won't stay here for long. This sudden visit is our inconsiderateness and disturbing you. Wang Wei stood up and expressed his idea of leaving here, but he didn't expect Bisharp to suddenly plan to keep them here for a while. Isn't this a bad idea? Wang Wei always felt that the other party's intention to keep them here was not simple, so he did not intend to agree. Unexpectedly, the lover next to Bisharp suddenly picked up the weapon in his hand and pointed it at them. Since you are already here, why not stay for a while so that I can introduce you to the history of our planet Dolly? Bisharp waved his hand while speaking, and his men immediately put down their weapons. But Wang Wei still noticed that something was wrong. If the other party was really very wary of them, then they should not be left on the planet Dolly. But even if the other party wanted to keep them on the planet Dolly, they also showed a very strong attitude, which made Wang Wei start to doubt whether the other party wanted to control them and go so based on what they had to gain some benefits. Although Wang Wei was not sure that his guess was correct, Wang Wei still decided to stay. As long as the time was long enough, the other party would definitely show his feet. After all, Wang Wei had already made preparations. When their spaceship was docked near the planet Dolly, they had already turned on the stealth mode. It is not easy for the other party to find their spaceship and blackmail their people. Since you are so enthusiastic, we can't refuse anymore. Goso looked at Wang Wei with a puzzled look. It was obvious that they could easily deal with this group of dwarves with their abilities. But why did Wang Wei pretend to be scared? And he agreed to the other party's request that they stay on this planet for a while? Wang Wei did not explain much, but waited for Bisharp's response. Perhaps seeing Wang Wei compromise, Bisharp's face became much more relaxed, and he even took the initiative to let someone take Wang Wei and others down to rest. After being taken to the restroom, Goso immediately asked Wang Wei why he wanted to stay on this planet. You can clearly see that they don't like us at all. Why do they want us to stay here? Is there any benefit for you? When Wang Wei heard Goso question, he chuckled. If we leave here now, how can we know what the other party is planning? The reason why we have to stay here is because we must find out what the other party wants to do. So we need to stay here. As long as we keep pretending that we don't understand anything, I believe that the other party will reveal their true intentions sooner or later. After hearing Wang Wei's words, Goso still felt that Wang Wei's method was a bit too slow, and it would be better for them to directly attack the group of dwarves and ask their true purpose. But Wang Wei did not give any orders, and Goso did not dare to make any decisions easily. The two stayed on the Yellow Killer for about 7 days. During this period, Bizharp came to see Wang Wei and talked to Wang Wei about the history of this planet. Wang Wei then realized that this group of dwarves were not the natives of this planet. The real natives had already died out when they came to this planet. However, this group of dwarves borrowed the civilization and technology left by the natives, successfully settled on this planet, and grew to its current size. It's just that the invasion of alien creatures some time ago caused them to suffer a lot of damage and lost a large part of their resources. Wang Wei pretended to know nothing and asked the other party, "Didn't you say that the resources on Dali are extremely valuable? Why did you lose your own resources? Did you successfully drive away the lucky creatures and fail to protect your resources after all?" As soon as Wang Wei said this, Bisharp's face suddenly became very ugly, and Wang Wei almost couldn't help laughing. Bisharp's words were full of loopholes, and were completely untenable. Wang Wei didn't believe that Bizharp didn't know this at all. Of course, if he knew it, but still did it, Wang Wei would not understand why the other party concealed the truth in front of him. Could it be that the truth that the other party concealed would be of great benefit to them? Now Wang Wei even began to doubt that what the other party had said about them being invaded by alien creatures was not necessarily true. But Wang Wei didn't say much, but listened quietly. When Bizharp introduced the development history of this planet to Wang Wei, he showed a sad face. Because our planet is short of resources, our development is always slow, and we have one step ahead of others. The indigenous people of this planet left behind some of the technological development and civilization development content, and our development will not catch up with other planets after all. Wang Wei did not interrupt the other party, but asked what else the other party wanted to say. At this moment, the expression on the other party's face became a little strange. It would be great if someone could help us. Now Wang Wei can basically determine why Bizharp insisted on keeping them here. The fundamental purpose should be that they can help the race on the planet Dali to make them stronger, even if they have never taken the initiative to mention this matter. The other party intends to use tough means to get some help. When hearing this, Wang Wei was very surprised. Although Wang Wei had long thought that in the long interstellar journey, they would most likely meet various species of creatures with different personalities and habits. But he never thought that he would meet such a shameless leader. If they sincerely asked for help, Wang Wei would not necessarily refuse their request. After all, if this planet is really as scarce as Bizharp said, they are very happy to help such resource-scarce people find hidden energy on this planet, or help them find a planet more suitable for their lives. But they did not explain this sentence directly, but began to mention this part to him in an obscure way. Wang Wei felt that being deceived was a bad feeling, so he never thought about helping the people here, making them stronger, and having the opportunity to resist the invasion of alien creatures. There are many people who can help you. I think the people of Cyber Planet are very powerful. Maybe when you ask them for help, they will definitely lend a hand to you and help you solve all the problems you encounter. Wang Wei's words were not random nonsense. Since Cyber Planet is willing to form an alliance with Dali Planet, it proves that Cyber Planet should have a certain understanding of Dali Planet. If it is about resisting the invasion of alien creatures, he believes that Rex Hall and others must be willing to lend a hand to Dali Planet. But the other party did not seek help from the people of Cyber Planet. Wang Wei suspected that this was largely because they did not believe in and look down on the abilities of the people of Cyber Planet. So they found the Interstellar Federation, which seemed to be more capable than Cyber Planet. It's a pity that he has a problem. If he voluntarily helps, then no matter how big the trouble the other party encounters, he is very likely to help to the end. But if the other party forces him to help, then he is very likely not to lend a hand, and can even sit and wait for their encounter. It's a pity that Bizharp hasn't noticed Wang Wei's attitude. After realizing this, he really felt that Wang Wei was a very easy-to-talk person. After all, Wang Wei was not familiar with Cyber Planet. According to the description of the Cyber Shing people, they were indeed willing to help those seemingly weaker races. You are right. But after hearing about the experience of Cyber Planet, I still feel that if I bother them at this time, it will add burden to them. Bizharp deliberately pretended to be very kind, but his words made Wang Wei feel sick. What you said makes sense. But since you think it will add trouble to Cyber Planet, why not wait until they have completed the reconstruction work and the entire demand has returned to normal? And then you make such a request. Maybe they will be very willing to help you. Wang Wei and Bizharp both made a circle. That is, deliberately not mentioning the help of the Interstellar and the Federation for Yellow Wages, which made Bizharp's face look very ugly. At this moment, Bishop was no longer willing to continue to test each other with Wang Wei in a secretive manner, and instead asked directly, I heard that you have provided assistance to the cyber people and helped them to have the capital to resist the invasion of alien creatures. I wonder if you are willing to help our planet Dolly as well. After hearing Bizharp's words, Wang Wei deliberately acted very surprised, as if he had not seen Bizharp's true thoughts before. Does your planet Dolly also need the help of the Interstellar Federation? But the alien creatures that invaded your planet have been completely driven away by you. According to our observation, Dolly's planet should not be affected too much. As for your resources, they have also suffered losses. We may not be able to help you. After all, we still have to travel long distances between stars, and the resources we have prepared are also limited. Wang Wei refused so directly, and deliberately acted very surprised. Bizharp almost said a swear word, but in order to further squeeze Wang Wei and everything they had, Bizharp smiled awkwardly and did not continue the topic. In that case, you should go to bed early. Tomorrow I will ask someone to take you around Dolly Planet and experience the local conditions and customs of our Dolly Planet. Wang Wei took Goso and thanked Bizharp. I really trouble you. If it weren't for you, we might not have a deeper understanding of the biological races on this planet. Bizharp left without looking back. After he left, Goso lay on the bed and laughed. Wang Wei, did you see that his face was as black as the bottom of a pot just now? When you were talking, he trembled subconsciously. Wang Wei saw all this, but he couldn't show it at the time, let alone expose the other party's embarrassment in person. Otherwise, wouldn't they be the ones who knew the other party's difficulties, but deliberately didn't help? The most important thing is that Bizharp already knew their help to Cyber Planet. So if they didn't intend to help Bizharp, they had to show that they didn't know, didn't understand, and didn't understand everything Bizharp said. Goso then knew what Wang Wei would do when he didn't want to help some people. However, this time he supported Wang Wei's decision very much. I just think they are weird, and we shouldn't help them. We have already said that we were found by people from Cyber Planet who gave us the coordinates. But they still put us in jail. They must have decided to release us after confirming our identities with Cyber Planet. And did you notice that he was hesitant just now, and gave me the feeling that every word he said should be half true and half false? Or even all lies. In order to win our sympathy, and want us to help them make more progress in technology. Goso's words touched Wang Wei's heart. But Wang Wei had other views on this matter. If they simply need our help, I am happy to help them. And I also understand that after encountering alien invasion, their situation will indeed become very difficult. If Dolly Planet is really as scarce as he said, resources are very scarce, then even if he doesn't need it, we said, I will also offer to help them improve the living environment of Dolly Planet. But they did not tell us the truth, and they tried to cover up their real purpose. Now they have used tough measures to keep us here. I cannot accept this situation. Goso also could not accept such an outcome. So he immediately expressed his support after hearing Wang Wei's words. Then what should we do now? Do we have to stay and wait for him to continue to lie to you? Wang Wei smiled. Don't worry. Since their goal is to make us help them, or to make us bleed, some useful things are on Dolly Planet. Then the people who are really anxious are definitely not us, but them. Wang Wei believes that if the other party wants them to leave some useful things to help improve the technological level of this planet, then even if Bizharp has a lot of dissatisfaction with them in his heart, he dared not express it openly, and will provide them with good food and drink. If things are really as he imagined, then why don't they stay on this planet for a while longer? Anyway, they have no losses. As for the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation, they only need to use the communication ability of the Xietian battle armor to send signals to the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. Let the people of the Interstellar Federation be sure that they are safe. Then they can continue to be the boss on this planet without worries. After hearing Wang Wei's plan, Goso was surprised. I didn't expect you to be so smart when you cheat people. Why didn't I think of these plans? Cheating people? He was just giving him a taste of his own medicine. The other party wanted to deliberately act crazy and stupid in front of them in an attempt to gain their sympathy. But he did not refuse. However, whether they would pay the price or truly sympathize with the dwarves on the planet Dolly was another matter. Goso felt that he could really learn a lot of useful things by following Wang Wei. At least Wang Wei had not broken up with Bishops yet. But he could still make Bishops furious but dare not vent. This was something he needed to learn well. Wang Wei ignored Goso and lay on the bed beside him to rest. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to rest, Bishop's voice came from outside. And he looked very anxious. Please help us. A flood suddenly broke out on our planet. If we don't come up with a way to deal with it, all creatures on the entire planet will be submerged by the flood. If it was on other planets. When hearing about such a disaster, Wang Wei should immediately choose to find a corresponding solution without any hesitation. But if such a thing happened on the planet Dolly, Wang Wei would not consider lending a hand for the time being. And he could not be sure whether what Bisharp said was true or false. If you are willing, the Interstellar Federation can provide you with help. But we also have requirements. You must let us go and let us return to our spaceship to prepare. When Bisharp heard this, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. He thought that the so-called Interstellar Federation only had a small spaceship owned by Wang Wei. Do you mean that there are still your bullet message spaceships near the planet Dolly, waiting for you to return? Seeing the surprise on Bisharp's face, Wang Wei and Goso almost couldn't help laughing. However, Wang Wei still pretended to be calm and nodded to Bisharp. Didn't the people of Cyberplanet tell you that the scale of our Interstellar Federation is still not small? Chapter 349, Angry Out of Shame. Looking at Bisharp's dumbfounded look and the questions he asked, Wang Wei just felt very funny. He can basically guess what happened now. Bisharp did learn about the Interstellar Federation from the Cyber Stars. But Bisharp probably didn't know too much. So he didn't know the specific scale of the Interstellar Federation at all. He thought that they, who drove 2 small spaceships to Dolly Planet, were already the majority of the strength of the Interstellar Federation. But he didn't expect that the Interstellar Federation also had a giant spaceship that was stealthily docked in the star field near Dolly Planet. Seeing Bisharp's look, Goso on the side also laughed out loud. Do you have brains? If the Interstellar Federation really has no ability, how can it help the Cyber Stars drive away the alien creatures that invaded their planet? Now the Cyber Stars are very friendly to us. Do you think this is because they are kind to people? Although these words were very hurtful, Wang Wei did not stop Goso. For Wang Wei, now they must let Bisharp understand the situation. Although they are not in a hurry to leave Dolly Planet, Wang Wei does not want to be harassed by Bisharp endlessly. He just wants to solve the problem as soon as possible. After hearing what they said, Bisharp's attitude suddenly became very strange. After he left in a hurry, Goso suddenly looked at Wang Wei. Do you think that after hearing what we said, he will suddenly realize that he should not treat us like before? Wang Wei shook his head, although I am sure that he will not let us go easily. The situation you said is also very likely to exist. The reason why they want to trap us here is because they want to get help on some level. But we didn't think of providing them with help from the beginning. And the means of help we can provide may not be what they want. To put it bluntly, Bisharp just wants to get benefits from them. But he doesn't want to pay any price. The most important thing is the benefits that Bisharp wants to get. If they are unwilling to hand them over, Bisharp is likely to use tough measures to get what they want, which is something Wang Wei cannot accept. If he is willing to help, then no matter what the other party wants or needs, he will do his best to provide it. After all, their help is to get a good result. But if he is not willing, but forced by the other party, then he may not provide any help to the other party. After hearing Wang Wei's words, Goso also understood Wang Wei's intention and nodded immediately. In this case, let's just keep fighting with them. Anyway, what the Interstellar Federation is doing now is to start one interstellar journey after another, and in the process understand the civilization development history of biological populations on other planets, and get in touch with their technological development. Even if they are delayed on Dolly for a while, it will not affect their plan. When thinking of this, Goso suddenly felt much more relaxed. He leaned against the wall and began to contact the people on the Interstellar Federation spacecraft. The King of the Three-Eyed Star has always been worried about the situation of Wang Wei and Goso, so the contact between them has never been interrupted. This time, hearing Goso describe the situation on Dolly, the King of the Three-Eyed Star also seemed extremely angry. If they really need any help, they should just say it directly. Now they are keeping you on the planet Dolly. Could it be that they want to use you to threaten us to provide them with the corresponding resources and technology? Goso gave a positive answer to this question. Of course it is like that. If they don't have this purpose, they will never do such a thing. But their greed is a bit too ugly. If you want our help, you can just exchange it or say it directly. Why do you have to beat around the bush and even keep us here? The king of the three-eyed star even directly proposed that the spaceship formation of the Interstellar Federation should launch an attack on the planet Dolly. Wang Wei rejected the proposal of the king of the three-eyed star, thinking that Bisharp's leadership style might be wrong. But the other dwarves on this planet did not provoke them. We must not let other dwarves pay the price for this. The king of the three-eyed star felt that Wang Wei was too kind-hearted. Obviously, the other party had imprisoned them on the planet. But Wang Wei still felt that he should not be ruthless to the other party. At this moment, the king of the three-eyed alien and Goso had a dispute over whether to launch an attack on the Dolly planet. Originally, Goso was the most belligerent one. But this time Goso firmly supported Wang Wei's decision. He believed that since Bishop wanted to benefit from them, but was unwilling to pay anything, then the most important thing they should do now was to make Bishop get nothing. The king of the three-eyed star felt that he should first ensure the safety of Wang Wei and Goso, no matter what the real purpose of the king of the three-eyed star was. As long as Wang Wei and Goso could leave Dolly planet safely, they could successfully get rid of Bisharp's harassment. At this time, Wang Wei interrupted their dispute. You don't need to argue anymore. I have already told you my idea. We should stay here to see what they want to do. If we leave secretly without knowing it, or launch an attack on Dolly planet, then the Interstellar Federation is likely to be slandered in the future. Even if they all know that the Interstellar Federation has not done anything to harm Dolly planet this time, the biological populations of other planets will not think so. If the dwarves publicize what they have done, then the Interstellar Federation may be resisted by all nearby planets with biological populations. According to Wang Wei's idea, what they have to do now is to wait for Bisharp to gradually become impatient with them, or even drive them away from here. However, Wang Wei's idea did not come true, because Bisharp brought people to ask Wang Wei and Goso where their giant spaceship was hidden the next day. Seeing Bisharp's undisguised greed, Goso was very angry. He rushed to Bisharp and asked what Bisharp's intention was to ask about the specific whereabouts of their spaceship. Where is our spaceship? And what does it have to do with you? No matter where our spaceship is parked, it has no impact on your planet Dolly, let alone hurt everyone on the planet Dolly. You are now asking about the difficulty of our Interstellar Federation spaceship. Are you trying to rob our spaceship so that your planet can have the capital to stand out from the crowd? It doesn't matter whether you have the ability or whether you can chew this hard bone. Goso's words were merciless, and Bisharp's face suddenly became extremely ugly. We just want to ensure the safety of the people on the planet. We have no intention of robbing your spaceship. If you refuse to tell us the specific whereabouts of your spaceship, we will never let you leave here. After all, no one can be sure that your spaceship will not attack us after you safely leave the planet Dolly. Wang Wei did not say a word from beginning to end. He just looked at Bishop quietly. After arguing with Goso for a while, Bishop noticed that Goso could not influence Wang Wei's decision. When Wang Wei did not say anything, Goso never showed any signs of compromise. So he shifted all his attention to Wang Wei. I know you are the one who can speak most usefully. In this case, I hope you can express your attitude clearly and tell us whether you are willing to tell us the specific whereabouts of your spaceship. Wang Wei hugged his shoulders and looked at Bisharp calmly. So why should we tell you the whereabouts of the spaceship? Just as Goso suspected, what is the use of you wanting to know the whereabouts of our spaceship? Even if you have imprisoned us here for a long time, our spaceship has not launched any attacks on you. Isn't this enough to explain everything? If you want to get anything useful from our spaceship, I think it's all a pipe dream. Bisharp seemed to have realized that he could not get anything useful from Wang Wei and his friends. His attitude towards Wang Wei and his friends suddenly changed. In this case, let's put them in the dungeon and see if they will tell the specific whereabouts of the spaceship. But what they didn't know was that, after the Cyber Stars learned that Wang Wei and his friends came to Dolly planet, they always wanted to come and see. After all, it was Rex Hall who introduced Wang Wei to Dolly planet. So Rex Hall always believed that they needed to ensure Wang Wei's safety and find out whether Dolly planet was suitable for forming an alliance with Cyber Planet. However, when Rex Hall led the team from Cyber Planet to Dolly planet, he suddenly learned that Wang Wei and his team had left the Red Planet. And Bishop had a great malice towards the Interstellar Federation. What happened? Why are you so dissatisfied with the Interstellar Federation? Bishop's face was solemn. And he frowned and explained to Rex Haw, originally, we also thought that the people of the Interstellar Federation should be very friendly. But we didn't expect that the people of the Interstellar Federation would be so rude to us. And even insulted us that we were not worthy of forming an alliance with Cyberplanet. When Rex Haw heard this, he felt something was wrong. Because such words didn't sound like coming from Wang Wei's mouth at all. Even though they were on guard against Wang Wei at the beginning. Wang Wei never said bad things to them. And he didn't look down on them, because the technological development level of Cyberplanet was not as good as that of the Interstellar Federation. But Rex Haw did not directly state his suspicion of Bizarre, but discussed it with his team members after returning. The team members led by Rex Haw were also familiar with the people of the Interstellar Federation. After all, they had worked together to complete the reconstruction of Cyberplanet, and some of them participated in the research and development and experiments of liquid metal. In fact, their views on the Interstellar Federation were very fair. And they also felt that the people of the Interstellar Federation would never harm the biological populations on other planets. Moreover, the Dolly planet had also been invaded by aliens. If the Interstellar Federation really had the ability to help them, the Cyberstars believed that the Interstellar Federation would never sit idly by. In this way, it was clear who was telling the truth and who was lying. Rex Haw suddenly became curious. Why did Bishop lie about this matter? Has the Interstellar Federation really left Dolly? After questioning this matter, Rex Haw asked his team members to send signals to the outside world. In this way, they contacted the spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation. They did not see the spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation on Dolly, so they could only send signals to outer space to avoid conflicts with Dolly and prevent Bishop from discovering their actions. However, their people received a response immediately after sending the signal. And from the response, they could learn that the giant spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation was actually parked near Dolly and did not go far. When Rex Haw learned the news, he immediately left Dolly. When Bishop asked Rex Haw why he was leaving again, Rex Haw deliberately found a reason to say that there were some problems on Cyberplanet, so he urgently needed to go back to solve them. Bishop did not doubt Rex Haw, but immediately sent Rex Haw and others away. After Rex Haw and others left Dolly Planet, they immediately contacted the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation and successfully approached the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation that was parked in the star field near Dolly Planet. After entering the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation, Rex Haw immediately explained his purpose to the king of the three-eyed alien. We originally planned to come to Dolly Planet to see how your Interstellar Federation and Dolly Planet get along, and also to determine whether Dolly Planet has any plans to form an alliance with us. However, when we arrived at Dolly Planet, we learned from Bishop that Dolly Planet did not accept the help of the Interstellar Federation at all, and even insulted the biological population on Dolly Planet. After hearing Rex's description, the three-eyed Star King was furious. We insulted them. Our people just arrived at Dolly Planet and were controlled and imprisoned by the king of Dolly Planet. How can we insult them? And if Wang Wei has really left Dolly Planet, then why do we need to stay here? Rexes of course believed the three-eyed Star King words. According to their understanding of the Interstellar Federation, if the Interstellar Federation really wanted to occupy the resources and other things on Dolly Planet, then Dolly Planet would not have any power to fight back. The most important thing is that Rex always believed that the Interstellar Federation would never do such a thing. But now they don't admit that Wang Wei and Goso are on the planet Dolly. Is there some kind of conflict between them? The king of the three-eyed star remembered that Goso and Wang Wei had not contacted him in the past 2 days. Suddenly, he became a little nervous at first and immediately tried to contact and communicate with Wang Wei and Goso to confirm their situation in the Interstellar Federation. Because of the Xiantian armor, even if Bizarre imprisoned Wang Wei and Goso, and Wang Wei could communicate with the spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation through the Xiantian armor. When Wang Wei and Goso learned what Bizarre said from the king of the three-eyed star and Rex Shaw, both of them were very helpless. He came to ask us yesterday where the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation was parked. But today he told others that he didn't lock us up here at all. He's really good at this. After hearing what Goso said, the three-eyed alien king immediately asked Wang Wei how he was going to deal with this matter. After all, for the Interstellar Federation, being trapped here all the time is not a good thing. More importantly, Bishop's intentions are now clear. If they don't get any benefits, they will definitely not let Wang Wei and Goso go easily. Let them wait a little longer. I want to see what benefits they want to get from us. After confirming Wang Wei's idea, the three-eyed Star King had no further plans. After all, everything was based on Wang Wei's decision. Rex Hall wanted to return to Dolly Planet again to confirm Bishop's attitude. But his idea was stopped by the three-eyed Star King. If we really have a minute with Dolly Planet, it is very likely to affect Cyber Planet. So I think Wang Wei doesn't want you to get involved in this matter. After hearing the three-eyed Star King painting, Rex Hall also felt that it made sense. After all, they never thought of having any disputes with Dolly Planet. If Dolly Planet really has bad intentions against the Interstellar Federation, then they will choose to refuse to have any further involvement with Dolly Planet. If Dolly Planet is really attacked by the Interstellar Federation, then they can also exclude Dolly Planet from the alliance in the future. After all, they can do such a thing to the Interstellar Federation. If they form an alliance, it is difficult to guarantee that Dolly Planet will not stab them in the back. Rex will return to Sidewalk Planet after confirming that the Interstellar Federation did not need help. Before they set off, they provided the Three-Eyed Star King with some specific data about the planet Dolly. The Three-Eyed Star King expressed his gratitude to Rex Hall on behalf of Wang Wei, and stated that the values provided by Rex Hall were indeed very useful to them. The Three-Eyed Star King asked Wang Wei how long he would have to wait before he planned to completely solve the problem of the planet Dolly. But Wang Wei was not in a hurry. This matter is not urgent. What is really urgent is that if they want to get benefits from us, they will definitely not wait too long. And they are also worried that the night will be long and dreamy. With Wang Wei's words, the Three-Eyed Star King was no longer worried. He handled the daily affairs of the Interstellar Federation peacefully, without making any further preparations. On the other hand, Wang Wei and his team were imprisoned in a big prison, and their living standards plummeted. Goso couldn't stand it after a few days, and asked Wang Wei when they could leave. Wang Wei asked Goso to be patient, and he believed that Bisharp would come to find them soon. Chapter 350 Strength overwhelms everything. If Bisharp is basically sure that he can't get any benefit from them, he probably won't let them go easily, and will definitely choose a way to deal with them in an unnoticed way. That's when they will really fight back. Just as Wang Wei expected, Bisharp appeared in front of them, with a group of dwarf soldiers a few days later. Bisharp asked Wang Wei for the last time whether he was willing to honestly explain the specific location of the Interstellar Federation spacecraft. Wang Wei's answer was the same as before. The spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation has not affected your safety, so we will not explain the specific location of the spacecraft. As for how you plan to deal with us, that's your business. Until now, Wang Wei still hopes that Bisharp can understand that since they can help Cyberplanet drive away the invading alien creatures, it proves that the Interstellar Federation is capable. So if Bisharp decides to go against the Interstellar Federation, there will definitely be no good end. What Wang Wei didn't expect was that Bisharp didn't mind this at all, and his attitude was even worse than before. Since you have been unwilling to admit that the Interstellar Federation is dangerous to us, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Then he immediately gave an order, asking the dwarf soldiers behind him to hand over to Wang Wei and Goso to escort them to the execution ground. While being escorted to the execution ground, Wang Wei discovered that many dwarves on the planet Dolly seemed to have known that they were about to be executed, and even came to the execution ground to watch the whole process of their execution. Goso said to Wang Wei on the way, "I didn't expect that our original intention was to establish friendly relations with them, but they wanted to execute us on this planet." Wang Wei smiled helplessly. He felt that this was something that was very likely to happen during their interstellar journey. After all, they could not guarantee that everyone would be like the creatures on other planets they had met before, and would be able to respond to the kindness of others with the same kindness. Goso asked Wang Wei how he planned to get out, and Wang Wei answered with two simple words: invisibility. Goso knew that Wang Wei meant to use the invisibility ability of the Xiantian armor to help them easily escape the control of the dwarf warriors on the planet Dolly. But he felt that this was not enough. If I don't show them some color, it will really be difficult to relieve my hatred. Goso looked at the dwarves who kept cheering, and a surge of anger rose in his heart for no reason. They obviously didn't hurt anyone on this planet, but they could clearly see that the dwarves on this planet had great malice towards them. Although Wang Wei and his friends didn't know what happened specifically, he could roughly guess that it should be that Bisharp had said bad things about them to the dwarves on this planet. So the people on this planet were very excited about their death. The people have always been kept in the dark, so you don't need to be angry about this. Our real enemy is Bisharp. If it weren't for his decision, I believe those people would never have such great hostility towards us. Gasho felt that Wang Wei's words were not completely reasonable. If the people on this planet could distinguish right from wrong, they would not believe Bisharp's words. After all, they have not done anything to hurt the people on this planet. This is a fact. Even if Bisharp reverses right and wrong, he can't erase this fact. Just as Wang Wei and his companions were escorted to the execution ground, Wang Wei turned his head and looked at Bisharp beside him. You think that the Interstellar Federation has no trace of its existence on your planet, so you can attack us casually? But have you forgotten that our spaceship is docked nearby? If our people know what you did to us, do you think you can still escape responsibility? Bisharp's face became extremely ugly. He didn't have the mind to care about these things at all. What he wanted to do most now was to immediately kill Wang Wei and Gasharp and destroy the traces. In this way, even if the people from the Interstellar Federation come to them, they can easily prove to them that Wang Wei and his men have never appeared. You don't have to worry about these things. Even if the people from the Interstellar Federation come to them, what evidence can prove that you had an accident on our planet Dali? Seeing that the other party was determined to get rid of them, Wang Wei gave Goso a signal, and the two of them turned on the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor at the same time. And they easily broke free from the ropes that controlled them and moved away from the dwarf warriors near Bisharp. Almost in an instant, the dwarf warriors found that Wang Wei and Goso, who were controlled by them, disappeared while they were stunned, and it became impossible to catch Wang Wei and Goso. The most important thing is that the people on Dali planet saw with their own eyes that Goso and Wang Wei disappeared from their control in an instant. A panic broke out in the crowd, and everyone began to worry whether Wang Wei and Goso were some kind of messengers sent by gods. Otherwise, why would it be like this, and disappear strangely from their sight? Our king actually wants to judge the messenger sent by gods. Isn't this cutting off his own retreat? The people began to protest and denounce Bishop's every move. But Bisharp ignored the people's remarks and immediately asked the dwarf warriors to look for the traces of Wang Wei and Goso. Be sure to find them immediately, and never let them have a chance to escape from here. So Bisharp never thought from beginning to end that Wang Wei and his men would escape from their control and flee in front of him. But now they are very sure of one thing. That is, after Wang Wei escapes back to the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation, Dali planet will definitely be hit by the Interstellar Federation. What should we do now to solve the current dilemma? Bisharp was completely panicked, and could only solemnly ask the soldiers to search for Wang Wei and Goso whereabouts and block them. The exits of the major cities on the Dali planet must not give Wang Wei and his team a chance to escape. As for when Wang Wei and his team came, the small spaceship they took was well hidden by Wang Wei and his team. So now Bisharp and his team don't know where Wang Wei and his team hid the spaceship. So they have no way to find Wang Wei and his team's whereabouts. Wang Wei and Goso drove the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor to their docking place. After getting on the spaceship easily, they immediately drove the spaceship back to the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. The King of the Three-Eyed Star and other people in the Interstellar Federation showed a relaxed expression when they saw Wang Wei and his team return successfully. They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? The King of the Three-Eyed Star stared at Wang Wei and Goso carefully. Goso nodded to the Three-Eyed King and explained to him everything they had experienced on Dali during this period. The Three-Eyed King was immediately very angry when he heard that the dwarves on Dali were still preparing to execute Wang Wei and Goso. You obviously haven't hurt anyone. Why are you being executed? Is there no law in this world? Wang Wei was not as excited as the Three-Eyed King. He just felt that Bisharp's behavior completely made him lose the desire to explore this planet. No matter how fascinating the history of this planet is, he will not stay on this planet to complete the exploration of this planet. But Wang Wei also has one thing that needs to be solved urgently. Now, although we have successfully left Dali, there is one thing that needs to be clarified, and it must not affect the Interstellar Federation. The Three-Eyed King and Goso were waiting attentively for Wang Wei's next words. But before Wang Wei spoke, Cruz took the lead in explaining Wang Wei's thoughts. You think we must now let the people of Dali prove to others that we have never done anything to harm the creatures on Dali, right? Wang Wei nodded to Cruz. You are right. Although we cannot stay here forever, I don't want the rumors that the Interstellar Federation has harmed the planet to spread on the planets we have encountered. I also don't want others to think that we are bad guys who plunder everywhere when they mention the Interstellar Federation in the future. But Cruz also raised another concern. If you want to solve the problem you mentioned, you must negotiate with the people on Dali, or use other methods to ensure that this group of people will never spread false statements that are unfavorable to the Interstellar Federation. But from their attitude towards you, it can be seen that they will definitely not agree to your request. Do you have any opinion on this matter? Wang Wei did not have any opinion, since the other party believed that they could execute them on this planet with their strength. Why couldn't they also conquer them with their strength? Directly drive the spacecraft to Dali and dock above their main city. Cruz and others immediately understood Wang Wei's intention. The reason why Bishop and others wanted to imprison Wang Wei and others at the beginning was because they felt that the Interstellar Federation might not be as powerful as rumored. So they believed that even if they took action against Wang Wei and Goso, the Interstellar Federation might not be able to affect Dali. But after hearing that the Interstellar Federation had another giant spaceship, Bishop became completely panicked. So he imprisoned Wang Wei and Goso, and wanted to learn the location of the Interstellar Federation's giant spaceship from Wang Wei and Goso to ensure that the planet Dali would not be affected in any way. But they still underestimated the strength of Wang Wei and Goso. They didn't expect that Wang Wei and Goso would disappear without a trace right under their noses. If they parked the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation right above the main city of Dali Planet now, it would surely cause panic among the ordinary people on Dali Planet. If the people on Dali Planet attacked them at that time, they could justifiably fight back, and at the same time let Bisharp know that the Interstellar Federation was not in existence that they could provoke at will. Everyone began to do what they should do according to Wang Wei's instructions, and the spaceship of the Economic Federation soon parked above the main city of Dali Planet. When the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation parked above the main city of Dali Planet, and the huge shadow covered the main city and a large area around it, Bisharp was completely panicked. He knew that the Interstellar Federation did have another spaceship, but he didn't expect that this spaceship was so huge. Almost all the places within a radius of nearly 100 kilometers centered on the main city were covered. Bisharp's heart suddenly began to tremble. He was now thinking about how to reconcile with Wang Wei and others. If he could not reconcile with Wang Wei and others, then once the Interstellar Federation launched an attack on Dali Planet, it would bring disaster to Dali Planet. So Bisharp immediately asked people to send a signal to the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation to ask for a meeting with Wang Wei. This time Wang Wei did not agree, but sent a signal to the entire Dali Planet through the radio to tell them that if Dali Planet could not agree to restore their reputation, then they would choose to use other means to achieve their goals. As for what kind of means would be used, Wang Wei did not mention it in the radio, but anyone with a brain could guess it. The means Wang Wei mentioned were definitely not ordinary means. For a moment, the people on Dali Planet suddenly became nervous. They knew that if such a large spaceship was not supported by powerful technology, it would not be able to operate normally, because there was no such a large spaceship on their planet. It was not that they did not want to have such a giant spaceship, but their scientific research technology could not support the operation of such a giant spaceship at all. Bisharp became anxious for a while. He couldn't contact the spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation and didn't want to admit his mistake to the people of the Interstellar Federation. But he still wanted to solve the problem. So he immediately sent a distress signal to Cyberplanet, hoping that Cyberplanet, which had a good relationship with the Interstellar Federation, could help them solve the problem. But this time Bisharp's reply was very quick, but his attitude was very firm. Since Bisharp had imprisoned the general manager of the Interstellar Federation, they couldn't say good things for Bisharp in front of the Interstellar Federation. Everything could only be left to Bisharp. Bisharp was also very angry when Bo Planet was unwilling to help them under his guidance. He thought it was not that he did something wrong, but that Cyberplanet began to forget its roots after accepting the benefits of the economic alliance. The reason why Cyberplanet was unwilling to help them was also because the pressure from the Interstellar Federation on Cyberplanet was too strong, which made Cyberplanet unwilling to risk helping them. Not because there was something wrong with his previous approach. So he shouted in front of all the people, and the spaceship of the Economic Federation said that they had never done anything to harm the interests of the Interstellar Federation. So why did they apologize to the Interstellar Federation? Wang Wei sent Goso to respond to what Bisharp did. You are so shameless. You kept us here to learn more about the history of civilization development on your planet, and forced us to hand over benefits to meet the current needs of your planet. Didn't you do this? We express our willingness to help you, but we can't help you too much. And we also want to return to our spaceship. How did you refuse? You told us that if we didn't say anything and didn't hand over anything, we shouldn't think about leaving here. You completely imprisoned us on your planet. But now you say you have never done anything to harm our planet. Now that you have seen the strength of the Interstellar Federation, you are afraid. So he is confusing right and wrong. What did you think when you wanted to execute me and the head of the Interstellar Federation, and invited most of the people on your planet to watch the execution? At this time, the people on the planet Dolly finally understood the truth of the matter. It turned out that the execution site they were invited to watch was the execution of people from the Interstellar Federation. They always believed that the people being executed had nothing to do with the Interstellar Federation, but were just unforgivable sinners. Now that the Interstellar Federation has been annoyed, Dolly Planet will naturally be affected. What they are most worried about is that the Interstellar Federation will attack Dolly Planet. So there are still people who spontaneously raise balloons to ask the Interstellar Federation not to harm ordinary people. Wang Wei also asked Goso to immediately express their views to the ordinary people on Dolly Planet. Goso told all the people that the people who really wanted to kill them were not ordinary people, and they were willing to believe that ordinary people must have been deceived. So they thought they were unforgivable people. So they would not attack Dolly Planet. They just wanted an explanation. At this time, people from Cyber Planet came, and Rexroth appeared on Dolly Planet in a spaceship and testified for the Interstellar Federation. The Interstellar Federation will never have the idea of harming ordinary people on Dolly Planet, because when our Cyber Planet was invaded by alien creatures, it was the Advanced Federation that helped us solve the alien creatures that invaded our planet. If they really want to hurt you, you have no power to fight back. If Rexroth said this before the Interstellar Federation spaceship was sacrificed, I am afraid that not many people would believe that Rexroth was telling the truth. But now the ordinary people on Dolly have seen the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation, and they also believe that if Wang Wei and his men really want to attack Dolly, then Dolly will not be able to fight back. This is all the fault of your leader Bizharp. So now you must convince Bizharp to stand up and admit his mistakes to the Interstellar Federation. As long as the Interstellar Federation forgives you, then your planet will not be affected in any way. Bizharp's words instantly gave hope to all the people of Dolly. They rushed to the palace where Bizharp lived and forced Bizharp to apologize to the Interstellar Federation. Chapter 351 Being Loved by the People. Bizharp did not learn from these ordinary people, and was dismissive of their requests. He believed that no matter how powerful the Interstellar Federation was, it would not be able to waste time with them on Dolly Planet for a long time. As long as the Interstellar Federation left, he would have a way to make the people on Dolly Planet believe what he said, instead of believing what the Interstellar Federation said. When Wang Wei and his friends saw that Bizharp had not come out to express his position, even the people on Dolly Planet began to be completely disappointed with Bizharp and wondered if Bizharp was planning to delay time. He just wanted to delay time. After all, as long as we don't have time to waste time with them, we can find ways to change the public's views on us after leaving here. After Wang Wei finished speaking, everyone else felt very aggrieved. After all, they did nothing, but were slandered by Bizharp. Now they had to continue to waste time with Bizharp here, although they did not have any urgent tasks to complete. Such a way of killing time was indeed unacceptable to them. Do we have any other way to solve this situation? Wang Wei thought for a moment and nodded to everyone. In fact, there is another way to kill people, but it will take you some time. The Three-Eyed King and Goso seemed very excited, but Cruz didn't react, as if he had already known Wang Wei's idea. The Three-Eyed King and Goso looked at Cruz with dissatisfaction and asked Cruz why he acted as if he knew everything in advance. If I'm not mistaken, Wang Wei may ask you to help ordinary people on Dolly and let them live a better life. The Three-Eyed King and Goso looked at Wang Wei in confusion, always thinking that Wang Wei couldn't make such a stupid request. After all, they have been slandered by people on this planet. Do they still have to help ordinary people on this planet? Wang Wei smiled helplessly and gave Cruz a thumbs up, as expected of someone who knows how to control other people's minds. He actually saw through my true thoughts at once. Since his thoughts have been seen through, Wang Wei did not continue to cover up. He looked at the Three-Eyed Star King and others and explained to them, the root of the problem now is that as the leader of Dolly Planet, Bizharp is unwilling to take the initiative to admit his mistakes. If we leave like this, Bizharp will definitely slander us in various ways. The only thing we can do is not to catch Bizharp and force him to say something that is beneficial to us. The Three-Eyed Star King and Goso nodded. They also understood what Wang Wei meant. If they use force on Bizharp now, their actions will not be understood by anyone. Not to mention that they may be criticized in the future. They use violent means to make Bizharp surrender to them, and say something that is beneficial to them. But they still feel unwilling. Obviously, they came here to show friendship to the people of Dolly Planet, and have never done anything to harm the biological community on this planet. But they were imprisoned and slandered in turn, and even almost encountered life-threatening danger. Wang Wei saw that they still didn't understand. So he continued to explain, if we can convince ordinary people that the people of the Interstellar Federation are not as bad as Bisharp said. Even if Bisharp is still unwilling to apologize to us when we leave, we can use the malice of ordinary people to prove that we have never done anything to harm anyone or any creature on this planet. Maybe Bisharp's position as a leader will not be preserved by then. As long as he can't pose any threat to us, then no matter how he slanders us, it won't cause any harm to us. Anyway, their main purpose of coming here was to understand what happened on this planet. At the same time, after they heard that this planet had been invaded by aliens, they had already had the idea of helping the people on this planet. In other words, no matter what Bisharp is going to do next, it can't change their original intention. So they might as well do what they should do directly, and then leave this planet, and no longer have anything to do with this planet. The Three-Eyed Star King and Gozo and others reluctantly accepted Wang Wei's proposal, and began to make plans to help ordinary people on this planet. Soon, the other dwarves on the planet discovered that Wang Wei and his men had taken the initiative to help them build bridges and houses, improve their living environment, and even help them a lot in education. Some people who had benefited from this began to dislike Bisharp more and more, and even joined forces with others to force Bisharp to give up his leadership position. At this moment, Bisharp finally understood why Wang Wei and his group did not make any more demands on him. It turned out that Wang Wei and his group did not take him seriously at all, but used another method to force him to apologize to the people of the Interstellar Federation. But Bisharp felt that he had done nothing wrong, and it was because Wang Wei began to conceal their true strength that he did that to Wang Wei and his group. Facing the pressure from ordinary people, Bisharp's attitude of still refusing to bow his head instantly angered all the people. They all found Bisharp and asked Bisharp to apologize to Wang Wei and others immediately. But Xiaoban refused to meet any people, and also stated that he would never apologize to the Interstellar Federation. At this time, Wang Wei finally stood up and made public the content of Bisharp's negotiations with them, which was filmed by the Xiantian armor, to all ordinary people on the Dolly planet. When ordinary people saw Bisharp's attitude towards Wang Wei and Gozo, and even his determination to execute them, they immediately decided to overthrow Bisharp's rule and replace him with a new leader. Wang Wei hoped that the people on the planet Dolly could solve the problem peacefully, although they had never thought of asking Bisharp to make any other moves other than an apology. They did not want other people on the planet to be implicated and hurt by this incident. In comparison, Bisharp's indifference to this matter, or even his cold treatment, made it even more disgusting. Not long after, when Yinchi was conducting research in the laboratory, he saw the king of the Three-Eyed Star rushing in with a smile on his face. What happened that made you rush in without knocking on the door? Wang Wei put away the experimental equipment and materials at hand, and looked at the king of the Three-Eyed Star. Haven't you heard about it yet? The ordinary people on this planet finally couldn't stand Bisharp's deception, so they rushed into the palace where Bisharp lived and caught Bisharp out of the palace. Wang Wei didn't expect such a result. After all, when he released the video, he had already told all the ordinary people on this planet that he hoped they could solve all the current things in a peaceful way and didn't want them to start a war. So what is Bisharp's situation now? The Three-Eyed King looked at Wang Wei puzzledly, thinking that Wang Wei was still in the mood to care about Bisharp's situation, and was simply a goody-goody. You are giving them the opportunity to bully us, since the ordinary people on this planet have already had the idea of dealing with Bisharp. What we should do now is to wait and see, and not interfere in the affairs of Dolly. Wang Wei felt that what the Three-Eyed King said made sense, so he simply didn't care about this matter. However, in this way, the appearance of the Three-Eyed King delayed his continued experiment. Since you think we should not interfere in this matter, why did you suddenly come to the laboratory to interrupt my research? The Three-Eyed King just wanted to tell Wang Wei this exciting news, but he didn't expect Wang Wei to say such a thing. I originally wanted to share this good news with you, but it seems that you don't think this good news is worth sharing, so I won't disturb your research. After the Three-Eyed King left, Wang Wei shook his head helplessly. After Cruz finished other experiments, he came to Wang Wei's laboratory and saw Wang Wei sitting in the laboratory in a state of mind. Usually you are either busy with experiments or recording experimental data. How come you are so free today and sit here to meditate? Wang Wei smiled bitterly at Cruz, and said that the three-eyed king interrupted his experiment just to inform him that Bishop had been caught by ordinary people on Dolly Planet from the palace, and threatened to replace the leader of Dolly Planet. Cruz thought there was nothing wrong with the three-eyed king doing this. After all, Wang Wei was buried in the laboratory every day studying the plants and biological samples brought back from the Purple Planet, which seemed a bit too boring. It's good to have these things distract your attention. But what are you still worried about? Why don't you go out and see the grand scene outside? Wang Wei looked at Cruz puzzledly. He thought Cruz was a more terrifying existence than him, because Cruz could conduct research in the laboratory for days and nights without blinking, and he didn't need to rest at all. If he was an experimental maniac, then Cruz should be a lunatic. Cruz shrugged and said that he had seen the situation outside. All the people on the planet Dolly knew what Bishop had done. So when some representatives of the people caught Bishop from the palace, countless ordinary people had already gathered outside. These ordinary people have basically received help from the Interstellar Federation, so they find it even more difficult to accept what Bishop did. They all asked Bishop to apologize to the Interstellar Federation. If Bishop was unwilling to apologize, then they would replace the leader of Dolly Planet. Bishop was certainly unwilling to give up his power, so the two sides fell into a stalemate. I don't know who took the lead first, but Bishop was beaten up. When Cruz said this, Wang Wei couldn't listen anymore. Things have come to this point, and Bishop still hasn't realized his mistakes, which proves that this person has reached a hopeless point, and there is no need for him to waste time on such a person. Please ask the King of the Three-Eyed Star to see how far the help for the ordinary people on the planet Dolly has progressed. If it can be finished soon, then there is no need for us to stay on this planet any longer. He believed that the ordinary people would remember what they did. So if Bishop planned to discredit and slander them in the future, the ordinary people on this planet would never let them go. Cruz nodded, knowing that Wang Wei had completely lost confidence in this farce, and did not say anything more. The report from the King of the Three-Eyed Star went very smoothly. They had done a very comprehensive job in helping the ordinary people on the planet Dolly, and those who had received help also felt that they would never harm ordinary people on this planet. Wang Wei was very satisfied with this result, and immediately ordered the King of the Three-Eyed Star to prepare for the relevant matters of leaving this planet. When the King of the Three-Eyed Star found Wang Wei, he mentioned that some people in the organization spontaneously formed by ordinary people on this planet wanted to meet Wang Wei and have friendly exchanges with Wang Wei. Wang Wei did not refuse the suggestion made by the King of the Three-Eyed Star. He met the leader of the organization spontaneously formed by ordinary people. Although he was also a dwarf, he looked very kind. After seeing Wang Wei, he expressed his gratitude to Wang Wei as soon as possible. Although our planetary leaders did not do anything to satisfy you, or even want to help our planet, we also know that you still helped us and even brought us a lot of benefits. We are deeply grateful to the Interstellar Federation for this. Wang Wei waved his hand at the other party. You should know that we do these things not expecting your gratitude to us, but hope that you can live more comfortably and will not be troubled by the backwardness of science and technology and culture. As for what your leaders do, we will not impose it on ordinary people. A leader's wrong decision-making cannot represent the ordinary people of the entire planet. In fact, in the eyes of many ordinary people, they have no idea what the leaders have done, and they don't care. They just want to live their own lives. After hearing Wang Wei's words, the leader of the Ordinary People's Organization on Dolly Planet cast a grateful look at Wang Wei. Although they all knew that Wang Wei and the Interstellar Federation were not bad people at all, and they were all very reasonable people. But I didn't expect Wang Wei to say this. Even Wang Wei and others didn't think that the Interstellar Federation had made any great moves that were worthy of their praise. We didn't know the purpose of the Interstellar Federation coming to Dolly Planet before. When Bishop explained your identity to us, he only explained that you were alien creatures from other planets, and came to our planet with bad intentions. So when you were escorted to the execution ground, you saw that our people were very excited to watch your journey. Wang Wei could understand all this, and he didn't have any dissatisfaction with the ordinary people on this planet. He just felt that ordinary people would make some wrong decisions under the wrong leadership. If you can figure out the root of the problem, that would be great. But we won't interfere with other things. We will leave Dolly soon. I hope you can live a happier life in the future. At this point, Wang Wei did not continue to talk with the leaders of any civil organizations, but announced the news that they were leaving. When Bishop heard the news, he seemed very excited. He always believed that if the Interstellar Federation left the Red Planet, His identity would be restored, and no one would raise any objections to him. It's a pity that his idea did not come true. Because after the Interstellar Federation spacecraft left, he was completely imprisoned in the prison of Dali. Ordinary people accepted Wang Wei's proposal, and chose a leader who was more suitable to lead them through democratic voting. After Wang Wei and his team left Dali planet, the Three-Eyed Star King and Goso were still very angry, and told Wang Wei not to do such actions again, and not to help others casually. Wang Wei felt that they should not have the most vicious thoughts about everyone just because they were misunderstood and hurt by others. After all, not everyone is like them. We have met many good people before, haven't we? For example, although the people on Cyber Planet have become space pirates, they still have a trace of conscience. They are also very enthusiastic towards us. There are also the Three-Eyed Planet and the Plant Planet. Haven't the people on these planets always been very friendly to us and have become friends with us long ago? When talking about this, the Three-Eyed Star King seemed very excited. He believed that the people on the Three-Eyed Planet were very kind. After knowing that Wang Wei and his team had no ill will towards the Three-Eyed Planet, they would never hurt Wang Wei and anyone in the Interstellar Federation. As for other planets, the Three-Eyed Star King also felt that everyone on the United Planet was actually a non-competitive character. I don't know if it was related to what their ancestors had experienced. In short, they never thought of dealing with anyone. After saying this, the Three-Eyed Star King looked at Cruz awkwardly, because Cruz had great hostility towards them when he appeared. And the Three-Eyed Star King was worried that these words would make Cruz feel uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, Cruz didn't care at all, just smiled and turned to the laboratory. The Three-Eyed Star King walked to Wang Wei with a worried look on his face, asking Wang Wei if Cruz would be angry because of his words. Wang Wei patted the Three-Eyed Star King on the shoulder and said helplessly, "Since you think Cruz will be angry because of what you just said, then you should go and apologize to him in person. I believe Cruz will definitely accept your apology." The Three-Eyed Star King froze in place. He didn't think about apologizing to Cruz, and he didn't know how to start. This time, Goso understood what Wang Wei meant and laughed out loud. "Wang Wei was lying to you." Chapter 352 Friendly Nighten Planet. The king of the Three-Eyed Star looked at Goso in confusion. He didn't understand why Goso said that Wang Wei had deceived him. "Haven't you figured it out yet?" Goso smiled and looked at the king of the Three-Eyed Star with a slightly teasing look. The king of the Three-Eyed Star shook his head at Goso. He really didn't understand what Goso said, so he was still puzzled. "Why did you say that Cruz was not angry? Wasn't Wang Wei asking me to apologize to him because he thought Cruz was angry with me?" Goso shook his head helplessly. Of course Wang Wei wouldn't ask you to apologize to Cruz because of this matter. Goso knew that neither Wang Wei nor Cruz were angry with the king of the Three-Eyed Star, because what the king of the Three-Eyed Star said was the truth. If Cruz really cared about what the king of the Three-Eyed Star said, then he would never stay in the Interstellar Federation. You don't have to worry. Cruz is definitely not angry with you. Just do what you should do. The Three-Eyed King was still confused, but all the people who could answer his questions left, leaving him alone at a loss. But the Three-Eyed King did not dwell on this matter for too long. He thought that if Cruz was really angry with him, he could apologize to Cruz at any time. Fortunately, Cruz never mentioned this matter again. Although the Three-Eyed King was uneasy, he did not want to take the initiative to mention this matter to make Cruz unhappy. Wang Wei and his friends continued their interstellar journey. But this time, they traveled for a long time, and did not see any planets that would interest them to land on. The Three-Eyed King suggested whether to go there according to the coordinates provided by the cyber people, but was rejected by Wang Wei. What happened on Dali is enough to make us exhausted. I don't want to have anything to do with any planet that has formed an alliance with other planets. The Three-Eyed King can also understand Wang Wei's thoughts. After all, the Interstellar Federation has no intention of occupying or invading any planet, and they will be very friendly even if they actively approach. They have no ill intentions, nor do they want to cause any panic to the other party. They just want to understand what they are willing to understand, and help the biological populations living on the planets they have visited. It's just that on many planets, the indigenous biological populations that originally lived on the planets always feel that their arrival is ill-intentioned. But if we don't go to see these planets, then the purpose of our interstellar travel may be affected. The Three-Eyed Star King did not want to force Wang Wei to do anything, but the reason for their interstellar journey was to communicate with other planets and understand the civilization development history and technological level of those unknown biological populations. So at this time, The three-eyed Star King still behaved very rationally. You once said that we can't often encounter such biological populations. And through our actual actions, it has also proved that the ordinary people on the planet Dali do not have such great malice towards us. The three-eyed Star King felt that Wang Wei's current psychological state was just like the proverb that Wang Wei said to him at the beginning. It's called once bitten by a snake. You will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. Although they had encountered what happened on Dali before, it does not mean that the total population of organisms on all planets is the same as Bisharp on Dali. Under the persuasion of the king of the three-eyed star, Wang Wei also agreed to continue moving towards the coordinates given to them by the Cyber Star. Among the coordinates given to them by the Cyber Star, the closest planet to them is a planet called Niton. The people on this Niton planet look similar to humans, but their stature is much taller than ordinary humans. And this planet has a very advanced technological civilization. The reason why Rex Shaw left Cyber Planet and went to other planets and wanted to form an alliance with other planets was largely because of Niton. Because of the strength of Niton, Rex Shaw and others thought that if Niton existed in the alliance, it would be able to ensure that other planets would receive strong assistance when they were invaded by alien creatures. However, even the leaders of Cyber Planet at that time did not expect that Rex Shaw and his team had just left Cyber Planet, and Cyber Planet was invaded by alien creatures. The most regrettable thing is that when Rex Shaw and his team went to Niton, they found that Niton didn't seem to be interested in them, and never thought of helping them. Rex Shaw always felt very guilty about this. After all, if they could get the support of Niton, even if they really encountered alien creatures later, they could solve all the troubles they encountered smoothly without the help of the Interstellar Federation. When Wang Wei heard this, he actually felt mixed emotions. This is the result of a planet's technology and civilization not being advanced enough. Although this is not the fault of Cyber Planet, it will become Cyber Planet's fatal weakness when encountering alien invasion. So before they left Cyber Planet, they decided to help Cyber Planet to smoothly obtain progress in technology and civilization. They did not want to gain any benefits from the development of Cyber Planet, but hoped that if they encountered alien invasion in the future, the Cyber people would no longer have to seek help from races on other planets, but could deal with aliens who wanted to invade Cyber Planet with their own strength. When they arrived near Niton Planet, Wang Wei and his team did not do much different from before. They were the first to dock near Niton Planet and turned on the stealth mode of the Interstellar Federation spacecraft. At the same time, they did something they had never done before, which was to send a signal to the ground of Niton Planet. They asked them if they could land on the ground of Niton Planet in a small spacecraft and expressed their intention that they had no ill intentions. This time they got a response very quickly. The other party first asked them a few questions. When they learned that the Interstellar Federation learned the specific coordinates of Niton through Cyber Planet and wanted to visit Niton Planet, the communication signal on Niton Planet was silent for a long time. Just when Wang Wei and the King of the Three-Eyed Star felt that Niton Planet might be like Dali Planet and did not welcome the approach of their alien species, Niton Planet sent a signal allowing them to land on the surface of Niton Planet in a small spacecraft. When Wang Wei received this signal, he was still very excited, because he understood that this proved that they had permission to stay temporarily on Niton Planet. After continuing to send signals to Niton Planet to express their gratitude for their understanding and support, Wang Wei, Goso, and the King of the Three-Eyed Star drove a small spacecraft into the atmosphere of Niton Planet. The reason why it is called Niton Planet is that the surface of this planet is covered by a layer of Niton fog. This planet basically rarely sees the sun, so the growth of plants on the planet is not optimistic. After seeing the climate here, Wang Wei couldn't help but frown. According to his understanding of plants, even though many plants can grow without photosynthesis, light still plays a vital role in plant growth. Even on the purple planet, they have witnessed how serious the impact of light on plants is. So Wang Wei is very suspicious that the plants on this planet should be very scarce. And the people on this planet may also have some physical problems without light. As soon as Wang Wei and his spaceship landed, a group of people gathered around. When Wang Wei saw that these people were fully armed and indeed taller than them, he was a little excited. According to common sense, in the absence of light, the biological population on this planet cannot grow so large. But the biological population on this planet does not seem to be affected by light, which is what Wang Wei is most curious about. After they got off the spaceship, they saw a man in armor walking towards them. The other party looked like a leader or a person who was specially sent to receive them. Wang Wei subconsciously stretched out his hand to the other party. His original intention was to shake hands with the other party. But he didn't expect that the other party immediately showed his weapon after seeing him. Wang Wei knew that the other party must have misunderstood something. So they raised their hands to express their goodwill to the other party. Under the translation of the communicator, Wang Wei expressed the main purpose of their coming to this planet. Don't worry. We came to this planet. In fact, we have no ill will towards you. We just heard from the cyber people that there are biological populations on this planet. And the cyber people have always believed that your development is very good, and hope that I can come to this planet to see, understand and learn about your advanced technology and civilization. So we have no ill will. I hope you can understand and forgive our presence. If you think that our stay on this planet will cause trouble to you, then we will leave here as quickly as possible. Wang Wei's expression can be said to be very sincere. Even the reception of Nighton planet. The person in charge looked at Wang Wei in surprise, his eyes full of confusion. Are you really introduced by the cyber people? The other party asked. Wang Wei quickly nodded towards them, and used the communicator to play the footage of them working together with the Cyberians on planet Cyber to help all the people on planet Cyber rebuild their homes. You probably know that not long ago, the cyber planet was invaded by aliens. We arrived at the cyber planet at that time and helped the people of the cyber planet to successfully drive away the alien invaders. So when they knew that we wanted to complete the interstellar journey, to understand the civilization and technological development of other planets in the universe and learn from them, they gave us the coordinates of the Nighton planet. Before our spacecraft landed, we also expressed the same intention. We came here just to understand the civilization development and technological level of this planet and learn from you. We have no other intentions. At this time, the Nighton Star who was responsible for receiving them finally put down his weapon and shook Wang Wei's hand. Although I don't know what the meaning of this action is, I believe this should be a way for you to express your friendship to us. Wang Wei nodded to the other party. You are right. This is the planet I live on. A way to express goodwill to strangers means that I hope to become friends with you and promote a friendly relationship. When he heard this, the Nighton Star suddenly smiled at Wang Wei. The other party took off the helmet on the armor and revealed his true appearance. After the other party took off his helmet, the surrounding warriors also took off their helmets. When Wang Wei saw the other party's face, he suddenly found that the other party looked very similar to the orcs in a certain film and television work he had seen on Earth. Although they have a human-like appearance, very thick and sharp animal teeth grow out of their mouths. The Nighton Star who was responsible for receiving them introduced himself. My name is Chibman. Wang Wei nodded to Chibman, and then introduced himself to him. My name is Wang Wei, and the organization I lead is called the Interstellar Federation. Although you may think our name is a bit exaggerated, we have indeed helped many biological populations on the planet, helping them to protect their homes and maintain peace on the planet. Chibman looked at Wang Wei with shock in his eyes, as if he did not expect Wang Wei and his team to be able to do this. Wang Wei did not say much, but asked Chibman if they could meet the leader of the Nighton people. Although it may be a little impolite to ask this, we do want to meet the leader of your planet and make sure that your planet can give us the opportunity to understand your civilization development history and technological level. After learning about Wang Wei and his thoughts on coming to Nighton, Chibman was also very tolerant and friendly to Wang Wei and his people. After all, being able to help other planets ensure the peace of the planet and prevent alien creatures from causing harm to other planets is not something that everyone has. He immediately determined that the Interstellar Federation organization led by Wang Wei was indeed very powerful. So he immediately brought Wang Wei, Goso, and the Three-Eyed Star King to the leader of Nighton planet. When the Nighton Star King saw Wang Wei and others, he did not immediately express any opinions, but listened to Chibman's introduction to Wang Wei and others. After hearing what Chibman said, the King of Nighton also smiled at Wang Wei and the others. I didn't expect that our planet would also welcome friendly alien creatures to visit. Can I ask you what strange things you encountered during your interstellar journey? Wang Wei was not suitable for this task, so he simply handed it over to the King of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso. The King of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso were both very talkative people. After hearing the question of the King of Nighton, they immediately turned into eloquent storytellers and told the King of Nighton everything they had encountered, like telling a story. Wang Wei was drowsy listening to it, and Chibman was not much different. In order not to be rude in front of the King of Nighton, the two also chatted. Although I don't know what happened, we welcome the friendly aliens coming to our planet, and we are also curious about your experiences. Why do you want to help other planets that may have been invaded by aliens? Will this be of any benefit to you? Wang Wei shook his head helplessly. He could understand the thoughts of everyone who asked the same question. After all, if there was no benefit, no one would believe why they would do something that seemed to have no benefit. But everyone thought that they could get some benefits when helping other planets. And it was even a bit too outrageous to say that they could get rewards. In fact, we have never thought of getting any benefits by helping the biological populations on other planets to protect the planets they live on, or helping their planets restore peace. We are only very interested in the civilizations created by the biological populations on every planet in the universe, and their corresponding technologies. We want to learn and draw lessons from them. But we have never thought of occupying the material resources on any planet, or asking for benefits from them. We just think that if it is a relatively weak biological population, then they will really have no power to fight back when they encounter a powerful alien invasion. Just like the countless wars that have occurred on the planet where I live. Under the iron hoof of war, the real sufferers are always those who look weaker. Wang Wei does not want anyone to be abused and killed by the strong because of their own lack of strength. Therefore, Wang Wei will help those weak races so that they have the ability to fight against the strong. After hearing this, Chipman felt that what Wang Wei and his team did was very great, because no matter who they are, when they help others, they can never ask for nothing in return. If it were some trivial matters, it would be understandable. But the planets that Wang Wei helped should have suffered heavy damage. With the help of Wang Wei and others, they can not only protect themselves and their homes, but also live happier and safer. This is a great help for many biological races. Although we have not made interstellar journeys, we are also connected with several nearby planets. It is rare for other biological races to be able to help without asking for anything in return like you do. Wang Wei was a little unable to adapt to Chipman's praise, and he could only smile awkwardly at Chipman. We are not as good as you describe, but we feel sorry for it when we encounter it, so we will help. Hearing Wang Wei words, Chipman shook his head. You can do this, which many other people can't do, so you don't have to be humble about it. Chapter 353 Abnormally Powerful. From the ground situation of Niton Planet, Wang Wei knew that Niton Planet was indeed developing very well. The people here have advanced technology and have never exploited the weak. Even when Cyber Planet took the initiative to come to them and hoped that they could form an alliance with them, Niton Planet only said that they could not help Cyber Planet and did not agree to form an alliance with Cyber Planet. However, they did not take advantage of the fact that Cyber Planet was likely to be invaded by aliens to make a move to add insult to injury. For Wang Wei, such an approach is already very valuable. After all, although they are very close, they are different planets and different races. In the face of alien invasion, Niton Planet has no obligation and no responsibility to help Cyber Planet resist alien invasion. They can do nothing, and they can also add insult to injury. But they did not do so. They did not help Cyber Planet only based on their own safety considerations and the constancy of their own abilities. Don't make us sound so great. We are not without any selfish motives. We want to learn about the biological populations on all the planets in the universe, their civilization development history and advanced technology level, so as to learn from them and make us stronger. But Chipman felt that if Wang Wei and his team really wanted to dominate the universe, then the ability and technology level they had learned now were enough for them to do so. But Wang Wei and his team still did not do such a thing. Instead, Wang Wei and his team were still using their own strength to help the biological populations on other planets. This was enough to prove that Wang Wei and his team wanted to learn about the civilization and technology level of other biological populations. And it was indeed not for some evil purpose. The king of the three-eyed star chatted very well with the king of Goso and the king of Niton. When it was getting dark, the king of Niton finally proposed to invite Wang Wei and his team to attend the dinner on the planet Niton. After Chipman's introduction, Wang Wei learned that this dinner was specially held for them. The king of Niton really attached great importance to their arrival, so they specially arranged a dinner party, hoping to have further exchanges with Wang Wei and his friends at the dinner party, and to become friends. This was a treatment that Wang Wei and his friends had never received after traveling to so many planets. And for a moment, the three-eyed star king and Goso felt flattered. Before coming to Niton, the other planets that Wang Wei and his friends encountered were either empty or being invaded by alien creatures. The only peaceful one should be the Red Iron Planet. But because of the lack of resources on the Red Iron Planet, Wang Wei and his friends still needed to help find a planet to settle on. now that they have come to Nighton and become guests of honor on Nighton. Goso and the Three-Eyed Star King finally experienced the feeling of being a VIP. Seeing the excitement of the Three-Eyed Star King and Goso, Wang Wei did not stop them, but sat in the corner and talked with Chipman about the past of this planet. From Chipman's mouth, Wang Wei gradually learned that this planet actually has a very long history. And the history that Chipman and his friends can find is millions of years away from now. Wang Wei then realized that in addition to Earth, there are other planets that attach so much importance to the excavation and search of unrecorded history. Chipman said that this is nothing. There is no dispute on their planet, and they are basically all orcs. Only a very small number of people who fled here from other planets can basically settle down here after their investigation. Will you also take in people who have fled here from other planets? Chipman nodded to Wang Wei and the others. Although we Nighton people are not as great as the Interstellar Federation, when we encounter alien creatures that have nowhere to escape, we will first imprison them, and then arrange their identities, like us orcs after they have withstood our tests. Let them live peacefully on Nighton planet without having to flee everywhere. Wang Wei felt that the Nighton people were also very kind in this matter. After all, not all biological populations on all planets can accept the long-term stay of alien species. Just like when they went to Dolly Planet before. They had no ill will towards Dolly Planet, and even proposed to help Dolly Planet. But the dwarves on Dolly Planet did not buy it. The people on Dolly Planet even thought that they had ulterior motives for their appearance, and were likely to come to compete for resources on Dolly Planet. Now that they finally found like-minded people, Wang Wei was also very excited. It seems that we have the same idea on this matter. Chipman nodded to Wang Wei, which was why he was very friendly to Wang Wei after meeting him. He believed that the Interstellar Federation led by Wang Wei was definitely not a bad guy. The most important thing was that they had always believed that the Interstellar Federation had made a request to them when it approached the Nighton planet, and that the fact that it did not rush into the Nighton planet directly represented that the Interstellar Federation was a very polite organization that understood the emotions of others. After this dinner, Wang Wei and his party were placed in the reception area of the Nighton planet. The decoration here was very luxurious. When they rested at night, the Three-Eyed Star King and Goso still felt like they were in a dream. Have we really come to a strange planet? I always feel like I'm going home. Listening to Goso's words, the Three-Eyed Star King couldn't help but sneer. It's just that they are more friendly to you. So you feel like you're going home. If you really return to the planet you live on, what kind of feeling will you have? Goso was speechless by the Three-Eyed Star King. When he was about to refute, he heard Wang Wei say, although what you said is a bit exaggerated. Based on our previous experiences, Goso's words are actually not unreasonable. After all, the situations of other alien creatures we encountered before were indeed very difficult. So after encountering normal treatment, people will have an unrealistic feeling. The Three-Eyed Star King felt that what Wang Wei said made sense. But he did not completely agree. Can we really trust everyone on the planet Nighton? I always feel that they are a little too good to us. Wang Wei could understand the feelings of the Three-Eyed Star King. After all, the situation they encountered before was indeed very difficult compared to the current situation. And sometimes they were even regarded as bad people. But this does not change the fact that they are currently respected by the Nighton people. But Wang Wei also felt that the Three-Eyed Star King worry was reasonable. You are right. When the Nighton people don't know us well enough, they can show that they trust us so much. I think there are only 3 situations. Hearing Wang Wei's words, Goso and the Three-Eyed Star King immediately became energetic. What are the 3 situations? The 2 asked in unison. The first situation is that the Nighton people are very confident in their own strength and believe that even if we approach the disease gas and enter the Nighton planet, it will definitely not cause any impact on the biological population on the Nighton planet. The Three-Eyed Star King and Goso nodded. Goso said directly, of course we have no ill will towards them. If we have any ill will, we will attack Nighton as soon as we get close to Nighton. They won't even have a chance to dodge. And Nighton will be in our hands. The Three-Eyed Star King rolled his eyes at Goso, and felt that Goso's words were a bit inappropriate, and really annoying. Although Goso's words were not pleasant to hear, what he said was indeed the truth. Wang Wei continued, the second possibility is that they are indeed kind people, and they believe in us unconditionally. The Three-Eyed Star King thought that this possibility was actually the least reliable. After all, from the outside, Nighton was not as backward as they imagined. And it could even be said that it was much stronger than other planets they had seen before. But the other party had no ill will towards them, which made the Three-Eyed Star King feel very puzzled. The third situation that Wang Wei mentioned next successfully solved all the questions of the three-eyed Star King. If it is the third case, then we must be careful. The third case is that they pretend to be friendly with us, but they actually want to find out our true level behind the scenes. Just like Dali, hoping to get some benefits from us. The king of the three-eyed star felt that from his point of view, the probability of this possibility was the highest. Gosuo's had the opposite opinion. Gosuo felt that the first case mentioned by Wang Wei was the most likely, because if the biological population on Niton planet really had ill will towards them, they would never go to such great lengths to let them relax their vigilance. Moreover, from beginning to end, the king of Niton Star and Chibman, who received them, had never inquired about the true strength of the Interstellar Federation in a roundabout way. Even Niton Star, the king of the human, and Chibman, who received them, already knew that the Interstellar Federation had helped many planets, and even drove away the alien creatures that occupied the cyber planet, which was enough to prove their strength, even though the Niton people may still have some ideas about them. Gosuo still believes that they will never do anything to hurt them, because they are afraid of the strength of the Interstellar Federation. That is to say, under the pressure of powerful strength, the people on Niton will turn the third situation into the first or second situation because of the real strength of the Interstellar Federation. Although this idea is a bit unrealistic, Gosuo thinks this is the most realistic situation. As for the worries of the three-eyed Star King, they don't need to care at all. The giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation is still docked in the star field close to Niton. They will not be threatened at all. The three-eyed Star King is unwilling to continue arguing with Gosuo, so he simply ignores Gosuo's words. At this time, Wang Weijio told them to rest early. After all, they still have Xiantian armor for self-defense. No matter what situation they will encounter next, it will not have much impact on them. The three-eyed Star King and Gosuo stopped arguing. After snorting at each other, they turned around and began to rest. The next morning, Chibman came to their residence and took them to the museum on Niton. Wang Wei really didn't expect that there was a place like a museum on Niton. Chibman felt that Wang Wei was making a fuss. The people on Niton rarely encountered invasions by alien creatures, so while ensuring their own safety, they also started exploring the history of Niton early. That's why they have a place like a museum. When Wang Wei and his group arrived at the museum, they were also shocked by the situation in the museum. It's not that Wang Wei has never been to museums on Earth. Even the largest museum in the world still makes him feel a little regretful. After all, in the history of Xia country, some of the cultural relics owned by Xia country have long been divided up by other countries, and are now in private hands. It is impossible to get these things back to Xia country. However, there is no such dispute on Niton, because all the creatures on Niton are orcs. There may be friction between them, but there will be no differences in population. It is for this reason that Wang Wei feels that to some extent, the environment of Niton is indeed much better than that of Earth. After visiting the museum on Niton, Wang Wei was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He didn't even agree to continue to accompany Chibman to other places on Niton, but immediately returned to their residence, sorted and classified the images taken by the Xiantian armor, and immediately sent them back to the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation and handed them over to Cruz. Cruz was also very surprised when he saw the content of these videos. He really didn't expect that there was a biological group with a history comparable to that of the Han race in the distant universe. More importantly, they found that although the Niton people on Niton had not awakened any special abilities, they had not awakened any special abilities in their development history, but they had more advanced technology and civilization than the Han race. When he saw this, Cruz couldn't help laughing. At first, the Han race believed that they were the only dominant existence in the universe. If they had come into contact with the Niton planet earlier, they would no longer think that they rarely encountered opponents in the universe. But on second thought, Cruz also felt that they might have already witnessed the fierce attacks on the Han race on Earth. After all, the general manager of the entire Interstellar Federation came from Earth in the distant Milky Way. So if the Han race fought against the creatures on Earth that looked very weak, they would probably not be the opponents of those Earthlings. Now that they have found another planet with similar experiences to Earth, Cruz has a deeper impression of the history of this planet, and wants to understand and study it. Cruz hopes that Wang Wei can provide him with more powerful and comprehensive historical documents of the Niton planet in the shortest time, so that he can have a deeper understanding of the history of the Niton planet. When Wang Wei heard this, he was not shocked, but agreed to Cruz's request, saying that he would provide Cruz with most of the historical data about the planet Niton as quickly as possible, so that Cruz could complete the research project he wanted to complete. At this critical moment, Wang Wei did not put any pressure on Cruz, and even provided him with help. Cruz was very grateful to Wang Wei and thanked him solemnly. Wang Wei said that this was nothing. Although he seemed to be providing help to Cruz, he believed that Cruz's research results would definitely refresh him and would be of great help to him. Wang Wei and his team stayed on Niton for a long time, and discovered that the people on Niton were not only confined to civilization and technology, but also had a lot of research and advanced results. At the same time, they also mastered a kind of magic. This kind of magic is not universal for the people on Niton. It is only applicable to Niton, used by warriors to resist alien invasion or maintain peace on the planet. This kind of magic can strengthen the bodies of ordinary warriors on Niton, and the strength makes them have stronger physical fitness, and even can obtain the characteristics of tirelessness. This is why Niton, which is not far from Cyber, has a better level of technological development than Cyber, but has never been invaded by alien creatures. It is because Niton has long been invaded by alien creatures. They have shown their powerful strength to alien creatures before. Even if the alien creatures sent a very small number of people to want it, if they investigate the situation of Niton planet, they will be discovered by the Niton people immediately, and they will be driven out permanently, not giving them the chance to approach again. Hearing this, Wang Wei finally grasped the key point. Has Niton planet also been invaded by aliens? Chipman nodded to Wang Wei. In fact, this is not something difficult to talk about. We have indeed been invaded by alien creatures. It was the invasion of alien creatures that made our civilization once on the verge of extinction. But after that we learned from the pain. We began to continuously improve our technology and civilization development. So Niton planet has its current scale. Wang Wei nodded with satisfaction, thinking that Niton planet is a model worthy of learning from other planets. After all, in the face of alien invasion, Niton planet has never complained about the world, and even did not blame those alien species that planned to invade Niton planet. They think that the reason why Niton planet was invaded by alien creatures is entirely because their strength is not strong enough. Chapter 354 Unconditional Teaching and Help. Under such circumstances, Wang Wei actually had a better impression of the Niton planet, and at the same time, Wang Wei took the initiative to find the King of Niton. After meeting the King of Niton, he explained the actual situation of the Interstellar Federation to the King of Niton. We actually have a large spaceship in the Interstellar Federation not far from the Niton planet. But don't worry. We don't have any ill will towards the Niton planet. The reason why we let our large spaceship dock far away from the Niton planet is just to make you feel at ease, and not think that the main purpose of our driving a large spaceship to the Niton planet is to plunder and occupy the resources on the Niton planet. After listening to Wang Wei's words, the King of Niton agreed with Wang Wei's idea. If things are really as you said, when you drive a large spaceship close, it is indeed easy for us to misunderstand that you are close for a reason. A big part of the reason is that they want to invade our planet. So the reason you came to me now is to let us let your large spaceship in. Right? Wang Wei nodded slightly to the King of Niton. You are right. We came here this time hoping to let our large spaceship land on the surface of Niton planet after we have informed you in advance. Because we are very interested in the history of Niton planet. So we want to conduct research based on the history of Niton planet. Only when the large spaceship is closer, it will be more convenient for us to transmit data. The King of Niton easily agreed to Wang Wei's request, and there was no point in Wang Wei's request. Wang Wei felt that this situation was a little incredible. So he looked at the King of Niton in surprise. Don't you suspect that we are just using an excuse to deceive you into agreeing to let our spaceship approach Niton planet, and then launch an attack on Niton planet? The King of Niton suddenly laughed after hearing Wang Wei's words. Since you have already said so, aren't you afraid that I will see through your trajectory and prevent your spaceship from approaching Niton planet? After hearing King Niton's question, Wang Wei also laughed. If he really has such an idea, then he will definitely not tell the Niton people about this. The king will definitely try his best to show that he has no ill will towards Niton planet. Only in this way can their spaceship approach smoothly. But they have now proposed such an idea to King Niton. If they do such a thing, Niton planet must have been prepared long ago. So as long as he said this, it further proves that the Interstellar Federation has no idea about Niton planet at all. I didn't expect that you, the king, are really a very open-minded and discerning person. The King of Niton smiled at Wang Wei, thinking that Wang Wei's words to him should be regarded as a compliment. Since your expression to me can be regarded as a compliment, then I will reluctantly accept your compliment. But we still have to discuss carefully when your spaceship will land, because there is no base for large spaceships to land on the planet Niton. So you have to wait for a while, since they have already agreed to let their giant spaceship land on the surface of the planet Niton. Wang Wei naturally has no reason and necessity to object to such conditions. So under such circumstances, Wang Wei returned to their residence and quietly waited for the new king of Niton to discuss with his ministers and find a suitable landing place for the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. Under such circumstances, Wang Wei had already explained the current situation to the king of the Three-Eyed Star. The Three-Eyed Star King was also very surprised after hearing Wang Wei's statement. Do you mean they really promised us that our spaceship could land here smoothly? Wang Wei nodded and said that if the Three-Eyed Star King did not believe what he said, he could directly ask the Niton Star King or the Chipman who received them. The Three-Eyed Star King certainly had no opinion on what Wang Wei said. He just felt that such a statement sounded a bit too weird. After all, in the situations they encountered before, no one was willing to let their large spaceship land nearby, and they were willing to accept them only after they provided practical help to the races on the planet. Maybe the people on this planet are not as bad as we thought. The Three-Eyed Star King nodded, and finally realized that the people on Niton Planet were actually very friendly to them, at least compared with Dolly Planet. They would rather encounter more biological populations, like Niton Planet in the next interstellar journey. Soon, the King of Niton and Chipman had discussed the corresponding countermeasures and invited Wang Wei and his team. Chipman found Wang Wei and told him that the king had agreed to build a landing base for large spaceships, and asked Wang Wei to send a signal to their spaceship. As long as their large spaceship landing base was built, the large spaceship of the Interstellar Federation could land on the spaceship landing base of Niton. Wang Wei extended his hand to Chipman to express his gratitude. To be honest, among the other alien biological populations we have encountered before, you are the most tolerant biological population to us. We are very grateful for your tolerance and friendliness to us. The king of the Three-Eyed Star waved to Wang Wei and his team. In fact, Wang Wei had helped them a lot during this period, because during the conversation with Wang Wei, Chipman learned a more democratic and more appropriate way to handle state affairs. The area of Niton is not small, and there are many orcs living on Niton. So a more appropriate way to handle state affairs is crucial for Chipman and his team. Before this, their only means of dealing with national affairs was to use the country's powerful strength to suppress those who oppose their opinions. Although this method is indeed very effective, Chipman has always believed that if this method is used for a long time, it is very likely that ordinary people on the planet will have a bad impression of their leaders. So they have been looking for a solution. But it was not until Wang Wei and his team appeared that Chipman saw a turn for the better. After thanking each other for a while, they smiled at each other. The two went hand in hand to the Research Institute on Niton Planet, where historical research is being conducted. The people on Niton Planet are also very curious about their history, so they have a special research institute to complete the research on the history of Niton Planet. Under such circumstances, Wang Wei had a conversation with the historical researchers on Niton Planet, obtained more useful historical information from them, and handed it over to Cruz. When he was in contact with Cruz, Wang Wei also told Cruz that the giant spaceship would soon land on the surface of Niton, giving Cruz more opportunities to talk with historical researchers on Niton and learn about the history of Niton. Cruz knew that Wang Wei did all this for their research results, but to a greater extent it helped him. So he expressed his gratitude to Wang Wei again. Wang Wei rejected Cruz's gratitude and asked Cruz to complete his research as soon as possible and give him a reasonable research result. Cruz assured Wang Wei that as long as the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation could land smoothly on the surface of Niton and allow it to have further exchanges with historical researchers on Niton, his research results could be sorted out quickly. Wang Wei knew that if Cruz's research progressed so quickly, it would be great news for historical researchers on Niton. So just as they expected, the base built on Niton that could accommodate the plot of the Interstellar Federation and the landing of the spaceship was successfully built. At the same time, Wang Wei also sent an order to the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation to land at the landing base on Niton. Almost at the same time, all the people on Niton saw the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation enter the atmosphere of Niton. The giant spaceship that could almost cover the sky and the sun made the people on Niton feel excited and went to watch nearby. Wang Wei was also very surprised to see that the ordinary people on Niton were not afraid of the approach of the Interstellar Federation spaceship, but felt very novel. And some people even took the initiative to approach to check. After all, for the biological populations on other planets. Such a huge and seemingly very advanced spaceship can indeed bring them a very big threat. So basically no one welcomes their approach. But the current situation is different from all the situations they have encountered before. The ordinary people on Niton do not resist their approach. The only thing they resist may be that they cannot really observe closely. At the moment when the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation landed, the hatch of the spaceship opened, and Cruz couldn't wait to appear in front of everyone. After seeing Cruz's true appearance, Chipman was also really surprised. Is this why the members of your Interstellar Federation look so different from you? Although the three-eyed alien king and Goso came here with Wang Wei, the three-eyed alien king and Goso together did not look more reliable than Cruz alone. So no one suspected that Cruz was the mentally ill person. After Wang Wei and his spaceship successfully landed on Niton, Wang Wei immediately took Cruz to meet the King of Niton and introduced Cruz's identity to the King of Niton. However, Wang Wei never told the King of Niton, Chipman, or even ordinary people on Niton, that Cruz was once a criminal who intended to invade other planets. He concealed the truth. But Cruz had a little resistance in his heart when facing the King of Niton. He could recognize at a glance that the noble orc in front of him should be the King of Niton. That is, the supreme ruler of Niton. Cruz immediately nodded to the other party and began to introduce himself. When he heard that Cruz was responsible for studying the history of Niton and that his research had made considerable progress, the King of Niton seemed extremely excited. Is everything you said true? Your research has really made initial progress. Cruz nodded to the King of Niton, indicating that every word he said was true, and there was absolutely no possibility of any adulteration. However, Cruz did not take the initiative to explain his specific identity and the things he had done to the King of Niton. And Wang Wei did not expose it. Cruz was soon taken to the History Research Institute on Niton by Chipman, and had a fierce exchange with the historical researchers on Niton. Chipman looked at the situation inside, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. And then looked at Wang Wei, let them keep arguing inside. Isn't it a bit bad for our current situation? After all, Niton and the Interstellar Federation are currently in a friendly state, and they have basically become friends after a short period of getting along. But if after experiencing this incident, their relationship may return to the starting point, then all their previous efforts may fail. Wang Wei shook his head at Chipman. In fact, you don't have to worry about them quarreling. It's very normal. When it comes to historical research, many researchers will have disagreements because of a little problem. As long as they express their opinions clearly, the disagreements and misunderstandings will eventually be resolved, and it will not affect our relationship, or even their connection. Chipman is not a scientific researcher, so he doesn't know what Wang Wei said. But seeing Wang Wei promise, Chipman believed Wang Wei's words. If our scholars are too strong or too aggressive, you can ask them to give up this idea. I will make it clear to them at that time. And it will never involve your Interstellar Federation. Wang Wei never imagined that he would do such a thing. So he rejected Chipman directly, and said that all they could do now was to believe that Cruz and other researchers in the Economic Federation would make sure that they would never damage our relationship because of quarrels. Chipman took a deep breath and felt that Wang Wei's words instantly made him feel much more at ease. So he took Wang Wei to another museum. The museum displays several common minerals on this planet, and there are also very rare ones. But they are not enough to satisfy them. Wang Wei actually saw the rare liquid metal on this planet that they had seen before. After seeing this rare liquid metal, Wang Wei immediately asked Chipman if they had ever encountered poisonous gas during the mining process. Chipman immediately nodded to Wang Wei and asked Wang Wei how he knew about this. In fact, very few people know that there are rare liquid metals on Niton. Even the White Planet before cried and begged outside their spacecraft for a long time before they learned that Niton and Cyber had this rare liquid metal. However, at that time, whether it was the people of Niton or Cyber, they had never handed over this rare liquid metal to the people of the White Planet and other planets. It was not because they wanted to take the rare liquid metal for themselves, but because the mining environment of rare liquid metal was very bad, and even the amount of rust liquid metal that could be mined from these two planets was very limited. If they all handed over the rare liquid metals in their hands to other biological groups, it would have a huge impact on the two planets. The most important thing is that both Cyber Planet and Niton Planet have decided to study rare liquid metals, but the research on rare liquid metals on these two planets is not advanced enough. Cyber Planet only learned how to use rare liquid metals with the help of the Interstellar Federation. When Chipman learned from Wang Wei that the Interstellar Federation had helped Cyberplanet learn how to use rare liquid metals and how to make them. He instantly became interested in the protective shield made of rare liquid metals. Can our Nitan planet also learn this technology? Wang Wei nodded to Chipman. As a matter of course, this is not a difficult thing. Why can't we learn it? However, in order to make a qualified protective shield, a large amount of rare liquid metal is still needed. We can teach you the mining method of rare liquid metal in advance, and the method of making protective shields. If you are willing, we can help you manufacture and develop rare liquid metals. If you don't want to, you can also get the method of using rare liquid metals through your own research. After hearing Wang Wei's words, Chipman held Wang Wei's hand and thanked Wang Wei repeatedly, as if Wang Wei's decision really helped them a lot. Wang Wei was moved by Chipman's enthusiasm, and immediately asked someone to bring the relevant data on making protective shields made of rare liquid metals, and gave it to Chipman, asking Chipman to hand over the research data to professional researchers on the planet Nitan for them to study on their own. If there is anything they don't know, they can ask him at any time, and he will definitely spare no effort to give them this technology. Chipman felt that their acceptance of the Interstellar Federation was very wise. If the Interstellar Federation had not joined, even if they had these rare metals, they would not be able to use them in practice. So Wang Wei and his friends were immediately treated as VIPs, and even had people following them when they went in and out, for fear that someone would affect their lives, property and safety because of their arrival. Chapter 355 Slandered. However, Chipman and others' attention to Wang Wei was seriously dissatisfied by others. Although for Wang Wei people, the main purpose of coming to Nitan planet was to understand the cultural history and technological development of this planet, and had no other ideas. The preferential treatment they received on Nitan planet made others feel that they were treated differently. Some original scientific researchers on Nitan planet began to roll their eyes at Cruz and others, and even whispered behind their backs. Cruz and Wang Wei didn't care about these things, so even if they heard discordant voices, they never took it to heart. But for Chipman and Goso, this kind of thing was something they could not tolerate. They came to Nitan planet with the permission of the king of Nitan planet, and they also contributed part of their strength to Nitan planet. If it weren't for them, Nitan planet would not be able to successfully mine rare liquid metals and complete the research and use of rare liquid metals. So they thought that the people of Nitan planet had a slightly better attitude towards them and seemed to value them more, which was excusable. However, the disgust of other scientific researchers towards them made the three-eyed Star King and Goso extremely irritated. However, before Wang Wei expressed his opinion, they did not find Chipman to explain these situations to Chipman, because they felt that this was an isolated case. There was no need to explain to Chipman at all. Just ignoring these people was enough. However, what they did not expect was that these people actually began to intensify, and even joined other scientific researchers to protest to the king of Nitan planet. When receiving the protest, the king of Nitan was also extremely shocked. He did not expect that there were still people on Nitan planet who showed such great dissatisfaction with the visitors from the Interstellar Federation. The king of Nitan was shocked and immediately asked Chipman to talk to these people to eliminate their dissatisfaction with the visitors from the Interstellar Federation. However, when Chipman found this group of people, their attitude was extremely firm. They believed that the purpose of the people from the Interstellar Federation coming to Nitan planet was not pure. That is, the Interstellar Federation seemed to be very friendly to them on the surface, but in fact it had other purposes. At present, the people of the Interstellar Federation have also come into contact with rare liquid metals. Rare liquid metals are considered a very precious material on the planet Nitan, and even the planet Nitan itself does not have too much. If their rare liquid metals are taken away by the people of the Interstellar Federation, it will be a fatal blow to the planet Nitan. But this group of people do not know the experience of the Interstellar Federation at all. When they came here from the cyber planet, they had already come into contact with it. Liquid metal is a particularly rare material. At that time, the Cyberstar people also proposed to give them a part of this rare liquid metal. But the people of the Interstellar Federation did not ask for too much. They only got a part, which was enough for them to complete the research on liquid metal. Wang Wei had mentioned all these to Chipman, so Chipman was not worried that Wang Wei and others would covet the liquid metal on the planet Nitan. But I didn't expect that this group of scientific researchers began to make a fuss about this matter, and even listed the Interstellar Federation. After coming to the planet Nitan, they began to show their curiosity about liquid metal. This made them think that the main purpose of the people from the Interstellar Federation coming here was to get the liquid metal owned by the planet Niton. No matter how Chibman explained to these people, they just couldn't listen to him at all. Chibman finally issued them an ultimatum. Although you think that the main purpose of the people from the Interstellar Federation is to get the liquid metal on our planet, you have completely misunderstood them. The king has issued an order, and you are not allowed to spread such rumors. So we all hope that you can take care of yourself and don't do anything against anyone in the Economic Federation. Otherwise you will be severely punished. If Chibman immediately explained to these scientific researchers that the people from the Interstellar Federation had seen liquid metal and refused the gift from the cyber stars, they might not be so disgusted. But now they heard Chibman say that the king was about to punish them, and they were instantly upset. Why did the king punish us? We are obviously concerned about the peace of the planet, and don't want to be investigated by the Interstellar Federation. The people of the Federation took advantage of the loophole. Why punish us instead of investigating the people of the Economic Federation? Chibman didn't want to explain to them anymore. He thought these people were just hot-headed. It could even be said that they were jealous of the respect given to the people of the Interstellar Federation on the planet Niton. So they did such irrational things. So after warning the group of researchers, he left their workplace. After all, the punishment imposed by the King of Niton on them was already a relatively severe form of punishment. He believed that these researchers would definitely not take the risk of doing anything that might affect them. However, Chibman still underestimated the degree of paranoia of these people. He had just returned to report to the King of Niton when he received the notice of the demonstration. The guards of the Niton planet went out collectively to surround the demonstrators. When the King of Niton received the news, his expression became very ugly. How could he have thought that his people would do such extreme things? After all, for him, the people of the Interstellar Federation showed them great goodwill, and they had no reason to speculate on all the people of the Economic Federation with the greatest malice. What's more, the Advanced Federation has not only found a way for them to safely mine liquid metal, but also shared their research results on liquid metal with them. The King of Niton and Chibman both believed that the people of the Interstellar Federation were just as they said when they introduced themselves. They never had any ill will towards the biological populations on other planets, but just wanted to have friendly exchanges with them and exchange their scientific research results. So when they learned that someone was demonstrating passionately and joining others to boycott the Interstellar Federation, both Chibman and Niton were extremely angry. The Niton King immediately gave Chibman an order. Now we must arrest all those who spread rumors, and clarify to all the people that the people of the Economic Federation have never thought of harming or occupying our Niton planet, and we must not let the people of the Interstellar Federation feel disappointed. Chibman certainly understood the Niton King approach, so he immediately set out to the scene of the demonstration without any hesitation to arrest everyone. However, when Chibman arrived at the scene, he found out how many people had gathered at the scene. Not counting the onlookers, there were enough people participating in the demonstration. Chibman saw that some of them were the people he had found and talked to before, and he was immediately furious. I have warned you long ago not to do anything to slander the Interstellar Federation and all members of the Economic Federation. Why don't you listen? Now, the king has ordered severe punishment for you. You must apologize to the Interstellar Federation and all members of the Interstellar Federation in public and declare that the purpose of your demonstration is based on your malicious speculation about the Interstellar Federation. The person who led the demonstration naturally refused to agree. He even looked at Chibman with confidence. We are right to speculate, but we also have evidence. Why did the people of the Interstellar Federation immediately know that we have rare liquid metal after arriving on the planet Niton? They are even willing to help us. They are waiting for us to relax our vigilance against them so that we can take away the rare liquid metal from us? After hearing this, Chibman felt a headache, just because they helped us complete the research on rare liquid metals. Can you be sure that they want to occupy all the rare liquid metals on the planet Niton? Don't you really think that this approach is a bit too ridiculous? Everyone present looked at Chibman in surprise. After all, this group of scientific researchers did produce evidence that all members of the Interstellar Federation were alien visitors. For the people on the planet Niton, they are indeed an unstable factor. But they didn't think about the people of the Interstellar Federation. After coming to the planet Niton, they have never appeared in public, and have not even done anything that is not conducive to the planet Niton. Even if the people of the Interstellar Federation have learned about the malicious intentions of the scientific researchers on the planet Niton, the people of the Advanced Federation have never approached him and their king to express any dissatisfaction. Chibman even felt that after this incident broke out, he had no face-to-face all the members of the Interstellar Federation. After all, they were their people. And they doubted and speculated about the people of the Interstellar Federation without any reason. If they really hurt the people of the Interstellar Federation with these doubts and speculations, then they would be no different from the people on the planet Dolly. However, in such a situation, Chibman did not say too much, but immediately asked the guards of the planet Niton to take away the demonstrators. Only they can really prove for the people of the Interstellar Federation, as long as they can sincerely stand up, apologize to all members of the Interstellar Federation, and restore the reputation of the Interstellar Federation. Then other people on the planet Niton will never continue to misunderstand the Interstellar Federation. This matter soon reached the ears of the King of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso. Both of them felt that this part of the scientific researchers on the planet Niton was simply too much. Although they did volunteer to help Niton complete the research on rare liquid metals, the real beneficiary was still Niton. Whether it was the smooth mining of liquid metals, or in the subsequent research and development and use process, they could be more relaxed, which was a benefit for Niton. However, just because they had this ability and helped Niton in this matter, the people of Niton suspected that they were trying to occupy the rare liquid metals owned by Niton, which was a bit too ridiculous. So the two of them briefly discussed it and found Wang Wei, asking Wang Wei how to deal with the current situation. After hearing the situation they described, Wang Wei did not respond immediately. The King of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso stared at Wang Wei anxiously, waiting for his answer. "You can't let us be framed for no reason." "Right," Goso said angrily on the side. "What is the attitude of Chibman and the King of Niton?" Wang Wei asked after a long while. "Their attitude is indeed good. I heard that the King of Niton arranged Chibman, as soon as he learned about this, go to the scene and take away all the troublemakers. But they didn't explain anything. This is very disadvantageous for us to continue to stay on this planet. If our existence causes civil unrest on Niton, won't it be more difficult for us to explain it then?" Wang Wei didn't think so. After all, their main purpose of staying here was not to get the rare liquid metal on this planet, but to learn more about the history of Niton and exchange advanced technology with them. So as long as the attitude of the King of Niton and Chibman towards the Interstellar Federation does not change, then the other scientific researchers on their planet will not have much impact on the Interstellar Federation. So Wang Wei asked the King of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso to see the attitude of the King of Niton and Chibman towards this matter. If they also have an indulgent attitude towards this matter, then they must stand up and explain it clearly. Chibman and Goso still felt very aggrieved. After all, they had never done anything to harm Niton. But now it seemed that the people of Niton did not seem to understand their actions. Cruz was concentrating on his research when he found Wang Wei coming over. He looked at Wang Wei with a shocked face and asked Wang Wei if he had anything to ask him. Wang Wei said that there was nothing particularly big, but he just wanted to ask him how long it would take for the research to be successful. As a result, they were not suitable to stay on Niton, and the scientific researchers here had expressed great dissatisfaction with them. When he heard this, Cruz was also very shocked. After all, according to his understanding, the scientific researchers he had contacted were very kind to them. What happened? Cruz looked at Wang Wei in confusion. Wang Wei explained to Cruz what had happened recently, and hoped that Cruz could be prepared as soon as possible. Cruz nodded to Wang Wei, saying that their research would soon bear fruit and they should be able to solve the current difficulties they were facing in the short term and leave Niton soon. At the same time, Chibman also came to the door. The first thing he did when he saw Wang Wei was to apologize to Wang Wei, saying that what happened recently was due to their unclear explanation to the scientific researchers. So that group of people misunderstood all the members of the Interstellar Federation. Wang Wei said that such things were not to blame Chibman and the King of Niton, and they could understand. So they did not take it to heart. But for the sake of peace on Niton, Wang Wei decided to complete the relevant research projects as soon as possible, and then leave Niton and restore peace to Niton. Hearing Wang Wei say this, Chibman said he was very sorry. "Don't think about leaving because of this kind of thing. The King and we still welcome you very much. And those scientific researchers are just jealous of you. Don't let them affect our relationship." After hearing this, Wang Wei felt that Chibman and the King of Niton were indeed very welcoming and friendly to them. But they couldn't stay here for a long time because of this reason. Although we understand your feelings, please forgive our behavior. Because some people have bad intentions towards us. Many people will believe their words, which will affect the peace of the entire Niton planet. For us, we don't want our arrival to cause any trouble to you. So we choose to leave now. Chipman knew that the people of the Interstellar Federation would never silently endure this grievance. The reason why they did not leave immediately was that the research projects they promised to help the Niton people complete on the Niton planet had not yet reached any conclusion. Once all the research projects were on the verge of completion, the Interstellar Federation would definitely not stay on the Niton planet. Chipman did not say much, but just assured Wang Wei and the others that the Niton people would definitely give them an explanation. So what they wanted to do most was to prove to the Interstellar Federation that the Niton planet had absolutely no intention of hurting them. And as for the actions of others, they had nothing to do with them. So after returning, Chipman immediately found the Niton Star King and explained to the Niton Star King the current attitude of the Interstellar Federation on this matter. The Niton Star King also knew that the Interstellar Federation must feel disrespected in this matter, and at the same time was misunderstood for unknown reasons. For this reason, he asked Chipman to deal with the protesting scientific researchers as soon as possible, and let them prove for the Interstellar Federation that the Interstellar Federation had never thought of hurting the Niton planet, let alone coveting the various resources of the Niton planet. Under such circumstances, Chipman immediately made arrangements to find the imprisoned scientific researchers and clearly explain to them the various benefits that the Interstellar Federation brought to them after coming to the planet Niton. You think that the Interstellar Federation is here to rob the rare liquid metals on the planet Niton. But without their help, we simply cannot successfully mine the rare liquid metals. We don't even know the research direction of rare liquid metals. However, this group of people who have helped us a lot, after being slandered by you, are still thinking about restoring peace to our planet. They decided to leave immediately after completing the research project. Do you really have the heart to continue to slander their innocence? Chapter 356 Prove Your Innocence. These researchers still don't believe Chipman's words, and even question Chipman. Why do you speak to the people of the Interstellar Federation? Did they promise you some kind of benefit? You have to know that the people of the Interstellar Federation are threatening our entire Niton planet. If they really get the rare liquid metal, it will be a big threat to the entire Niton planet and will not be of any benefit to you. Chipman now feels that this group of people have begun to become insane and cannot communicate normally. The fundamental reason is that you have become dispensable because the people of the Interstellar Federation have achieved major scientific research results on our planet, and you can't stand them being valued. These people will naturally not admit this. After all, for them, they have not been able to reach scientific research conclusions before the people of the Interstellar Federation. It has already made them feel ashamed. And naturally it is even more impossible to admit that they have slandered the Interstellar Federation out of jealousy. We are completely concerned about the planet Niton. If you insist that we doubt their motives for coming to the planet Niton because of jealousy, then we have nothing to say. But if one day, the Interstellar Federation really threatens the safety of the planet Niton, or even takes away our important materials, can you bear the responsibility at that time? Chipman now does not want to continue talking to this group of seemingly crazy people. He thinks this group of people is simply unreasonable. But Chipman also understands that if these people's mouths are not dealt with, then even if the people of the Interstellar Federation leave the planet Niton immediately, they will be called guilty and will leave later. The reputation of the Interstellar Federation will definitely be affected by then, which is not the result they want to see. Since you can't recognize the reality, then I will take you to the base of the Interstellar Federation to see how advanced they are. Can you really like these things we have? Chipman did not immediately take people to the base where the Interstellar Federation spacecraft was docked, but first contacted Wang Wei. When Wang Wei heard that Chipman was going to bring those who had slandered them to visit the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation, he was stunned for a moment. Are you sure you really want to bring them to visit our spaceship? Wang Wei has always understood that as scientific researchers, they sometimes do exercise their toes, and they are also hesitant about things they cannot complete. Although all this seems to have nothing to do with him, Wang Wei feels that since Chipman has already spoken, there is no need for him to refuse. And it is just right for this group of self-righteous scientific researchers to see whether the Interstellar Alliance has the ability to help Niton Planet complete some research that they could not complete before. After the door of the Interstellar Federation spaceship was opened, a group of scientific researchers who were stared at by the guards of Niton Planet successfully entered the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation. After seeing a series of autonomous machines and environments in the spaceship, these scientific researchers stopped talking. They were like curious children, touching and touching everywhere, trying to understand everything on this spaceship, things they had never seen, and advanced technology. But what they didn't expect was that the really important things on this spaceship were not on the surface, but in Wang Wei and Cruz's laboratory. Of course, Wang Wei and his team also led this group of people into the laboratory and saw the advanced research results and many unfinished experimental data in the laboratory. Just put it there in a dignified manner. And this group of scientific researchers could no longer say anything to slander the Interstellar Federation. After all, they are also scientific researchers. So they all understand how important those scientific research data are to them. If it were them, until outsiders were about to arrive, they would definitely collect all the scientific research data and would never give anyone the opportunity to access their scientific research data. But Wang Wei and his team put these scientific research data here in a dignified manner, and never worried that they would tamper with these scientific research data. At this moment, they can understand how open-minded the people of the Interstellar Federation are, and how they don't worry that they will take away the scientific research results belonging to the Interstellar Federation. Faced with such a situation, Wang Wei, as the head of the Interstellar Federation, looked at the group of scientific researchers brought by Chipman. I have also heard about what you did. I heard that you believe that the main purpose of the people from the Interstellar Federation coming to the planet Niton is to occupy the rare liquid metal on the planet Niton, even though they have seen the true strength of the Interstellar Federation. When Wang Wei asked about this matter, they couldn't bring themselves to admit that they were just very jealous of the treatment of the Interstellar Federation. So when Wang Wei asked this question, their attitude was still very tough. So what? We are just reasonable doubts. If you are dissatisfied with the creatures on our planet because of our reasonable doubts, then doesn't it prove that our guess is correct? When Wang Wei heard this, he laughed out loud. I never said that your suspicions were not within a reasonable range. But I am curious why you think that rare liquid metals are only on your planet Niton. Can't other planets have such things? The scientific researchers were speechless because they had already known that Cyberplanet also had this rare liquid metal through Chipman's description before they came to the spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation. And the reserves of rare liquid metals on Cyberplanet are still very large. After Wang Wei and his team helped Cyberplanet complete the mining of rare liquid metals, they received gifts from Cyberplanet. That is to say, the rare liquid metals currently in the hands of the Interstellar Federation may be more than the rare liquid metals currently mined on Niton Planet. If they really covet it, it is hard to tell who is coveting the rare liquid metal in whose hands. When he was speechless, Wang Wei shrugged helplessly. It is undeniable that the main purpose of our coming to Niton Planet is indeed because we are very interested in the civilization and other things on Niton Planet. That is why we will explain our purpose to the King and Chipman of Niton Planet as soon as possible and help you complete the experimental projects you are currently conducting but have not completed. If you don't believe us, you can ask your companions to see if our arrival has helped the scientific research projects being conducted by the people on your planet. The other scientific researchers were silent, because even if they didn't ask, they all knew that after the arrival of the Interstellar Federation, their scientific research results had indeed made great progress in a sense. In this way, if there was no help from the Interstellar Federation, there were many things they could not do at all. How important the Interstellar Federation is to them is something that cannot be refuted. In this situation, they didn't know how to refute what Wang Wei had just said, and one or two of them suddenly became speechless. However, Wang Wei did not take the opportunity to add insult to injury, but expressed his feelings to them. It won't be long before we leave the planet Niton, because we have noticed that your malice towards us comes from our sudden arrival on this planet, and the results of many scientific research that you have not been able to complete. So we will not stay here to bother you. We just hope that in your future scientific research career, you will not speak ill of others just because others have achieved results that you have not achieved. Not everyone has the open-mindedness of the members of the Interstellar Federation, and not everyone will not care whether what you do is right or wrong. This group of scientific researchers did not speak again. Wang Wei did not want to continue to entertain them, but handed this group of people over to Chipman and Goso, and publicly warned the King of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso not to attack them in secret. The safety of this group of people must be guaranteed. Although the Three-Eyed Star King and Goso were somewhat reluctant, they still followed Wang Wei instructions, leaving only Chipman and Wang Wei standing there. Wang Wei invited Chipman to sit in his room, and he had something to say to Chipman. After arriving at Wang Wei's room, Wang Wei told Chipman that they would probably leave Niton within a week. If Chipman and others needed any help, they must raise it as soon as possible, and they would help Niton solve the problem as much as possible. Chipman looked at Wang Wei puzzledly. Since you already know the slander of those scientific researchers against you, why did you agree to help us? Wang Wei chuckled and told Chipman that these scientific researchers did do some things that seemed particularly unfavorable to them. But they did not think that this was Chibman and Knighton's jealousy, but the difference in thinking patterns between people. Even if the people on your planet are very kind to us, there will be people and things like this that they cannot accept. Others who are stronger than them cannot be accepted either. We come without any malice, because if we have no malice and can make more advanced research than them, do you think they will be completely defeated? Wang Wei's words made Chibman feel a little embarrassed. Although they had always understood that what this group of people did would indeed damage the reputation of the Interstellar Federation, they always believed that this group of people would definitely understand their explanation and would definitely be willing to stand up and clear the grievances of the Interstellar Federation. But what Chibman and his friends didn't expect was that this group of people were not only unwilling to clear the grievances of the people of the Interstellar Federation, but also use deeper malice to speculate about the Interstellar Federation and spread their suspicions, posing a fundamental threat to the Interstellar Federation. I apologize to you on behalf of everyone on Knighton. We all know that you were able to come to Knighton and help us do so many things because you are a group of very kind people who have never thought of harming any life on Knighton. I promise you on behalf of the entire Knighton planet that such things will never happen again, even if they are really dissatisfied with you. We will further explain it to them. Wang Wei nodded to Chibman. We have received your kindness, but we don't know how long it will take for us to return to this star field on our next interstellar journey. So you don't have to rush to punish them. This matter has no practical significance for us. Chibman immediately understood the true meaning of Wang Wei's words. In fact, what Wang Wei really wanted to say was that this time, after leaving Knighton, the Advanced Federation may never return to Knighton. In this way, whether the people on Knighton will discredit the Interstellar Federation will naturally lose their original meaning for them. But Chibman didn't want this to happen, even though their people made a very wrong decision this time, which also had a great impact on the people of the Interstellar Federation. But they still wanted the people of the Interstellar Federation to feel their sincerity. Although you don't intend to investigate the cause and effect of this matter, we still have to give you an explanation. You can rest assured that we will prove to all the people on Knighton in the shortest possible time that the Interstellar Federation has absolutely no ill will towards Knighton. When Wang Wei heard Chibman say this, he was also very shocked, because he never thought that Knighton would definitely prove their innocence. As for who was right and wrong in this matter, just let them leave Knighton, and the people on Knighton will soon forget them. And as he said, they will not return to Knighton in a short time. So naturally they will not have any impact on the people on Knighton. So it doesn't matter whether the people on Knighton can understand the main purpose of the Interstellar Federation. What Wang Wei didn't expect was that, after Chibman left the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation and successfully reported what he said to the King of Knighton, the King of Knighton New Energy immediately issued an order to let all those who are currently cooperating with the scientific researchers of the Interstellar Federation to publish their main views on the Interstellar Federation. This group of scientific researchers have a very good relationship with the Interstellar Federation. They describe their main views on all members of the Interstellar Federation from a fair and just perspective. In their descriptions and narrations, the ordinary people on the planet Knighton finally realized that they had been deceived before, because the people of the Interstellar Federation, whether in terms of knowledge or ability, have surpassed all the scientific researchers on the planet Knighton. However, they did not show an overbearing attitude, but very sincerely helped the scientific researchers on the planet Knighton to make up for their shortcomings, help them complete all the ongoing research. Even the rare liquid metal on the planet Knighton can be mined safely because of the help of Wang Wei and others, so that their people will not encounter life-threatening situations when mining rare liquid metals. All of this shows that the Interstellar Federation is very friendly to the planet Knighton, and it is absolutely impossible to harm the people on the planet Knighton, let alone have the idea of using the rare liquid metal on the planet Knighton. All the people on the planet Knighton began to collectively attack the group of scientific researchers who slandered the rising Federation, and asked them to stand up and apologize to all members of the Interstellar Federation. Originally, the group of scientific researchers still argued to express to all the people that they were not wrong, and their suspicion of the Advanced Federation was just reasonable and reasonable. Normal suspicion does not mean to accuse them. They even asked the Interstellar Federation if they think they have not committed the problems they described. Why not stand up and give examples to prove it at the first time? They had never done such a thing before. Instead, they wanted to make such a big fuss about it, making them infamous and giving them no chance to continue their scientific research. If Wang Wei had not taken these people's provocation seriously before, Then this time Wang Wei had decided not to swallow his anger. They had to prove to everyone that they had never had any ill will towards the planet Niton. When Wang Wei appeared in public, he shocked all the people on the planet Niton. After all, they had heard of the Interstellar Federation before, and knew how many good things the Interstellar Federation had done for the planet Niton. But they had never had the opportunity to meet Wang Wei face to face. Wang Wei stood in front of all the people on the planet Niton and expressed to them that the Interstellar Federation was about to leave the planet Niton. At the same time, he loudly rebuked those who questioned them for not being able to produce the research results that they could help other scientific researchers complete. Let's take a step back. If your researchers could have produced these research results earlier, it would probably not be our turn as the researchers of the Interstellar Federation to help you complete this part of the research. You can neither produce research results nor find evidence to prove our ill will towards the planet Niton. You have slandered us in such an unclear way. Don't you still want to pay any price now? When hearing this, all the people on the planet Niton were shocked. After all, what Wang Wei said was right. If they really have the ability, and don't need help from others, why don't they immediately produce research results to slap the faces of all members of the Interstellar Federation? But ask for the help of the Interstellar Federation. Just when they were speechless, Wang Wei decided not to pursue the matter. Our original intention was not to pursue anyone's trouble. We just want to prove our innocence. So we hope that similar things will not happen again in the future. And we will leave the planet Niton within a week as promised. Chapter 357 Continue Interstellar Travel. After hearing what Wang Wei said, all the people on the planet Niton felt a little ashamed. After all, they really doubted the group of people who had helped them. If they hadn't doubted all the members of the Interstellar Federation, then all the members of the Interstellar Federation would not ask to leave now. Everyone was begging Chibman and the Niton people. The king could persuade the people of the Interstellar Federation to stay on their planet Niton for a while longer, to help them complete various scientific research projects. Only the king of Niton and Chibman understood that after experiencing such a thing, no matter how sincere they were, the people of the Interstellar Federation would not stay on the planet Niton. So after they made it clear to all the people, they said that they would not force the Interstellar Federation to stay here, and would even assist the Economic Federation to complete all scientific research projects as soon as possible and leave. When hearing this, some people on the planet Niton immediately looked at the scientific researchers who doubted the Interstellar Federation with angry eyes. I think the general manager of the Interstellar Federation is right. If you are really capable, why can't you produce the research results that the Interstellar Federation can help us complete? When you question the Interstellar Federation, didn't you think that the scientific research they can bring to us is something you can never bring to the planet Niton? Because of your selfishness, all the members of the Interstellar Federation who can provide us with a lot of help are about to leave the planet Niton. Are you satisfied now? Faced with the doubts of ordinary people on the planet Niton, this group of people could no longer say a word, because they never thought that the people of the Interstellar Federation did not take this opportunity to launch any form of condemnation against them, but just decided to complete the research project at hand as soon as possible and leave the planet Niton. At this moment, they could not refute the remarks of others at all, so they could only honestly accept the criticism of ordinary people in the Interstellar Federation. After the meeting, Chibman and Goso felt relieved. But such a situation can't solve their real worries. They still think that the people on Niton planet may care about them spreading rumors that are unfavorable to them after they leave. What does it matter? We are doing our own things and have never hurt anyone. That's enough. As for their suspicion of us, we have no way to really dispel it. And we can't shut everyone up. After hearing Wang Wei's words, the Three-Eyed Star King and Goso also felt that what Wang Wei said was very reasonable. They simply couldn't make everyone believe that they came to this planet with good intentions and never thought of hurting anyone. In this case, why do they have to do those unnecessary proofs and excuses? It's enough to just complete what they want to do and leave this planet in the end. After all, their interstellar journey has not yet ended completely. Even if they really care about the opinions of these people, they may never have the opportunity to return to this planet in the future. So for the next period of time, ordinary people on Niton planet basically can't see the figures of all members of the Interstellar Federation. And only a very small number of scientific researchers can enter and exit the spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation. With the help of Cruz and Wang Wei, they completed the research on the history of Niton and the rare liquid metal. A week passed in a flash, and it was finally time for the Interstellar Federation to leave. When the King of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso reported to Wang Wei that they were ready to leave, Wang Wei brought the king of the three-eyed star, Goso and Cruz, to the king of Nighton and explained to him that they were about to leave. When the Nighton king heard that Wang Wei and his team were leaving, he immediately showed some sadness, although I know that no matter what kind of retention you have now, it will not change your mind to leave. But we still hope that you can forget the unpleasant things that happened on Nighton planet, and come back to our Nighton planet as a guest if there is a chance in the future. Wang Wei smiled and nodded to the Nighton king. You can rest assured. Although some unpleasant things happened on Nighton planet before, and we do feel a little wrong, but we will not hate everyone on Nighton planet because of this incident. We all understand that every race, and even all life forms in the universe are different. Even if most of your people are very welcome to us, and can also realize that our arrival has provided a lot of help to Nighton planet. But it is also difficult for some people to look at us with other eyes. This is all very normal. We will not deny the goodwill of you, the king of Nighton, and shipment towards us because of this incident. Wang Wei must admit that the time they came to Nighton was indeed the most pleasant experience in their interstellar journey. Even if such a thing happened in the end, Wang Wei felt that it would not affect his good impression of this planet. So Wang Wei never blamed the king of Nighton and Chibman. If there is really a chance, they will definitely come back to see it. But this chance is very slim, which is something everyone can predict in advance. When Wang Wei and his friends left, ordinary people on Nighton came out spontaneously to send Wang Wei and his friends off. Wang Wei's sharp eyes found that there were actually those scientific researchers who had slandered them before. Just when Wang Wei and his friends were about to return to the spaceship and leave Nighton, these scientific researchers rushed to Wang Wei and blocked his way. Wang Wei knew that no matter how much these people thought of the Interstellar Federation, it would be impossible to stop them from leaving the planet Nighton. After all, if they really hated everyone in the Interstellar Federation, then what these people should do was to make them leave the planet Nighton immediately instead of letting them stay on the planet Nighton. Wang Wei did not speak, but just stared at this group of people and waited for their next words. The moment the group of people took the lead, they hesitated for a while, and then spoke to Wang Wei. I'm very sorry. Our previous speculation about you is indeed out of malice. We don't understand why you helped other scientific researchers on Nighton planet solve so many problems so quickly after you arrived. We even thought that your arrival was more thoughtful, although this was our initial idea. After Chibman explained your capabilities to us and personally visited the spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation, we were able to understand that you said you had malice towards us and absolutely looked down on everything Nighton planet currently has. But we were still unwilling to bow our heads on this matter, so we did not clarify it to the public. Today we want to prove to everyone that the people of the Economic Federation actually have no malice towards Nighton Global, and everything is our malicious speculation. After hearing this, Wang Wei was very shocked, and he looked at Chibman in confusion. Wang Wei thought that Chibman and the King of Nighton Star were probably the only ones who could do this. But what he didn't expect was that Chibman and the King of Nighton Star also shook their heads at him, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with them. At the same time, the researchers who had just come to Wang Wei to apologize to him also saw the communication between Wang Wei and the King of the Three-Eyed Star, and immediately explained, in fact, the King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Nighton Star were not involved in these things. We wanted to explain all this to yourselves, because we all understand that if the Interstellar Federation really wants to occupy everything on the Nighton planet, then you don't actually have to make those seemingly close actions to us. If you directly attack the Nighton planet, we may find it difficult to resist. After hearing this, the affection between the King of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso eased a little. He thought that even if they decided to leave the Nighton planet, they would definitely not get an apology from those who had slandered them on the Nighton planet. But what they didn't expect was that the apology came so quickly, and the other party's apology was not concealed, or even concealed the actions they committed to make excuses for themselves, but directly admitted to everyone that they had maliciously speculated and slandered the Interstellar Federation. The King of the Three-Eyed Star and Goso went forward to talk with the other party on behalf of Wang Wei. During the conversation, they gradually understood that this group of scientific researchers suddenly developed and awakened after leaving the spaceship of the Advanced Federation. After visiting the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation, they all felt that if the people of the Interstellar Federation really wanted to attack them, they would not be able to fight back at all, let alone live peacefully on this planet. Moreover, during this period of time, they had also secretly observed the movements of all the people in the Interstellar Federation, and found that although the people who sacrificed the two gangs would help them complete the experiment, but they were more in terms of guidance and suggestions. And they did not even personally intervene in their various research on the current scientific research projects. This means that the other party is using teaching them to help them get the experimental results. And it is impossible that they want to control them through these technologies. After realizing this, they suddenly realized how wrong they were. So they found this opportunity today and took the initiative to admit their mistakes to Wang Wei and others. The purpose was not to keep Wang Wei and others on Nighton Planet, but to hope that Wang Wei and others would no longer care about these things. And if there was a chance in the future, they would come to their Nighton Planet as guests. Although Wang Wei didn't know why the attitude of the people in front of him had changed so much, Wang Wei was still very happy. After all, these people's evaluation of him really made them feel a sense of accomplishment from the bottom of their hearts. Wang Wei nodded to them, turned around and boarded the spaceship, the advanced federal spaceship, and left Nighton Planet happily under the comments of ordinary people on Nighton Planet. But even when they left, the three-eyed Star King and Goso still felt very puzzled. Why does the adult king of Nighton show so much importance to us? We don't seem to have any other contact with him. Why can they immediately believe that we have no ill will towards the planet Nighton? Cruz passed by them at this time and heard their conversation. He couldn't help but sneered. Is this question really so difficult to understand? The three-eyed Star King and Goso immediately looked at Cruz. They were very dissatisfied with Cruz's condescending attitude, and stopped Cruz's humiliation and asked Cruz to explain his laughter just now. Cruz did not refuse, but asked the three-eyed Star King and Goso directly a few questions. The first question was why the school beauty and Goso thought Wang Wei wanted to take an interstellar journey to explore the civilization and technological level of various planets and exchange advanced scientific and technological achievements with them. The three-eyed Star King and Goso both answered according to their own understanding. Goso believed that Wang Wei must want to strengthen their team. After all, as long as they have advanced technology, their team may not be completely immune to all poisons, but there will definitely be no problems. The school beauty thought that Wang Wei was really interested in the level of technological civilization and history here, and wanted to find out the development process of other creatures in this way, and obtain more advanced technology to strengthen the Interstellar Federation. However, Cruz and Wang Wei gave the same negative answer at the same time. Whether it is technology or civilization, it is not the most important thing for us. What we want to find out most is how many creatures there are in this universe, and how many civilizations are similar to the ones we have encountered, which we have not seen. When they saw Wang Wei, the three-eyed Star King and Goso were extremely surprised. This feeling was no less than the fear of being discovered by Wang Wei when they said bad things about Wang Wei behind his back. But what Wang Wei said made them feel a little confused. Didn't you always say that you are interested in the history of civilization and technological development of biological populations on other planets? Why don't you plan to stay on Nighton Planet and study their history of civilization development? Wang Wei looked at Cruz, and Cruz immediately explained to the three-eyed Star King and Goso. In fact, we have already studied the history of civilization and technological level of Nighton Planet. The reason why we have to stay on Nighton Victory Ball for a while is to complete the idea of helping Nighton Planet, and there is no other meaning. At this moment, the three-eyed Star King and Goso realized how big the gap between smart people is. Although Wang Wei has a laboratory and Cruz is the same, they finally understood why Wang Wei guards are so loved. Because Wang Wei's perspective on the problem is very different from theirs in any aspect. And this difference cannot be made up by time. This is the huge gap between Wang Wei's brain structure and their brain structure. However, Wang Wei and Cruz often think of the same thing, which makes them feel a little helpless. They are all together. Why is there such a big gap? Wang Wei didn't say much. Since they have left Nighton now, there is no need to continue to worry about what happened on Nighton. When thinking of this, Wang Wei suddenly felt a little tired, so he went back to rest. And Cruz continued his research. Although they have helped the scientific researchers on Nighton to complete the research on the history of civilization development on Nighton, Cruz didn't read it carefully. So he decided to take this opportunity to look through his research materials. Wang Wei was not interested in these. He really went to rest. In fact, after experiencing so many salaries, Wang Wei discovered a rule. No matter what kind of life form on any planet, their rise has a specific environment. This is beyond doubt. So when observing, Wang Wei also made an amazing discovery. He is most familiar with the Earth. So according to the development of various civilizations on the Earth, in fact, no matter what race on any planet, Their civilization development history is the same as the civilization development of those countries he has seen. There is basically a similar trend. From the beginning, when they knew nothing and even had no language, they were able to accomplish what they wanted to do through body language. This is a kind of progress. Later, all sovereignty invented their own written language and even elected a series of things such as the king and village chief. So Wang Wei did not find these development laws strange. And he never felt curious. What he really wanted to know was the various interesting things they encountered in the process of development, as well as the advanced technology and technological civilization they developed. He wanted to explore how many planets there are in this universe where there are life elimination rights. And there is a certain relationship between these planets. It can even be said that after Wang Wei left the planet Niton, he never planned to go back. If he passed by here unexpectedly during the period, he could still go back to take a look. But it was completely impossible for him to return to this planet on his own initiative. As for what he was going to do next, he never changed his original intention. The spaceship continued to move forward between the stars. But the king of the three-eyed alien took cyber. The coordinates given by the alien came to Wang Wei again, asking Wang Wei whether he wanted to go to the location of the next planet specified on the coordinates. Wang Wei hesitated for a long time, and finally decided not to continue to the coordinates provided by the new Cyberman. It was not that he wanted to completely draw a line with the Cyberman, but he felt that these biological populations with other groups nearby would always be wary and suspicious of them for various reasons. And they simply did not have this opportunity. Chapter 358: The Wonderful World Deep Underground. They moved forward in the predetermined direction, and did not approach the coordinates given to them by the Cyber Starman. Before they set off, the damage to the spacecraft had basically been repaired. So in the short term, their spacecraft did not need to stop at all. Even so, the long interstellar travel still made everyone in the Interstellar Federation feel that life had become a little boring. Everyone repeats the same thing every day, and it is inevitable that they will feel bored. According to the situation monitored by their spacecraft, there is a lead ball not far from them for them to land. According to simple biological detection, they have not detected any signs of life. When the spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation docked on this planet, they were surprised to find that the environment on this planet, it is extremely harsh and has a lot of mineral resources. It can be said that this planet is full of ores. As long as these ores can be reasonably mined and used and brought back smoothly, it will definitely bring them a lot of benefits. However, Wang Wei and his team did not act immediately to mine the ores on this planet. For Wang Wei, mining the ore on this planet is not the most important thing at the moment. The most important thing they should do now is to find out whether there are life forms on this planet. If there are other biological groups living on this planet, then they must greet each other in a friendly manner. At least, they must not let other biological groups on this planet think that they are a group of uninvited alien invaders. Wang Wei immediately ordered all members of the Interstellar Federation to use biological detectors to explore whether there are other life forms on the planet where they landed. After a simple exploration, Wang Wei and his team got a definite answer. That is, there are indeed traces of life forms deep underground somewhere on this planet. But the signal is extremely weak. The king of the three-eyed star felt that this kind of life form hidden underground should not pose too much threat to them. So he thought they had no need to worry at all. However, Wang Wei did not think so. They had already found signs of biological activity within the scope of their exploration. So they had to go over to find out. If this matter was not clarified, it would have a very big impact on them. Moreover, Wang Wei always believed that this kind of influence had a certain degree of uncertainty. They were not sure when these biological groups hiding in the ground would appear. Would they bring them harm or other forms of threats? That was why Wang Wei would never let others act on their own without figuring out the meaning of the existence of this group of life forms, or whether they had an aggressive tendency, doing things that might affect the entire Interstellar Federation. The king of the three-eyed star had no choice but to do as Wang Wei asked. He immediately gave Wang Wei order to Goso, asking Goso to lead the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation to set off at a specific time to the designated location to explore the specific location of nearby life forms. When Goso received this order, he was also confused, because he had heard the king of the three-eyed star describe that there were not many life forms on this planet. Because there were only a few life forms, they did not have to worry about other life forms on this planet, which would have a great impact on them. In this situation, Goso did not understand why he had to explore the specific location of the life forms on this planet. It's just a temporary stop here to relax. Why make it so complicated? The three-eyed Star King didn't understand at first. But after seeing Goso's attitude, he suddenly understood Wang Wei's intention. Wang Wei believes that if we don't know whether other life forms on this planet will pose a threat to us, then we will most likely encounter unknown dangers if we stay on this planet. And we won't even have the opportunity to prepare. Although Goso wanted to refute, he knew that the three-eyed Star King was right. And this matter was given by Wang Wei. So he had no way to refuse. Thinking of this, Goso stood up helplessly, and summoned the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation to complete the exploration of the life forms on this planet with the soldiers. When Wang Wei saw that Goso and his men were about to leave, he took the initiative to ask to go with Goso and his men to the specific location of the life forms on this planet. Goso felt that it was unnecessary for Wang Wei to go with them. Just leave this matter to us. You can continue your research in the laboratory with confidence. Don't you still believe in our strength? After hearing what Goso said, Wang Wei smiled and shook his head. It's not that I don't believe in your strength, but I'm worried that you will ignore some important information, which will be of vital importance to us. Wang Wei has always been worried that other life forms on this planet will attack them after they find that the Interstellar Federation has temporarily settled on this planet. Even if they don't attack them, they will definitely cause a lot of trouble to the Interstellar Federation in the process of defending their territory. Goso had no way to face Wang Wei's request, so he could only agree. When they set off, Goso was still joking and chatting with Wang Wei. Do you think this planet has no other large-scale life forms? Can it be used as a temporary base for us? Wang Wei shook his head. He felt that even if there were no other life forms on this planet, they didn't need to send a large number of people to stay here. This would not be of any benefit to them. We don't need to do this at all. So you don't need to ask me this kind of question. I can't give you a definite answer. The interstellar journey they are going to complete has no intention of ending yet. So they will not settle in a specific place. So there is no need to stay here. Goso curled his lips helplessly. He just said it casually. But he didn't expect Wang Wei's reply to be so serious. I'm just joking. You don't have to take it seriously. Wang Wei ignored Goso's words, but observed the topography of the planet while moving. The topography of this planet gave Wang Wei a very strange feeling. There are countless large and small mountains on this planet, and the mountains are bare. Only the existence of minerals can be seen, and there is no plant at all. However, before they came to this planet, they found that there is actually an atmosphere on this planet, so they can breathe smoothly without wearing a breathing mask when they come to this planet. This made Wang Wei feel very puzzled. If there were no other plants on this planet, then it would prove that there should not be an atmosphere on this planet. But they still saw the atmosphere. Could it be that they still had some misunderstanding about this planet? Or did plants actually exist on this planet, but they grew in places they could not see? When thinking of this, Wang Wei could not help but think of the detection results brought by the King of the Three-Eyed Star. The King of the Three-Eyed Star once told him that life forms were found on this planet, but the specific location of the life forms is deep underground. When he was on Earth, he had seen similar movie content that there were actually life forms near the center of the Earth, and the form of life forms was relatively primitive. Wang Wei was very curious whether the same situation existed on this planet. So he quickened his pace and arrived at the specific location where the King of the Three-Eyed Star and his team detected signs of life activities earlier than others. Gosuo chased Wang Wei and finally caught up with him. But when they caught up with him, they found that Wang Wei was standing still, looking as if he had discovered something incredible. At this moment, Gosuo suddenly became very interested in Wang Wei's discovery, and immediately stepped forward to ask Wang Wei what he had noticed, and why he suddenly stopped. Wang Wei looked at Gosuo and pointed at the plants in front of him. They had not found any plants on the surface along the way, which meant that these plants existed deep underground, which indirectly confirmed that the surface was not suitable for the growth of these plants. Although Wang Wei could not determine why these plants grew under the surface, they were sure that where there were plants, there must be other life forms. The next second, Wang Wei pushed aside the plants in front of him and walked deep into the underground. Before Gosuo could react, Wang Wei had already walked deep behind the plants. Seeing that Wang Wei, who had already left, had disappeared in front of him, Gosuo hurriedly chased after him. Don't leave in a hurry. Wait for us. The group passed through the dense vegetation and found that there was a different world deep underground. When they came to the deeper part, there are not only a large number of giant plants, but also many insects of very large size. When seeing these life forms, Gosuo finally understood why he made such a decision immediately when the King of the Three-Eyed Star found out everything. It is because of the existence of these life forms that once they are discovered approaching, it will definitely bring them a great impact. As for what kind of huge impact it will bring to them, Goso couldn't say for sure now. But he understood that if they could find useful information here, their trip to this planet would not be in vain. Following behind Wang Wei, Goso was like a child who had never seen the world. He was full of curiosity about everything here. He touched here and there, and was soon scolded by Wang Wei. Do you know that these creatures look the same as the ones we have encountered before? But their characteristics may be very different. If these things are poisonous, then your life may not be saved soon. Goso quickly took back his hand and stared at Wang Wei with a wary face. You must be joking with me, right? Wang Wei looked at him helplessly. Why do you think I was joking with you? Every word I said was serious, and I can be responsible for what I said. But I don't know if you can be responsible for what you have done. When he heard this, Goso's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He really didn't think that the plants here looked no different from ordinary plants, but they might cause him great harm. Now he was still praying silently in his heart, praying that everything Wang Wei said was a joke to him, or even just to scare him on purpose. However, Wang Wei said nothing, but walked quietly in front, constantly recording and observing the giant creatures and giant insects here. After recording for a while, Wang Wei immediately contacted the King of the Three-Eyed Star, told the King of the Three-Eyed Star all the situations here, and asked the King of the Three-Eyed Star to call Cruz over. They needed to discuss the situation here together to see if they should stay on this planet for a while to complete the exploration here. Cruz was also surprised when he saw the situation around Wang Wei through the communicator. He didn't expect that under the seemingly ordinary state of the surface of this planet, there was such a colorful world deep underground on this planet. Why did this happen? Cruz's question made Wang Wei temporarily unable to answer, and he could only tell Cruz his guess, although I can't determine why this happened for the time being. It seems that there are only two possibilities. The first possibility is that the surface of this planet is indeed not suitable for the survival and activities of plants, so these plants will exist under the surface. The second possibility is that the plants on the surface were all destroyed for some reason, and no seeds were left. These plants living in the center of the earth can survive, and have not been discovered and destroyed. Cruz said that he wanted to rush to Wang Wei immediately to find out why there is such a diverse and colorful biological environment underground here. Wang Wei said that this matter would be arranged by the King of the Three-Eyed Star, and the King of the Three-Eyed Star would definitely let the warriors of the Interstellar Federation send him safely to their current location, because Cruz was about to come in person. Wang Wei didn't say much to him in the communicator. As long as they waited for Cruz to come, they would naturally know what the other party wanted to express. However, Wang Wei did not expect that as soon as he hung up the communicator, a giant group of insects attacked them. These insects actually look very much like giant bees. There are two colors on their bodies, and the insects have very dense hair on their limbs. Goso also saw this scene and immediately asked Wang Wei if this thing that looks like a bee is really a giant bee. Wang Wei also said that he didn't know at all. After all, the ecological environment here is completely different from that on Earth. Even if the two insects look very similar, he can't be sure whether the two insects are the same species. However, Goso didn't seem to worry about this. What he really worried about was the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation who were chased by these giant creatures that looked like insects. What we have to do now is how to deal with these soldiers. We can't just watch them being chased by these insects and fleeing. Wang Wei said that these insects are hostile, so let them flee in a scattered manner, and then find out if there is a water source. Hiding in the water source should be able to avoid the pursuit of these insects. After hearing this, Goso didn't care whether it was useful or not, and immediately passed on the order. Now they could only do this one way to help others escape the pursuit of insects. However, Wang Wei's attention was not on the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation. Although the soldiers looked very embarrassed when they fled everywhere, Wang Wei knew that if they really wanted to attack the insects here, then no matter how many insects there were, they could not stop them at all. So Wang Wei continued to go deeper and began to record the biological conditions around him. As Wang Wei went deeper, he was surprised to find that there was a kind of creature similar to the plants on Earth growing here. He was very curious about why there were so many creatures similar to the plants on Earth. After all, the distance between here and the Earth is very large. Even if there were life forms on Earth who came here, it would be impossible to bring so many plants here. However, at this time, a bold idea flashed through Wang Wei's mind. Because it lives on Earth, when it sees these plants, it will have a preconceived reaction, thinking that the plants here look very similar to the plants on Earth. But according to the morphology of the plants here are far more primitive than the plants on Earth. Which means that this is a place more suitable for these plants to grow. And the plants on Earth have undergone many years of evolution and purification, and have become very different from the plants here. So he was actually wrong from the beginning. It's not that the plants here look like plants on Earth, but that the plants on Earth look very similar to the plants here. He even had a bold idea that some of the plants on Earth were probably brought to Earth by the ancient civilizations on Earth after they came here. He thought that if this was the explanation, then the fundamental reason for the similarity between the two would be found. And he could even basically be sure that there should be a part of the plants that were not brought to Earth. If the connection between these plants could be found, it would further prove that his idea was correct. But I think it is not easy to find evidence in this regard. Wang Wei walked in this forest for a long time, and did not reach the edge of the forest. He could only find a seemingly safe and hidden place to sit down and rest. As soon as Wang Wei sat down, Goso rushed over and hid behind him. Chapter 359. Someone suddenly disappeared. Chapter 377. Wang Wei looked at Goso with a little helplessness, not understanding why Goso suddenly appeared behind him. What happened to you? Why are you so panicked? Goso hid behind Wang Wei with a helpless look on his face. They didn't listen to my command at all. And they even brought those giant insects towards us. So those giant insects are about to approach us. And now only you can save us. Wang Wei never thought that Goso's approach was not to help him, but to harm him. If that's the case, why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had said it earlier, we wouldn't have ended up in such a passive situation. Wang Wei lit a fire on the ground with a helpless look on his face. Since the other party was a giant insect, the insect must be afraid of fire. But the current priority is how they can expand the scale of the fire. If the scale of the fire they created is too small, it will definitely not have any impact on this group of giant insects. So all they can do now is to create a bigger fire to scare this group of giant insects, and make the fire dare not approach. Wang Wei was busy here. But Gosuo was hiding behind Wang Wei, and doing nothing. Even if you are really scared by the giant insects, can you help me? Gosuo looked at Wang Wei puzzledly, not knowing how he could help Wang Wei in this matter. What are you planning? If you can tell me clearly, I might be able to help you, Gosuo said sincerely. When Wang Wei heard this, he felt very helpless. It was Gosuo who brought him trouble. But now, he was asked to help Gosuo solve the problem. After thinking about it, Wang Wei decided to let Gosuo go around to find materials that could be ignited. And then, they could use them as materials to force back the giant insects. After hearing this, Gosuo immediately set off and began to look for dead branches and leaves that he could easily move around. However, Gosuo still overestimated himself, because the plants here were all very huge, so there were very few things he could move. After seeing this situation, Wang Wei could only rush to help Gosuo. Fortunately, after the two people's hasty preparation, the flames have become very huge. Even if the giant insects see their direction, they dare not approach easily. They can only patrol around and look for the right opportunity to attack them. Seeing this situation, Wang Wei felt very headache. But Gosuo completely relaxed and sat leisurely. He even began to provoke the group of giant insects that kept approaching them. Wang Wei was very helpless about Gosuo's performance. But he had no other way. He could only let Gosuo contact other Interstellar Federation warriors. Let the warriors gather as soon as possible, and then attack these giant insects. The moment Gosuo heard that he could attack this group of giant insects, he suddenly became extremely excited. Can we finally attack this group of beasts? When he heard this, Wang Wei felt very headache. If possible, they should never attack this group of giant creatures. After all, they broke into the other party's territory, and they had no reason to attack this group of giant creatures. But according to the current situation, if they don't attack this group of creatures, then they really can't guarantee their own safety. Even if Wang Wei has never thought of harming the creatures here, they can only do such things under the premise of ensuring their own safety. If we don't attack them, will they completely kill us? Gosuo didn't say anything, and immediately began to use the all-day armor to contact other Interstellar Federation warriors and issue attack orders. The other warriors have long been tortured by this group of giant creatures, so when they heard that they can now attack the giant creatures here, everyone was extremely excited. We can finally fight back. Gosuo was also excitedly discussing with them how to attack the creatures here next. Wang Wei ignored them. Although Gosuo did look a little unreliable, Wang Wei knew that Gosuo would not let him down when he could attack other creatures. Solve the problem of giant creatures constantly attacking us as soon as possible. I hope you won't let me down. Goso patted his chest and assured Wang Wei that they would solve the problem as soon as possible and would never cause any trouble to Wang Wei. At the same time, Cruz also brought a group of members of the Interstellar Federation team to the vicinity of Wang Wei location. However, just when they were about to contact Wang Wei, they were surprised to find that a group of giant insects were about to attack Wang Wei and others. When Cruz saw this situation, he did not panic. He immediately began to look for the leader of this group of giant creatures. Although he was not sure, he still saw an individual among this group of giant creatures, whose appearance was obviously different from other giant creatures. This individual was recognized by Cruz as the leader of the giant creatures. So he immediately used his mental control ability to control the leader of this group of giant creatures and issued an order to stop the attack. Goso and the warriors of the Interstellar Federation, who were preparing to attack the giant creatures. When they saw this situation, they all showed puzzled expressions. They did not understand why this group of creatures suddenly stopped when they were about to complete their attack on them. At the same time, they were not sure whether they should attack this group of giant creatures in this situation. They immediately reported their emotions to Goso and asked Goso whether he would continue to attack. Of course, Goso didn't decide to attack this group of giant creatures, because Wang Wei had told him that they should never attack this group of creatures unless it was absolutely necessary. Although this did not mean that they were afraid of this group of giant creatures, Goso always thought that Wang Wei was right. If they attacked this group of giant creatures, they might win this fight. But no one could guarantee that their behavior would not anger other giant creatures nearby. If their behavior really angered other giant creatures nearby, then their situation would become extremely difficult. If other giant creatures united to attack them, even if they still carried gene-destroying weapons, it would be difficult for them to get any benefits from these giant creatures. Goso immediately informed Wang Wei of the news and asked with a puzzled look, "If I remember correctly, you just said that it was because we all appeared suddenly that angered these giant creatures. Why did they give up attacking us now?" Wang Wei didn't know what was going on, but he was sure that someone must have helped them. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Cruz, who has arrived with support. You should search for their whereabouts. Goso didn't expect Cruz and his men to come so quickly. Danlike led the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation to find Cruz, and immediately discovered that Cruz actually controlled the leader of the giant creatures. When Cruz looked at Goso, he asked what Goso had done to these giant creatures, and why they were disgusted and attacked them. "I don't know why. They suddenly attacked us. Can I know the root cause?" Cruz knew that even if he asked Goso, he might not get an answer. He simply asked where Wang Wei was. He wanted to see Wang Wei and tell him something. Goso took Cruz to see Wang Wei without saying anything. Wang Wei was also surprised after seeing Cruz. "Cruz came so quickly. I didn't expect you to come here so soon. It seems that you are still very interested in this place." Cruz nodded. He had never seen such a large-scale ecological environment deep in his brother's heart. And the environment here is extremely bright. And it feels different from the outside. "How did you find this place?" Cruz asked. "It's actually very simple. The king of the three-eyed star had explored the situation here with the biological detector before. So I found that there are other life forms here. When I wanted to come here to check the situation, I found that there was a different world here. So I planned to come in and take a closer look at the situation here. I didn't expect that after we came in, we found that the biological environment here was slightly primitive. And there were many giant plants and life forms." Wang Wei did not mention why they were attacked by giant creatures. It was not that Wang Wei did not want to tell Cruz the truth. But Wang Wei felt that if Cruz knew the truth of this matter, it would be very likely that Cruz and Goso would have a dispute. He did not want to see such a thing. So he basically said nothing. Cruz could also sense Wang Wei's intention. So he did not continue to ask, but asked Wang Wei what his next plan was. "Since we have discovered the mystery and differences here, what we should do next is to figure out why such a complete ecological environment exists here. At the same time, I also plan to take some of the biological samples here back to the laboratory for specific research." Wang Wei's ideas almost coincided with Cruz's ideas. So the two of them did not hesitate and immediately began to complete the exploration and research here. Goso could not help at the side, so he could only watch Wang Wei and Cruz, anxiously busy. Since he had nothing to do, Wang Wei simply ordered Goso to take the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation to patrol around to ensure their safety. Wang Wei described everything he saw on Earth to Cruz. In fact, On the planet where I live, I have seen such a film and television work. The film and television work once told a group of people who had the same experience as us. They found a complete ecological environment deep underground on the planet. It's just that the specific content of the film and television work I watched happened on the planet where I live. Not here. Cruz suddenly understood why Wang Wei was able to continue his research and exploration here after seeing this strange situation. It turned out that Wang Wei had been mentally prepared and had seen similar situations before. When thinking of this, Cruslet Bear asked Wang Wei if they wanted to bring their spaceship to this place to facilitate their research. Wang Wei nodded, thinking that what Cruz said made a lot of sense. So he immediately sent a letter through Xiantianzhan. The communicator on the armor contacted the Three-Eyed Star King, who was handling related matters in the interstellar spaceship, and asked the Three-Eyed Star King to drive the giant spaceship of the Interstellar Federation to dock nearby. The Three-Eyed Star King was still a little puzzled. Obviously, they just decided to stay here temporarily. So why did they dock the spaceship around the environment explored by Wang Wei and his team? After Wang Wei explained the situation to the Three-Eyed Star King, the Three-Eyed Star King immediately issued an order without any hesitation, and led the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation to dock near the deep underground location explored by Wang Wei and his team. The Three-Eyed Star King wanted to come and participate in Wang Wei and his team's exploration, but his idea was rejected and stopped by Wang Wei. Wang Wei believed that the Three-Eyed Star King should continue to stay on the surface to ensure that their spaceship would not be attacked by any alien creatures, and at the same time help them protect the surrounding environment and safety. So he did not agree to let the Three-Eyed King join in. The Three-Eyed King did not feel regretful. If he could join Wang Wei and his friends, he would be able to gain a lot of knowledge. After all, there were countless things he could learn from Wang Wei and his friends. But if he could not stay with Wang Wei, he would do his best to ensure the safety of Wang Wei and his friends, and would never let Wang Wei and his friends be threatened by any situation. So the Three-Eyed King and his friends completed the exploration of the surrounding environment on the surface, and Wang Wei and his friends continued to go deeper underground. At the beginning, there were only giant plants and some very large insects in the dense forest where Wang Wei and his friends were. When recording the relevant data of these plants and insects, Wang Wei inadvertently mentioned his ideas to Cruz. On the planet where I live, I have seen plants and insects similar to those here, but their size is relatively smaller. Wang Wei's words surprised Cruz. He really didn't expect that the living creatures here actually have similar existences on other planets. However, what really surprised him was not what Wang Wei said, but what Wang Wei was going to say next. Wang Wei told Cruz that he suspected that the creatures on Juka planet were the original appearance of the creatures on the planet where he lived. That is, the appearance and data of the creatures on the planet where he lived were very similar. Those similar creatures were probably brought from here to Earth, and after a long time and evolution on Earth, they presented the final appearance he had seen. Cruz did not refute Wang Wei's idea, and even thought that what Wang Wei said made sense. If not, he didn't know how to prove that the plants on this planet were related to the plants on the planet where Wang Wei lived. Wang Wei knew the Earth and understood that the Earth was very far away from here. If not for this reason, why would the creatures on this planet look so similar to the creatures on Earth? Wang Wei and his team were attacked by giant creatures again while continuing to explore. But this time their situation was not good, because the giant creature that attacked them this time was not the insect as before, but a giant bird with wings. Wang Wei had never seen this kind of bird before, and he really didn't know how to prevent this group of birds from approaching. At this critical moment, Cruz suddenly stood up and used his mental control ability to understand the specific habits of this group of birds. This group of birds does not seem to be very dangerous, but in fact they are a kind of bird with a very strong sense of location. Under Cruz's introduction, Wang Wei couldn't help but think of a kind of raptor living on the Earth. That kind of raptor also has a very strong sense of territory, and basically no other of the same kind will appear where they live. Although it is not certain whether there is any connection between the two creatures, Wang Wei still took the opportunity to force them to attack this giant bird to record important data. As they continued to go deeper, Wang Wei and his team found edible giant fruits. One fruit was about the size of 10 people. All the people who were close to here could not eat a fruit together. Goso couldn't help but sigh when looking at such a large fruit. If this plant is transported to the Purple Killer, it may be able to immediately solve the various problems faced by the Red Iron Star people. The Red Iron Star people followed them to the Purple Planet because of the scarcity of resources on the Red Iron Planet. If everything is really as Yasuo said, It could really help the new Red Iron people solve the problem. So after listening to Goso's words, Wang Wei immediately sorted out the seeds of this giant fruit and wrapped the fruit seeds intact. When there is a chance to return to the vicinity of the purple planet in the future, these seeds will be returned to the Red Iron almond so that they can cultivate this giant plant on the purple planet. Cruz helped Wang Wei complete the collection of the fruit of this plant. They began to move forward. In the process of moving forward, they saw more large plants and animals. But there were members of the Interstellar Federation team led by Goso, so they did not suffer any harm. But their speed of travel did slow down. So Wang Wei decided to rest on the spot and let everyone get enough rest before continuing to move forward. But what Wang Wei didn't expect was that while they were resting, someone suddenly disappeared. Chapter 360 Giant Rodents. Goso suddenly discovered this when he was sorting out the team's information. So he didn't take it seriously at first. He still didn't understand why someone suddenly disappeared. So he found Wang Wei as soon as possible. Wang Wei was not as panicked as Goso, but asked Goso how many people disappeared, and how sure he was that this group of people disappeared suddenly, not left on their own. Goso said to Wang Wei with a serious face, "It is absolutely impossible for them to leave on their own, because they have already stated when they came that they will never leave the team easily, nor will they easily escape from our control. I believe that there will be no deserters among the soldiers I lead." Cruz also believed what Goso said very much. After all, the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation are all very brave and never afraid to take responsibility. If they suddenly disappear, it is more worthy of belief to say that they are likely to have encountered some dangerous situation. In this case, Wang Wei gave two possibilities. The first possibility is that these warriors did encounter unknown situations, so they disappeared from the side of the opposite sex. If this is the case, then their top priority now is to find these warriors immediately and rescue them. If it is the second case, then what they have to do now may be more serious. The second situation is that some unknown creatures appear and take their warriors away from them collectively. Wang Wei is most worried about this situation, because they have not seen the specific existence process of the creatures, so they can't be sure what is going on, and there is no guarantee that they can find these warriors who suddenly disappeared. But compared to determining how the missing warriors left, what Wang Wei did still made Cruz and Goso look at him with admiration. Wang Wei looked at the other Interstellar Alliance warriors and told them that they didn't need to worry. What they should do most now is to immediately look for all the clues around them to ensure that the missing warriors are not in danger of life. At the same time, Wang Wei also told the other soldiers not to worry. As long as he was there, as long as those soldiers were still alive, he would definitely bring them back and would never let the Interstellar Federation team lose any members. Wang Wei's words instantly calmed the hearts of all the Interstellar Federation soldiers. They immediately began to search for the missing soldiers according to Wang Wei's previous instructions. During their search, they found some traces of struggle on the ground. Originally, they were resting around, so the traces of struggle on the ground were very unusual. After Wang Wei went over to check, Wang Wei also felt that this situation meant that their soldiers must have encountered some kind of accident, and the cause of this accident must be related to the giant creatures or plants that appeared in this ecological environment. Goso suddenly became nervous. If a soldier suddenly disappeared without knowing it, it meant that similar things might happen again. So, he was very worried that they would probably encounter similar situations next. Now we all must gather together. Try not to be alone and not give the giant creatures any chance to get close to us, so as to ensure the safety of everyone. Wang Wei immediately gave instructions. Everyone gathered together according to Wang Wei's instructions, and no one was left alone. But under such circumstances, Goso still found that 2 soldiers were missing when he called the roll. These 2 soldiers should have the same thing as the people who disappeared before. It's just that this happened when Wang Wei ordered them to look for traces. Wang Wei suddenly frowned, thinking that this matter seemed unusual. So he asked Goso and other personnel to dig an underground cave first, and then hide the other soldiers in it. Leave him and Cruz to deal with what happened next. Goso immediately refused. He must not let Wang Wei and Cruz stay alone. If Wang Wei and Cruz encountered any danger, he would not be able to explain to everyone in the Interstellar Federation. However, Wang Wei's attitude could not be refused. Wang Wei issued a death order. If Goso did not respect his opinion, then in the subsequent process, Wang Wei would most likely remove Goso's position. When Goso heard this, he immediately became timid. Although he wanted to ensure Wang Wei's safety, he also understood that even if he wanted to ensure Wang Wei's safety, He could not disobey Wang Wei orders, and he did not want to be demoted from his current position. In desperation, Goso could only hide with the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation. Wang Wei and Cruz were still on the surface completing what they had not completed before. In such a situation, Cruz and Wang Wei did not show any fear, but were very calm, still completing what they should do without rushing. In order to ensure the safety of Wang Wei and Cruz, Goso never gave up contacting Wang Wei and Cruz, so they could hear the conversation between the two. Although Goso could not understand most of the content of the conversation between the two, he also understood one thing. That is, Wang Wei and Cruz were not worried about the appearance of the creatures that caused the disappearance of other soldiers. Instead, they had some faint expectations. Goso only felt that the two people were very brave, but he had no other way, so he could only wait for the call of Wang Wei and Cruz honestly. Soon Wang Wei and Cruz noticed something was wrong, because there was a faint sound of footsteps behind them. Although the footsteps were very slight, Wang Wei and Cruz heard them clearly. They looked at each other at the same time and made a decision in their hearts. They still decided to hide their figures and not let the other party know that they had noticed the other party's approach. If the other party wanted to take them away, Wang Wei and Cruz would not resist, because only if they were taken away, they would immediately know where the soldiers who were taken away before went. When Cruz and Goso were taken away, they did not even make any exclamations. So Goso still heard the whistling wind around and realized that Cruz and Wang Wei had been taken away. "Why didn't you even notify us?" Goso shouted at the end of the communicator. Wang Wei said that Goso could rest assured, because both of them were wearing Xiantian armor. So even if they were taken away by unknown creatures, it would not threaten their safety. On the contrary, Goso and other fighters of the Interstellar Federation must not act rashly now. If they are taken away, Goso and other fighters of the Interstellar Federation will also be taken away. Then their being taken away will become meaningless. After Wang Wei and Cruz cut off the contact with Goso, they found that the one who took them away was actually a giant rodent, which had very long teeth and emitted bursts of stench. Wang Wei suddenly had a bad premonition. He was very worried that the fighters of the Brother Federation who were taken away before had been killed. But at this time, Cruz comforted Wang Wei. "Don't worry. According to the situation I have obtained, the fighters who were taken away should not be in any danger at present, because I can hear their voices. They said that the group of fighters have been stored as food by them, and they will not use this food in a short time." These words made Wang Wei feel physically uncomfortable. Although their main purpose was to rescue other fighters of the Interstellar Federation who were taken away, but all they can do now is to be taken away passively, so that they can detect the existence of other fighters of the Interstellar Federation. The most urgent task at the moment is that they must immediately find out where the fighters of the Interstellar Federation are now. However, they were finally thrown down after being taken away by the rodents for a long time. The surrounding environment suddenly became dark, and Wang Wei and Cruz were still a little uncomfortable. After they adapted, they realized that they were now in a deeper underground, and beside them were other fighters of the Interstellar Federation who had fainted. When Wang Wei saw the scene, his hanging heart finally relaxed. Although he didn't know where he was now, he was sure that their fighters were not in any danger of life. While observing the surrounding situation, Wang Wei asked Cruz to try to wake up the fighters of the Interstellar Federation around him. The fighters of the Interstellar Federation woke up quickly, and did help Wang Wei because they told Wang Wei the current situation. They were all brought here when they were exploring the surrounding situation before. They didn't even have time to call for help. They were completely knocked unconscious by the rodents, and didn't even have a chance to resist. So under the circumstances at that time, they didn't have time to notify others. Wang Wei didn't blame them, just simply checked their conditions, and then asked them if they had any signs of injury. These people were basically not injured, because they were awakened when Wang Wei came here, and none of them had even woken up before that. After Wang Wei confirmed their health, he asked them to try to recover their physical condition and be ready to leave here at any time. However, one of the soldiers told Wang Wei that the rodents that brought them here were very fast and seemed to have some ability to knock people out. Otherwise, they would never be knocked out so easily with the Xiantian armor. After hearing this, Wang Wei and Cruz looked at each other and felt that this matter was becoming more and more interesting. However, these are not important to them at the moment. Even if they have recovered their physical condition, Wang Wei can't take them away immediately. But Wang Wei still used the Xiantian armor's communicator to contact Goso and other warriors of the Immortal Federation to tell them that they have found the group of warriors brought here by the rodents. After hearing this, Goso finally let go of his heart. But he was more worried about the safety of Wang Wei and others. "How are you now? Can we set out to rescue you now?" Goso asked very anxiously. Wang Wei asked Goso to wait for a while. And after he gave the order, Goso and his team would come to rescue all of them. Because Wang Wei now wanted to find out what these drowned animals were that brought their soldiers here. Why did they store them as food? Is it possible that in this ecological environment, the food for rodents here is still not sufficient? After hearing Wang Wei's words, Goso couldn't help but silently said in his heart that Wang Wei was a lunatic. Obviously, he had reached the critical moment of life crisis. But he was still thinking about his research and exploration. But he didn't dare to say this in front of Wang Wei. So he didn't let Wang Wei reprimand him. After cutting off the contact, Wang Wei discussed with Cruz and decided to wait quietly for the arrival of the rodents. Since the animals that were molded have been stored as food, then this group of rodents will definitely have a time to use the food. However, Cruz's words made Wang Wei feel a little depressed. Because Cruz said that rodents have the habit of storing food. And the stored food may not be used until a long time later. So Wang Wei wants to wait for a long time until the rodents approach them. Wang Wei suddenly felt a headache. He couldn't wait until the end of time before he could find the traces of this group of rodents. After a brief discussion, Wang Wei and Cruz decided to take the initiative and go out to find the traces of rodents. As long as they can find the specific whereabouts of this group of rodents and figure out why this group of rodents store them as food, then they can leave here. The warriors of the Interstellar Federation who were brought here naturally disagreed with Wang Wei and Cruz to do such a dangerous thing. But they wanted to stop Wang Wei, which was not an easy task for them. After all, Wang Wei is the general manager of the Interstellar Federation. So they still have to listen to what Wang Wei said. At this critical moment, Wang Wei expressed his opinion. "You don't have to worry about our safety. Because the Xiantian armor actually has a stealth function. We will use the stealth function to find the specific whereabouts of the rodents that brought you here. Once we figure out why this group of giant rodents brought you here as food, you will be safe. We will send you a signal at that time. And you can also use the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor to leave here." After hearing this, everyone became nervous. And no one proposed to stop Wang Wei and Cruz's actions. It's just that they really couldn't help Wang Wei and Cruz. And they still felt helpless. Although we really want to help, all we can do now is not to cause trouble to you. And we also hope that you can ensure your own safety. Otherwise, we may not be able to explain to others next. Wang Wei looked at Cruz helplessly. And the two of them turned on the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor at the same time. And immediately walked out of the place where they were imprisoned. It said that they were imprisoned. But in fact they were just piled up in a cave. There were corpses of other creatures in the cave, emitting bursts of stench. If it weren't for the nervousness, Wang Wei and Cruz would have vomited long ago. After leaving, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and began to explore the surrounding environment. As expected of drowning animals, their living habits are basically the same. There are all kinds of winding tunnels deep underground where they are. What exactly is the end of these winding tunnels? They are not sure yet. So Wang Wei and Cruz discuss that they should act separately. If they find traces of rodents, they will report to the other person immediately. After the two people meet, they will continue to explore forward. Cruz nodded, and the two people turned on the communicator of Xiantian battle armor and headed in different directions. The direction Wang Wei is heading is located to the right rear of the direction they came from. This is a relatively neat tunnel. There is a cave-like place at the end of the tunnel. In this cave, there are some nuts, but they are still very large. Wang Wei is sure that the tunnels in the direction he came are basically used for prescription food. So he simply changed the direction. In the other direction where Cruz is heading, he found a heavy sound of footsteps. And the footsteps were very hurried. Cruz immediately lowered his voice and informed Wang Wei of the situation. Wang Wei asked Cruz not to move where he was and wait for him to rush over immediately. According to the positioning function, when Wang Wei rushed over, he found that there were indeed traces of biological activities on Cruz's side, and they could clearly hear the sounds made by the rodents' activities. The two looked at each other and immediately moved in the direction where the sound came from. Fortunately, they did not get too close, and they noticed the traces of the rodents' movements, and they heard some relatively subtle sounds. Wang Wei's teammates guessed that in the direction they came, there should be a place where rodents placed their cubs. After this conjecture came into his mind, Wang Wei instantly understood why rodents would bring back the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation, who did not seem to be food, and store them as food. Because rodents have already given birth to cubs. Raising cubs requires a very large food reserve. So they will treat the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation as food. Chapter 361 Finale. But Wang Wei had not imagined that things would turn out like this. If they did not stop these rodents in time, they would most likely become their real food. Even if their Xiantian armor had the ability to be invisible, these rodents could catch them the first time and the second time. In order to prevent the subsequent exploration process from being disrupted by these rodents, Wang Wei finally decided to find ways to get rid of these creatures. He used the Xiantian armor's communicator to contact Goso and others near the ground, asking them to be ready to fight at any time. At the same time, he also asked the Three-Eyed Star King and others to be ready and send soldiers to support immediately. As early as when they were moving, Wang Wei had sent the deep underground environment location map and the real-time video taken to the spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation. Through these, the Three-Eyed Star King and others could easily find their specific location. However, what he did not expect was that they were discovered faster than he ordered and arranged. The voices of other warriors brought here came from the communicator of Xiantian armor. Their voices were filled with fear and panic. Oh no! Something big has happened. We have been discovered by those rodents. And they are chasing us now. What should we do now? What should we do? It has been said long ago that we must be careful and careful. Now ask him what to do. What can he do? In desperation, Wang Wei and crews can only return as soon as possible. When they returned, they happened to meet the warriors, who were chased by giant rodents. Wang Wei immediately stopped them. Why are you running? Don't panic. Take out your weapons and launch a counterattack immediately. The warriors were stunned at first. They didn't expect Wang Wei to give them an order to launch a counterattack. After all, they had been honestly following Wang Wei orders before and never thought of hurting these rodents. They have been following Wang Wei for quite a while. And they all know that the main purpose of Wang Wei interstellar research is to figure out the habits of these creatures and record it all. So when they heard that Wang Wei was going to attack this group of giant rodents, they were all worried about whether they would lose relevant data about this group of creatures. However, Wang Wei quickly explained the situation to them. Just launch the attack. Don't worry about the rest. With Wang Wei words, the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation could attack this group of giant rodents with confidence. However, their attack method was faster and more effective than expected. After being attacked by the gene-destroying weapons, the rodents in front of them quickly became afraid of them. Even though this group of giant rodents had been angered, they still did not dare to move forward. Wang Wei knew that this was the best time for them to leave here. So he immediately ordered all the soldiers to get ready and prepare to leave here. What Wang Wei did not expect was that they met the Three-Eyed Star King and others who came on the way to evacuate. The Three-Eyed Star King had been prepared, thinking that after meeting Wang Wei, they would definitely have a fierce battle. But he didn't expect that the fierce battle he thought of did not happen at all. And they didn't even see the giant rodents chasing Wang Wei and others. What's going on? Didn't the message you sent back say that you encountered a huge rodent that regarded you as food? Wang Wei was worried that the rodents stimulated by them would catch up. So he asked the Three-Eyed Star King not to worry now, and wait until they returned to the spaceship. The Three-Eyed Star King also knew that Wang Wei could say such a thing, which proved that the situation must have reached a very serious level. So he didn't say much, but immediately led Wang Wei to the direction where the spaceship was docked. Back on the spaceship, the Three-Eyed Star King eyes were always on Wang Wei. He sincerely believed that Wang Wei and others must have encountered a very urgent matter. But now, he always felt that the matter was not as serious as he imagined. Because everyone, including Wang Wei, acted calm. What happened? Can you tell me in detail? Hearing this, Wang Wei suddenly laughed. It's not a serious matter at all. It's mainly because we accidentally entered the territory of these giant rodents. So they regard us who appear in this territory as their food. Other than that, nothing special happened at all. After hearing this, the king of the three-eyed aliens still felt very strange. Why are there so many giant creatures nearby? When they rushed over, they also saw a lot of giant creatures. It was basically certain that this kind of giant creature would definitely pose a certain threat to them. At present, we don't know the specific situation. We can only be sure that all the creatures in this ecological environment are extremely similar to the biological system on the planet where I live. This means that it is very likely that they are from the same system. As for the specific situation, We are not sure yet. Wang Wei actually already had an idea. Because he doesn't have any biological samples from the Earth at present. There is no way to determine whether the creatures here have very similar genes to the creatures on the Earth. Even saying, are they a kind of succession relationship? That is to say, the creatures on the Earth have become what he sees after the evolution of adapting to the environment. And the creatures deep underground of this planet are actually the most primitive form of those creatures on the Earth. When thinking of this, Wang Wei suddenly made a bold decision. This decision is that he must go back to the Earth to take a look. Wang Wei immediately found a group of scientific researchers in the Interstellar Federation to help him build the Nanchaman transmission device. After the Nanchaman transmission device is built, he will use it to return to Earth and obtain biological samples on Earth. In this way, he can successfully figure out the relationship between the group of creatures. Cruz also knew that Wang Wei wanted to build the Nanchaman transmission device. And it was very likely that he had the idea of returning to Earth. Although the biological race led by Cruz did have the idea of settling down on Earth before. He had not been to Earth in person after all. So this time, he also wanted to follow Wang Wei to Earth to take a look. This idea really made Wang Wei a little embarrassed. It was not that he was unwilling to take Cruz to Earth to take a look, but because Cruz's appearance was too eye-catching. If Cruz walked on Earth, he would definitely scare a lot of people. Is he going to tell everyone that Cruz is a Koza? Wang Wei looked at Cruz with some embarrassment. Can you let me think about this? But don't worry. I will definitely give you an answer as soon as possible. After hearing this, Cruz did not force it further. Because he knew that if Wang Wei really wanted to take him to Earth, Wang Wei would not refuse such a small thing. Okay. I wait for your response. In the following period of time, Wang Wei had actually forgotten that Cruz wanted to go to Earth with him. Because he needed to keep an eye on the construction of the Nanchaman transmission device. He had no time to think about how to bring Cruz to Earth. When Cruz came, the Nanchaman transmission device had been built. Cruz also came to Wang Wei because the Nanchaman transmission device had been built. Before, Wang Wei was very busy every day, so he didn't think about disturbing Wang Wei. Now that the Nanchaman transmission device has been built, he thinks Wang Wei must have decided whether to take him to Earth. Unexpectedly, when he asked about this, Wang Wei was shocked. You mean? You still don't know whether to take me to Earth? Then can you tell me what you are really worried about? When Wang Wei heard this, he was also a little embarrassed. If he told Cruz, although he felt that Cruz would definitely not be affected, he could not be sure. After thinking about it, Wang Wei decided to tell the truth. It's like this. It's not that I don't want to take you to Earth. But you also know that humans live on Earth. Most creatures, even if humans have never seen them, they will not feel surprised. But your appearance. Wang Wei remembered that there was a fictional creature on Earth. And its appearance was actually no different from Cruz. If Cruz really went to Earth with him, it would be easy for people to think that he brought a creature that existed in fantasy to Earth. So, he didn't dare to take this risk. However, after hearing his words, Cruz suddenly laughed. So this is what you are worried about. I thought you had something to hide. Or you were worried that after I saw the Earth, I would once again want to occupy and invade the Earth. Wang Wei looked at Cruz in shock, saying that he had never thought of this. Perhaps he did have the idea of guarding against Cruz at the beginning. But now, he has no such worries at all. This problem is actually easy to solve. Doesn't the Xiantian armor have the ability to be invisible? If I need to walk outside, I will directly turn on the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor. And your problem will be solved soon? Wang Wei suddenly realized that he only thought that Cruz's appearance might cause panic. But he never thought about the Xiantian armor. After Cruz's reminder, Wang Wei no longer had any worries. So, I plan to set off for Earth immediately tomorrow, after a little preparation. If you also plan to go to Earth with me, then you should prepare in advance. We will set off immediately at noon tomorrow. This time the itinerary is still very tight, because they may be busy for several days. After all, in order to find out whether the creatures on this planet are the same as he imagined, they'd probably have to search for a lot of biological samples on Earth to confirm his ideas. Cruz nodded, indicating that he didn't need to prepare anything, and if Wang Wei needed his help, he could help Wang Wei. Wang Wei first thanked Cruz, then said that he didn't need Cruz's help, and was curious about why Cruz wanted to go to Earth. I just heard about Earth. And even the biological group I led before thought that Earth was a very suitable environment for biological habitation. So I wanted to go and take a look. And, according to what you said, It is very likely that humans on Earth have come to a planet like this, and brought the creatures here back to Earth for reproduction. So I think it is necessary to go to Earth and take a look. Wang Wei could actually understand Cruz's idea. He wanted to complete the desire of interstellar travel. Just like Cruz, they all wanted to find out what other biological races on other planets are doing, or their development history. Cruz must have the same idea as him. The next morning, Wang Wei got up early and sorted out the results of his last exploration. Although their last exploration results were not complete, because they did not fully explore how many species of creatures there were in this underground space. But according to the current situation, they did get a lot of biological samples. So Wang Wei decided to classify these biological samples, and then take the corresponding plant samples back for specific analysis after returning to Earth through the Nanchaman device. Cruz also helped with this. So the two of them were very fast. But when leaving, Wang Wei changed his mind temporarily, and decided to take the Three-Eyed Star King and Goso to Earth together. They quickly sorted out everything and prepared to go to the Nanchaman transmission device to return to Earth immediately. The Nanchaman transmission device has not been activated for a long time. So Wang Wei is also very worried about the situation on Earth. But because they can't contact the Earth at all now, they can only take the risk to try to transmit. Fortunately, they are responsible for guarding the Earth during the transmission process. The staff of the Nanchaman transmission device on one side have already discovered the abnormality of the Nanchaman transmission device. And according to this abnormality, they immediately reported it to the upper level, which attracted the attention of the official person in charge of Xia State. They immediately rushed to the Nanchaman transmission device, and saw the scene of Wang Wei and Cruz. When seeing Cruz, the expression of the official person in charge of Xia State suddenly became solemn. This expression of his had appeared when Wang Wei brought the Triassic King back last time. But Wang Wei did not take it seriously. The last time the Triassic King came, he was able to prove that the Triassic King did not cause any harm to the Earth. So this time Wang Wei was also confident that he could prove that Cruz's arrival was only to complete their research on the genetic overlap of plants on Earth, and the plants on the planet where they landed. After hearing Wang Wei's explanation, the attitude of the official person in charge of Xia country also eased a little. I didn't expect that you would make so many alien friends during your brotherly journey in outer space. Although that was the case, Wang Wei also understood that the news of these aliens coming to Earth must not be leaked. Otherwise the entire Xia country would become the target of public criticism and be attacked by other countries. So Wang Wei immediately told the official person in charge of Xia country that they would use the stealth function of the Xiantian armor to prevent Cruz from appearing in front of anyone and definitely not causing panic among the masses. The official head of Xia country was still a little hesitant. So Wang Wei asked Cruz and others to turn on the stealth function of Xiantian armor in front of the official head of Xia country. When he saw Cruz and others disappear in front of him immediately, the official head of Xia country was also slightly relieved, believing that Wang Wei would never let the alien creatures in front of him cause panic among ordinary people in Xia country, and even the world. You haven't been back for a long time. What research are you going to do this time? The official head of Xia asked curiously. Actually, this research is very simple. Our main research content is because we found a very large space deep underground on a planet during our interstellar journey. And some creatures living in this space actually have a lot of similarities with the creatures on Earth. We think that the creatures on Earth are likely to be brought back from outer space by our ancestors for cultivation. So we want to collect some samples on Earth for research. This research is of great significance to us. If we can confirm that our ancestors have been to that planet, it may be of greater help to the research on ancient civilizations that we currently have. When hearing Wang Wei's explanation, the official head of Xia was also very shocked. After all, the benefits brought to them by ancient civilizations are really countless. If the origin of ancient civilizations can be studied clearly, it will indeed bring a lot of benefits to Xiagua. And according to Wang Wei's description, he obviously already has a research direction. But he just returned to Earth to confirm this result. Based on my own speculation, I suspect that the creatures on the planet we landed on should be the most primitive form of most creatures on Earth. If this can be proved, then we can draw a conclusion that our ancestors once left the Earth and reached these planets in outer space, retrieved biological samples from these planets, and cultivated and reproduced them on Earth. In fact, the fact that the ancestors on Earth had been to outer space is enough to shock many people. When hearing that Wang Wei was going to do such a thing, the official head of Xia country also gave support. In the following period of time, Wang Wei successfully obtained the data with Cruz and his team. and used the Nanchaman transmission device to return to the planet where they landed. On this planet, they did find some records left by the ancient civilization, and also found evidence of similar human activities. When seeing this, everyone was extremely excited. This means that Wang Wei has figured out the history of the civilization development of an ancient race on a planet. This is what they have always wanted to do, and are working hard to accomplish. Wang Wei returned to Earth with the relevant biological genes on this planet, and handed the biological genes to the official head. The genes of these plants have been improved, and they will have a better harvest than the hybrid crops on Earth. That's right. The improved plants that Wang Wei brought back are all crops. Wang Wei knows that nothing can be more useful than keeping the people well fed and clothed. And Wang Wei also handed over the rare liquid metal to the official person in charge, along with the method of use and the finished product. When Wang Wei left, the official person in charge seemed to have a premonition that Wang Wei would not travel between the Earth and outer space so frequently in the future. So the official person in charge took Wang Wei's hand and expressed deep gratitude to Wang Wei. Wang Wei didn't say much, just hoped the official person in charge can let everyone learn from it. Don't forget the original intention, and don't do evil and bully others. When leaving the Earth, Wang Wei was also a little reluctant, but he knew that leaving was also for a better encounter. Only if he continues to complete the interstellar journey in space and learns more advanced foundations and materials can Xiaoguo remain invincible forever.